I just know that the current kitchen is very small.
It's the width of the building times the no, Lord no. It's like 80. The new dining hall is about 80 by 30. We're good now. If the current kitchen. Oh, Lord, 15 by 20 maybe. Yeah. If you're back with us in the stream drop, we're sorry. We're not eating yet.
No,
we're not done yet. I'm just over here playing with the hamburger burger patties, and Brittany's probably getting mad at me.
If you want to lay those back out, right there, I have
knew you was gonna say that.
some pepper jack cheese.
Oh, I love doing this part.
And just be careful because there's a little bit of paper on those pieces of cheese right there. So we don't want to eat cheese. Eat paper.
Eat papers. Yeah.
We want to eat cheese. We don't want to eat the paper.
Right. So we was talking about the dining hall before our feed went down, and I hope some of you guys heard it. And basically, our conclusion of that is, man, would it not increase the production of everything we do here at camp?
That's right.
But we need a family or a person to come behind that building and endorse it for us, simply because, with COVID and everything else that's happened. You want me to put 2 pieces of cheese on them?
If you like it cheesy, go ahead.
I like it cheesy.
We got plenty of cheese.
I just think, man, don't that look a whole lot more creative?
Oh, it does. Look at you.
I mean, I'm getting into like this chef mode now. I got an apron on.
My sous chef over here.
Come on. Come on.
So once you finish getting that cheese on those sliders, we're going to turn that down just a little bit so that way the cheese just slowly melts as we prepare everything else.
Mm-hmm. 150, ma'am, 150.
Yeah, that sounds good to me.
All right, there we go.
All right, sous chef.
I'm going to clean my stuff up.
Yes, cleanliness is next too.
All right, if you're joining in with us, we're cooking some
bacon cheeseburger sliders.
Because it's National
Bacon
Day. And we're also going to make some
mac and cheese,
which I'm really interested in this. I tried it one time, and she don't have things written down, but I tried this at home, and it was okay. But it wasn't
It wasn't my mac and cheese.
It wasn't her mac and cheese, so I'm interested to watch her do this. And you at home, if you're looking for a great mac and cheese recipe, I promise you this one right here does not
fail you.
I promise. I was thinking of something else, but it won't work. But this is our Camp-A-Thon, and we want you to go and adopt a box. And we have a bunch of boxes you can adopt, so check it out. What we need to do next, Brittany?
So we're going to make a garlic aioli to go on these sliders.
Say what?
Garlic aioli. Fancy for garlic mayonnaise.
Okay. All right.
So in this bowl, I have just basic mayonnaise. I'm very big on Duke's mayonnaise. So that's what's in this bowl. So I'm going to have Jay take this garlic. I have a little bit of garlic here in this thing. And I'm going to grab you a small spoon because we don't want to put all of that in there, just a small portion of it.
Just dump it.
If we put all of that in there, our breaths are going to smell really bad for the rest of the day.
Very true. About half of it, 1 spoonful?
Just a little bit less than, I go a little bit less than that. Yep, that's good right there. Okay. Yep, you're just going to put that in there. And then you're just going to take that same spoon that you have, and I just want you to like stir that together, incorporate the garlic into the mayo.
Do you make Thousand Island sauce with mayo? Mayo and ketchup?
Yeah, mayo and ketchup. Pickles.
I don't do the pickles. That's too expensive for me.
Oh, my gosh. I'm going to add a little salt.
That salt's imported, by the way, from Harris Teeter.
From Harris Teeter. Actually, U.S. Foods, but you know. Oh, sorry, that's the wrong thing. Let me put a little bit of pepper.
Oh, this is going to be so good. Put your pepper, your onions, your carrots. Man, you could put this on a cracker.
Oh, yeah.
Come on, dude. That's my Cajun.
Jay has been watching TikTok.
That's my Cajun guy on TikTok, whatever your name is.
All right,
oh, man, this is official, man.
Yeah, it looks really good. How does it smell?
It don't smell like mayonnaise anymore.
It smells like garlic mayo.
Yeah, that's nice.
Nice. So you can sit that down, and we'll come back to that once we are ready to assemble those sliders.
Good.
So now we're going to start on this delicious mac and cheese that people talk about all the time. So we're going to turn our burner on and just put on about a medium heat.
I mean, the key is what I want to see is the whipped cream part.
Okay.
Because
making the actual mac sauce is what you want.
Making the actual mac and cheese sauce. I mean, we see the standard noodles, and if you're watching this and you only do mac and cheese from Kraft out of the little bucket in the bag, you understand what the noodles are. The noodles are the noodles. Yeah. Noodles are noodles.
And we have a little heavy cream here. As I said, all these ingredients are from the local grocery store. And then this heavy cream came right from Food Lion. So there we go. So we are going to start with some heavy cream.
Heavy cream, heavy cream.
And we're going to put just a little bit in there. That way we can still fit our mac and cheese, our noodles in there. So we're going to let that heavy cream come to almost a boil. We just want to get it heated up just a little bit because we don't want to add cold cheese into this sauce because the cheese will not mix and incorporate very well if you do. So
okay.
just going to wait for that to get a little heated up.
Does that come to like a boil?
It does, yeah. And once it comes to a boil, that's when you want to add your cheese to it.
Look at these sliders.
They look good. The cheese is like nicely melting on those.
Gourmet.
Looks really good.
Gourmet.
So while we're waiting for this heavy cream to heat up and letting that cheese melt on those sliders, I want you to go ahead and take this bread and take it apart. We got enough for 6 sliders, and you can just lay it out on the cutting board.
We have enough for 6.
Yep.
Unless I tear one of these
buns apart. Then I think some people may get mad at you.
All right, so question is, what are you eating at home? Maybe you should call in or DM us. Hey, it's coming to a bowl. Tell us what you're eating today, and we'll tell you what we're eating. So that starts foaming up real good.
Oh, yeah, and you definitely have to watch it because I cannot tell you how many times up there in the kitchen, hate to tell my secret, that I have boiled this over. It gets bad. So you have to keep an eye on your heavy cream because it will boil over, and you don't want to clean up that big mess.
Now, let me ask you a question. Did you stir that at all before it came to a boil, or do you just
did not touch it?
Just let it go.
I just let it go. I just pour the heavy cream in there, and I just let it do its job.
Okay.
So since that has come to a boil, since you have the gloves on, I'll let you do this.
Okay.
I'm going to let you incorporate a little cheese into there.
A handful?
Yep, a good handful. The more cheese, the better.
Like a packed handful or lightly?
A packed handful.
Okay, because that's a packed.
Because we like it good and cheesy.
It's a packed handful, right?
So as I stir the cheese into the heavy cream, we will turn the burner back on because once you add the cheese, it's going to make the temperature of the heavy cream go down a little bit. We want it to stay nice and hot so that way our cheese will continue to be incorporated into the heavy cream.
Okay.
So we'll just keep on mixing that. And as you can see, the cheese starts to make the sauce thicken up. Yeah. And this is if you use gluten-free pasta, this could be a gluten-free mac and cheese because I don't use any flour or anything in this to thicken it up.
That's right.
We just let the cheese
all you
thicken.
gluten-free lovers out there, make sure you check it out. And here's another gluten-free option. Now the breadcrumbs have to change out.
Yeah, and you would just do a gluten-free breadcrumb.
Gluten-free breadcrumbs.
All right, so since you have the gloves on, I'm gonna have you take this mac and cheese, and I'll switch spots with you.
Okay.
And you're gonna add just a little bit to that.
A little bit and stir.
Yep, a little bit, and then I'll have you stir it a little bit.
Oh yes.
It smells really good.
This is at the point of Kraft mac and cheese at this point. Straight out of the. Actually, it's a little more cheesier.
Yeah, it's a little bit cheesier, and it'll have a lot better flavor than that mac and cheese.
I know everybody watching loves cheese.
Hello.
Hey,
Hi,
Abby.
Abby.
What
How
are we
you
doing
chick?
here?
We're making your favorite meal. Don't you just eat mac and cheese only?
Oh yes, I love the mac and cheese.
Tell them everybody what kind you like, though.
The Kraft.
Oh no, you're one of
Fake
those
stuff.
people.
She would be great as a homeless person. I mean,
Oh,
just,
yes.
she would sit at Chick-fil-A's dumpsters and just get their mac and cheese out
But
of the
that's a good
container.
mac and cheese. I
It
feel like that's
is.
pretty
It
close
is.
to my
It
mac and
is.
cheese.
It is a mac.
But
good
your
and
mac and cheese, on the other hand, is delicious.
What can I say? I've had a lot of practice at making it.
More.
I think that might be good for us.
Okay, I think so too.
Can you
So
make
I
this
want
tonight?
you to get a spoon, which are
Okay.
and you guys can taste it. You might want to blow it because it's boiling hot. We just want to see how much salt and pepper we're going to need to add to that. A little salt and pepper.
Yeah, let's do it.
Could
Alright.
you make this tonight for dinner?
Maybe.
Interesting.
You want to taste it, Abby?
Oh, sure. Love to.
Blow it really good.
Yeah, it's pretty hot.
Is that like Chick-fil-A's?
That's beautiful.
That's beautiful. I
Beautiful.
love those words.
Beautiful. Love
so
it.
I'm gonna have you turn that burner down just a little bit. Yep, you'll turn it. Yep. So stir that a little bit, and then add just a little bit of salt and pepper, which is to your right. We'll add just a little bit of that.
So if you were making a full thing, I mean, I'm talking about a pot full for 12,
Okay.
you would literally just put the whole thing of whipping cream in there?
Yeah.
or
So typically, whenever I make this at home for my family, I would usually use an entire quart of heavy cream. And like I said, you want to let that heavy cream come to a boil. Do not add your cheese until it comes to a boil. Sometimes it could take a while. Sometimes it could happen within a few minutes. So just keep an eye on that heavy cream because you don't want it to boil over because it makes a really big mess. So yeah, a whole quart of heavy cream. And then the cheese, I always tell people, because I don't have a true recipe for this. So with the cheese, I always tell people, like, add as much as you want. Like, if you like your mac and cheese super cheesy, then, you know, you're going to want to add a lot. If you like your mac and cheese to be a little loose, then I wouldn't add too much to it. And just remember, your cheese is going to be the thickener. Grayson's always head over heels for the mac and cheese.
Yes.
Now, I mean, so mac and cheese and the whole slider thing, I mean, these are things that we have at camp. I mean, I don't know if we provide sauteed onions at camp.
Usually not.
I mean, because when you're talking about 400 kids at a time, I mean, it's hard. But this is the type of quality we're trying to offer at camp, not only in our programming and the worship services, but also I think that the food part of camp is extremely important because that's what fuels them.
That's right.
For the worship, for the recs, and boy, do we wear them out.
Yeah.
If you stay with us all day, we're going to have a recreation segment where we're going to show you what exactly we do at camp. But this is why it's important to give today and adopt a box because, man, every single dollar given to us helps us to go to the next level. It helps us to be sustainable, to sustain during this COVID-19 pandemic that's happening, and it helps us just to impact the generation now and beyond for the gospel of Jesus Christ.
That's right. So I'm going to have you switch spots with me, and
Okay.
we're going to get ready to toast these buns.
Abby, what's one of your favorite moments at camp?
One of my favorite moments is when we put the harnesses on kids. But while we do it, we have to start a conversation with them and
yeah.
ask them questions. And my favorite question is, what's your favorite Disney princess?
Oh,
And
yeah.
mine's Belle. I'm a die-core, Belle.
Die Hard.
Die Hard. Same thing.
I don't know.
Belle.
I don't know if Die Hard and
Princess.
Die Hard is the same thing, babe.
It's the same. It's the same meaning.
But tell everybody in what context of put in on harness you're talking about.
For what do we call it? The swings.
No.
The high rope.
The high ropes.
No.
You have to have a harness for high ropes.
No. As an intern.
What do you mean?
The intern program.
Oh, talk about the
I mean,
intern
we don't
program?
let just anybody come to camp and
Yeah.
put harnesses on kids.
Well, you have to get trained to do it first. You, Nathan, he goes over the basics of how to put the harness on and how to make sure the harness is correct.
Is Nathan ever mean?
No.
Whenever he's up there and telling all the...
I mean, he's strict, but he wants you to do it right.
That's true. That's very true. So basically, when what Abby's referring to is the intern program. She comes and she's involved. She's been here more times than most people. But yeah, the intern program, that's a free program
right.
for
Yeah.
any high school student. All you got to do is go through a small application process, and we allow you to come, and you're discipled, and your leadership's challenged.
Yeah.
What are some good memories what's some more good memories you have?
One of my favorite memories is all the interns waking up at the crack of dawn and going up to hike Crowder's Mountain. And when you get up there, you really just see the joy and why you're doing this. You see God's creation, and you realize to yourself, man, God created this, but he also wanted to create me. Mm-hmm. And so seeing that and seeing how big the world is, but how big you can have an impact on people is really life-changing.
That's right.
And all you have to see is just mountains and cities, and you just realize all of it. And it takes a lot.
Where's your favorite place? Where's the biggest place in here? Because you've been in a lot of worship services here.
Yeah.
Where's your favorite place in the barn that you remember just God kind of wrecking you and doing some big stuff?
I
in
love
your
this question. My favorite place.
life? You don't know. I was going to ask you a
Well,
question.
no, this is my favorite
didn't know you was
question.
gonna be
Is
here.
right over there And in 2018, in July 28, I rededicated my life here to Christ.
Nice.
And then over here, around in 2020, I gave my life to ministry. So this barn has a very special place to my heart because it's where I made the two most important decisions of my life.
Yeah, that's good, girl. I'm
Yeah.
proud of you, too.
Thanks. Preach.
You're awesome. Are these toasting as hard, as fast as you want them to toast?
Let me check out the temperature over here.
All right, so if
Let's
you're
see
not
what we
used to
got going on.
toasting buns, that's what we're doing. We're not just slapping them on some regular buns, we're actually toasting the buns.
We're going for perfection over here.
You know, a lot of places, only high-end places do that now, it seems like. McDonald's used to toast their buns, and they don't toast them anymore.
I think it really makes a big difference whenever you toast the bun because, like, it gets that bun nice and warm and gets those butters going that are in that bread. I think it definitely makes a difference.
Not many people know this about me, but I worked at McDonald's for 4 years through high school.
Nice.
5 a.m. to 1 p.m. every Saturday and Sunday morning. And that's where I developed a lot of passion for kitchen work. I was back there making cheeseburgers.
That means you should be good at flipping these burgers.
We didn't flip, though. We had a top and bottom heater at one time.
Oh, so you cheated.
Yeah, it was just more or
Gotcha.
less you put it down and it pops up whenever you're done.
Maybe I need to invest in that in the lodge.
There's no grilling at all to that. It's just slapping them down and being done. All right, so if you're just tuning in, welcome to the Camp Cooking Show. This is Brittany, MJ, and Abby's our special guest walking in on us.
That's right.
But we're cooking hamburger sliders and we're cooking mac and cheese, and we have Grayson off camera here staring at the food. He can't have any yet.
I just want to know, are y'all done with the mac and cheese?
No.
That's all I want to
No,
know.
not quite.
No. If you don't have anything to eat today, come to 130 Camp Rotary Road and we'll make sure you have something to eat.
We
But
might
if
save you a slider.
But surely if you're watching this online, you got something to eat, right? All right. Is that the way it works now? Online is more important than food? I don't know.
So since you have the gloves on, I'm going to let you pick that up and show them how nice and toasted those are getting. Nice.
That's good, yeah.
All right, so I'm going to turn this down since those are nice and toasted because we don't want burnt buns. We
Nope.
want them nice and toasty.
We
So
don't
he's
want
going to put those back onto the cutting board. And then we'll probably start to get ready to assemble. But before we do that, I just kind of want to talk about the importance of how your food looks. I think good food should look great.
That's right.
And I think whenever, you go out to a restaurant and they bring you that plate out and everything's just thrown all over the place, I don't know about you, but I'm going to tell them to take that food back.
Oh.
And the way the food looks is very important. So today we're going to plate this up very nicely. Obviously a lot nicer than what you would get here at camp, but we're going to show you how important it is to plate food in a nice way.
Okay, all right.
So if you want to go ahead and take those top buns off, you probably could go ahead and do
I
that
forgot those, didn't I?
too. Yeah.
Do we want both sides up like this?
Yep, that's fine.
Or we're just going to slam the top on when we're done.
And I bought some really good Hawaiian rolls. Everybody knows that Hawaiian rolls are a little sweet. They'll give this burger a really nice touch for sure. So if you want to take the garlic aioli that we made earlier and just put a little bit on both sides of the bun.
Both sides. All
I believe it should go on both sides.
right. Now, I like this stuff.
Yeah.
So I may go overboard on
But
one.
just remember it's got garlic in it, so you don't want to, you don't want to overkill.
But that's how you keep the vampires away.
Oh yeah, that's right.
So you don't have to deal with any of that stuff because you have garlic.
Abby, is your dad a lot of fun when he cooks dinner at home?
She's in her room.
That's not true.
Abby, Oliver,
That's not true.
Carrie, I know you're in this building somewhere. You can vouch for me.
I'm not mostly in my room. I mean, I hear him
So
play.
is he always like singing and stuff?
He has a cooking playlist.
He just told us about that cooking playlist.
He says, Alexa, play cooking playlist. And it does.
I jam, man.
Nice.
He does.
All
So
right.
if you want to go ahead and take the burger and put the burger on the bottom bun.
Oh,
Ooh, they're nice and cheesy.
cheese is melted. Voila.
Voila.
Voila. So, Abby, tell us something else about the intern program since you're here.
Okay, since I'm here.
I mean, it sounds like we have a really core group of about maybe 25 or 30 interns,
Yes.
and they absolutely love the place.
Oh, yeah. If it wasn't for the intern program, I mean, I was a social person before it, but the intern program really just made me want to go out of my way and talk to people and say hi to people, but most importantly, ask how people are. Because I feel like without the intern program, I wouldn't have seen as much as damage people could do to other people, if that makes any sense. So yeah, now when I meet somebody, I always ask, how are you? Because the intern program showed me that it's really important to ask that question.
That's good. I've noticed more and more the program just develops. It helps develop.
Yeah.
So if you're a parent out there watching and you're getting all these great cooking secrets from us right now, invest in the intern program for your high school students. All right, Brittany, let's load them.
All right, so next we're going to go ahead and put the bacon on.
Okay.
So bacon will go right on top of the slider.
One piece or two?
Let's go with 2.
Okay, that one just broke on me.
Maybe let's just go with 1.
I was thinking you was going to say that.
One will do
what
well.
A great,
1 will fit it perfectly.
What a great shoe chef. I see the chef's mind and I go with it.
All right,
Shoe
so now
chef.
that you got that on there, oh, Nathan wants the bacon because it's National Bacon Day, you guys. Don't forget that.
National
So
Bacon Day.
now that you got your bacon on top, we're going to go ahead and add tomatoes.
Okay. I'm saying.
And I probably would do just 1,
Okay.
1 per.
And you know, I don't know about you, but I like skinny tomatoes.
I do too. I don't like when they're too thick.
Yeah, I didn't do that good of a job with this because I
Yeah,
was
we got to work on your knife skills
I-
just a little bit.
Yeah, I mean that one's good. This one's a little thick at certain places, but I will give that one a Grayson. Not now. Okay.
So now I'm going to have you put a little bit of those onions, just a little bit. Just a dab will do you.
A dab will do you. Is that something you?
That's what my parents used to tell me when
a
I
dab
was little.
will do you. Abby,
Yes.
a dab will do you.
A dab will do.
A
Grayson's
dab.
over there dabbing.
A dab. Do y'all remember if you're watching at home? Did you remember when the dab was popular?
I remember.
I mean, it hasn't been that long ago. I think people still do it.
All because of Cam Newton.
we had dab day at school once.
Really?
Really.
I love Cam.
So what'd you
Newton.
guys do? Just like walk around like doing the dab all
Me
the
and
time?
Cam
Hannah
Newton,
have shirts
Cam Newton,
that
if
said
you're
dab on
watching
'em.
this, I wish you would have stayed with the Panthers.
I
I've
do too.
totally messed up. It's totally messed up my whole entire football season this
Yeah.
year because I really just can't get behind the Panthers.
I'm a true Panthers fan. I mean, no matter what.
I mean,
I don't think one person will make the whole team.
I know, but he was
Superman.
He was a superstar. All right, what else?
All right, so next we're going to go ahead and put a little bit of the lettuce, just a small strip.
Okay, so that means I'm going to manually tear them up, right?
That's right. And I'm going to glove so that way we can get ready to do a nice plating.
Note that she's not going to let me do the plating.
Yeah, I'll do this.
I'll just do all the grunt work for her.
And once you finish putting the lettuce on those, you can go ahead and close those up.
Okay. What do you think, Abby?
They look good.
They smell good too.
You know what we could do? We could do a cheeseburger slider bar.
Yeah,
Instead of us worrying about putting them together for kids, they can put them together
themselves. Especially because sometimes people are a little bit picky and people don't always want everything on their burger.
Yeah. Now we don't have a lot of time left,
That's right.
but we got to talk about how we handled food in COVID-19
Oh yeah.
season.
So during COVID, we were given a list of guidelines, and in those guidelines, it told us all the things we could and couldn't do. And one of the things that we felt like would be best is if we probably didn't serve meals out of the dining hall. So we came up with this really cool, creative idea to box up all the meals. I was a little nervous about this at first because I knew it was going to definitely be a challenge for me. I knew that I was going to definitely have to have a good bit of people to help me out when I did this. And I think we pulled it off pretty well, I'd say. I mean, we did all kinds of different meals. We did chicken sandwiches, and all the meals in the boxes were hot. We
You did
still them
breakfast
hot.
in the box?
Yeah, everything was
Hash
in the box.
brown casserole, bacon.
Yep,
Bacon.
French toast sticks.
Bacon, Nathan. Bacon.
We did French toast sticks. I mean, we did it all out of the box.
Yeah, that was great.
We'll leave that one slider right there for Grayson to
We
eat later.
got a segment coming up about how COVID impacted us, and we're going to be talking about how we changed programs over and over again to try to keep the gospel going and just keep sharing the gospel with kids. We had a ton of cancellations. So we're back to the mac and cheese. Now we're putting breadcrumbs on. Now, do you normally put them in the oven after you put the breadcrumbs
Yeah,
on?
so, or you can do what I did with this. I went ahead and pre-toasted my breadcrumbs, so that way they were already toasted when I got ready to put them on top.
All right, if you didn't get all that on the stream, she puts the breadcrumbs on there and then toasts it on the top. Abby, let her, well, just, anyway, what else about that?
So we're just going to sprinkle just a little bit of this on top. So that way it gives it a nice look, and it gives it really good flavor. So that way you got a little texture in your mac and cheese as well.
Okay.
So that's that. And
Hey,
then we're
somebody
going to
jump on that camera right there, and let's zoom into our final creation here. So here's your mac and cheese and your cheeseburger sliders, and this has been our first cooking show ever. Keep on giving, guys. Let's go to Emily.
All right, hey everyone, we're back with another giving update. We've had a great hour or so since we were with you last, and Grayson and I are going to share together a little bit about testimonies, a little bit about gifts. So, Grayson, what do we have as far as contributions in the last hour?
Absolutely. So in the last hour, we've gotten 5 contributions. So basically, when a spot is taken, we cannot put another spot on there. But if you donate one that's already taken, we just kind of combine it together to fill up all the boxes. So there's going to be a couple with a couple people. Just know that's what we did. So first off, Ben and Christy Watts donated $26. Thank you, guys. We'll go ahead and put that on the board. Ooh, we picked the hardest ones to take the stickers off. Hey. I need an adult. Can I get an adult, please? An adult. Thank you. All right, Nathan's going to take care of that. Next up, we have David Lukowicz. I hope I'm saying your name right. I'm sorry if I didn't. David donated $300, taking that $300 spot all the way at the bottom. So let's go ahead and put that on there. Adult, please. Thank you. And while we're getting that, if you want to go ahead and read some testimonies.
Yeah, we have quite a few more testimonies. Our interns have been so great in just sharing their stories with us. We've got testimonies from interns, testimonies from summer staff, plenty of content that we're ready and just excited to share with you. So Grant, he was one of our interns. He said, I wasn't really sure about interning at first. I play basketball and we have tournaments every weekend. I didn't want to take the time out of my season to intern, but with a little convincing from my brother and mother, I decided it could be fun. I showed up to camp and met so many amazing people, workers and campers alike. It showed me I can't always be so tangled up in life, that I need to slow down and do what God is calling me to do, because he can use me to change someone's life. Thank you so much. That's amazing. That's part of what camp is slowing down and realizing what God is doing. All right, Grayson, I think we have a couple others that we got
sure
in.
do. We got one right here. We have an anonymous donor donated $5, so thank you, whoever you
Amazing.
are.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we're going to combine that on the same sticker with Chad Brown, who donated $100. So thank you, Chad,
Awesome.
filling up that 105 spot.
While Grayson works on that, we have another testimony from Kaylee. I went from believing in God to truly knowing God. I went from being depressed and barely able to leave bed to finding unwavering love and peace through Jesus. I found some of my absolute best friends at camp. Camp changed my life. Thank you so much for sharing. We love hearing what God is doing.
Awesome. All right, our very own Nathan and Casey Vest donated $100. Thanks, Nathan.
Thank
Over there on
you.
that camera back there. Thank you, Nathan and Casey. And we're combining that with another $36 donation by Aruna, I believe. I don't want to pronounce your name wrong, but that is right, Aruna. Thank you, Aruna.
Thank you
So
so
we're gonna put that
much.
on the 136 spot. And then also our last donation for this segment, we have an anonymous donation of $30. And then also Zach and Lex Lukowicz donated $5. So we're combining that for a $35 spot. Thank you so much, guys.
So as you guys can see, the board is filling throughout the day, but we've got plenty of spots still available. As you can see, we've got spots available in every price bracket. So we've got everything from, we still have $1 available. Someone should just jump in there and snag that $1 slot. We've got everything from $1 available, $66 available, $155, all the way up into the larger amounts at the very bottom of the board. So don't feel like any gift is too small. We appreciate you guys so much for being a part of what we're doing today at the Camp-A-Thon. So thank you so much. You can go to crowderscamps.com to get involved. Like Grayson said, if there's an amount you really wanted to take, say you really had your heart set on giving $11, and Dave has already given that amount, that's fine. We'll just add 2 contributions together, and together you'll adopt another box. Thank you guys so much. Now, in our next segment, we have a camp legend. We have an interview with Kathy Ellis. The Ellis family has been working with us since 2015.
Yes.
So we're very excited to see what Kathy has to share with us.
All right, Camp-A-Thoners, welcome back to a new segment. Today, we are trying to raise money to impact the next generation for Christ. So thank you for joining the Camp-A-Thon. And you can always go and adopt a box. Even while this segment is going on, you can go right below and adopt that box and help us impact the generation for Christ. Today in this segment, I have a sweet, sweet lady, Miss Kathy Ellis, with me. Kathy's been a part of the camp for a very long time, and almost our existence, but either her or her husband. But Kathy's had the privilege to be able to work in our food services area. So she's up there serving and cooking food for kids. So that is a really wild time, right?
Wow, very wild.
I mean, you get this long line of kids, and one of the biggest needs, besides Adopt-A-Block, we need $1 million to build a new dining hall.
Right.
And the reason why we need a new dining hall is because the kitchen that's currently there isn't big enough to facilitate the kind of masses of crowds that we have. And we're doing 4 shifts per breakfast, lunch, and dinner every single day. So what's some cool memories that you might have, Miss Kathy, up there watching those kids come in with bedhead every single day?
I think that's the most fun, is watching the way, especially for breakfast, the way they walk in and their hair is everywhere, or their eyes are like this, or they'll be late because they sleep, like to sleep in.
Yeah.
But just the way that they may break into song, they may start clapping,
Yeah.
they may start dancing, but most of all, the way they'll just say thank you.
Yeah. That's
That
good.
makes everything worthwhile.
Yeah.
They'll-
And, I mean, it's kind of, you may not see it this way, but you need to see it this way. Everybody that works here in this camp, whether you're blowing off leaves or executive director or helping, feed kids, you are actually equipping them to hear the gospel.
Right.
I mean, without energy and fuel, they can't stay awake during the services.
Right.
So food is a very big deal when it comes to reaching kids for the gospel. And I think we have a pretty good food selection.
Oh, I think the menus are awesome. I mean, they're not like the camp that I remember when I used to go to the church camps.
I just wish we had liver mush.
There you
Liver
go.
mush, I think, something that every kid in America needs to eat. at
But
least
what
one
is
time.
funny is sometimes when we serve biscuits and gravy, they'll look at the gravy and they'll say, "What's that?"
What about grits? How?
Grits? They either love them or hate them.
Yeah.
There is no in between. Very few will say, "I'll try them."
Yeah. If you give this generation a bag of Doritos, they're fine, though. I mean,
Absolutely.
they'll eat Doritos all day long.
Absolutely.
Well, not only have you worked in the food services area, but you kind of started working here because of your husband, Mike.
Right. Exactly.
I think it was 2015. I needed, back on the story, we went to church together at Flint Groves Baptist Church, and I had the opportunity to be the interim executive pastor there. And one day during the church service, I stood up and said, "Hey, if you'd like to be a part of our buildings and grounds team, I'd like to meet you at this meeting or after church." And Mike Ellis came up to me that day, and I think you were standing there too.
Right.
We was near the water fountain where
Right,
Dick Bauer's
exactly.
class used to be. And Mike introduced himself to me, and I asked him what he could do, and he kind of told me a few things. I asked him again that a couple years later, and he said, "I can do about anything," because he could. But I met Mike then, and then my interim time at Flint Groves was over, so I went and started doing more individual stuff. That's neither nor here nor there. But then in 2015, I needed a handyman,
Right.
somebody that could build a vision. And I called up Mike, and I got Mike's number, I think, from Ronnie or somebody. And I called up Mike, and Mike came in, and Mike did an incredible job here. He has no idea how many people he impacted. But tell us a little bit about when we met Mike in 2015 or 16, I can't remember which one. I think it was 15.
I think it was 15. Yeah, it had to be at least, maybe even the latter part of 14.
I agree with
because we lost Mike in 2016.
Yeah, tell us a little bit about Mike's medical situation in 2015. When he came in here to us, he moved around great. He was able to build anything. And you guys have to imagine out there, this camp in 2014 wasn't even operable. I mean, we had to reframe every cabin, re-siding it, put heat and air in every cabin. There was a ton of work to do. So what was Mike's condition when he came?
Back in 2010, Mike had a double lung transplant. He was given the option of a lung transplant or not surviving because of a lung disease. So he went through that in August of 2010. He had that transplant. Well, everything was fine for about 4 years. The breathing was always good, but it was the side effects of medication. You know, you fix one thing, you break something else. And he got to where he had to quit. He had to quit his full-time job in printing. Well, about the same time, and this is a God thing, you called him and asked him if he would come up to the camp, look around, and see if there was anything that he could do to help. And he did, and his first remark when he got home was, "Oh, my gosh."
It's terrible.
I mean, the cabins had the screens halfway up.
Yeah.
The grounds were pitiful.
Yeah.
But he did it.
Yeah, he did.
And I think at that time, it was more of a, that'll keep me busy thing.
Yeah.
Well, then time went by, and it was time to open camp. Well, the high school and the college summer staff came on, and he was interacting with them, and then the campers came.
Yeah.
And that was when I saw the biggest change in Mike Ellis that I have seen in our 45 years of marriage. He would come home and he would tell me stories of the kids calling him Pawpaw or Mr. Mike, and how amazing it was to see one child or maybe two or three sitting outside reading and studying their Bible and worshiping. And then it got to where he would follow the worship and he would watch these children and their reactions.
Yeah, now let me stop you right there for a second, because not only do we have an opportunity to minister to kids, but the kids have an opportunity to minister to us.
That's right.
I mean, you've already said that in the dining hall. Mike said that to you as well. And I'll never forget, Kathy, this place was a tent at one time. It's only because of generosity that this building even exists today. But this building used to be a tent. And I remember one of the first weeks of camp, everybody was working 12, 14-hour days. And when camp started, I remember standing somewhere over here underneath the tent awning, and I looked back, and here comes Mike Ellis on the tractor, right in the middle of the worship service, pretty much parks the tractor right there at the front door and sits on the tractor and watch it. Now, as a perfectionist and a visionary that I am, that kind of disturbed me for a second. Because, you know, who wants to see a tractor parked outside the tent when it was already as ghetto and redneck as possible in the first place? But now...
Back to the liver mush.
Yeah, exactly. But now I see that as man, I would not take that away from nothing. I mean, I would not... If I would have went and told Mike, "Hey, man, go away, take the tractor away," I would feel horrible, because that was just the way he chose to be a part. And then kids would see him and then call him Pawpaw, you know, and all that stuff.
Right.
So
and he would give them the parade wave as he drove the tractor through.
Yeah. So, you know, we're talking about impacting lives. And even as Mike rode on the tractor, you know, he would continue to interact with the kids.
Right.
So Mike started getting off for a few days at a time. You guys had to go to Duke.
Well, his transplant was actually at the University of Pittsburgh, because not only did he have the lung problem, but he had an esophagus problem. And Duke didn't want to do the transplant because of the fear of aspiration of food back into his lungs. And so we were in Pittsburgh for like 10 weeks.
Yeah. So Mike started developing a couple tumors, and y'all would have them cut off.
The anti-rejection medication started causing skin cancers. And within a course of about a year and a half, he had at least 100 cut off from here up.
Yeah.
He eventually lost his right ear.
Yeah, I remember that.
It was eating away at the lobe of his left ear.
But just so everybody knows, he still worked.
He still worked. He worked until about a week and a half before he passed away.
Yeah.
And he would come home. He would be so tired, but he still had those stories.
Yeah.
He had conversations, I think, with you. He talked about how much fun it was when one of the interns by the name of Noah, I don't guess you would know him.
My son.
He taught Noah to drive the tractor.
Yeah, he did.
And every day it was just a different story, and he just lived to come to this camp. And in the end, what I saw was that in the beginning, when he was first diagnosed and told, I mean, you can imagine a 59-year-old man being told, your only option for life is a lung transplant. It was like a slap in the face. And the first time that he said it then was, why God, why me? I try to live right. I try to do right. Why me? Why am I given this life-threatening illness? But by the end of his life, through the association with the camp, and I fully believe it was totally because of this, he came to realize that it wasn't why me, it was why not me. Because he saw this camp as a part of God's plan for his life. And he finally realized that God was in control.
Yeah.
And you'll never convince me that the illness was a way of bringing him to this camp. That was part of the plan.
Yeah.
And I know without a shadow of a doubt that Mike Ellis is in heaven right now.
Yeah, I do too.
And smiling down, laughing at the kids, being called Pawpaw,
Yeah.
giving the parade wave,
Yeah.
because he's with his Lord.
Yeah.
And I attribute that. So it's not so much what the kids get out of this camp, like you said. It is what these kids can turn around and give back to a 64-year-old man.
Yeah, it's almost like it's special ground. You know, I mean, even me, you know, being the director and being here for 6 years, I feel special moments every time. But note a couple things she said. I mean, Mike had to have his ear amputated. He was constantly having tumors cut off at different spots of his body. He was still coming to work the next day with bandages on.
And his hat and because he didn't want anybody looking at him. He was very self-conscious of the scars on his head.
He had a hat with ears, and it would cover his ear up. But even a week before he passed away, he still worked. And I'll never forget one night you called me, and he was doing really bad.
Right.
And he was laying on the couch in y'all's home, and I went, and I just said, hey, Mike, and I grabbed his hand, and he did the Mike nod to me and shook my hand like that. And then he kind of just, you know, dazed back out. But I'll never forget that. You know, I really honestly believe he noticed me that night.
I think so.
And
I know he did.
He knows I was there. He was a great man. He was so great, and his story was so great that we did a video of Mike. And the next summer, we showed that video. And Mike Ellis's life not only got to impact kids in 2015 and 16, but also beyond. Because of this video we was able to share. And Kathy, I want to thank you for coming today and sharing
It's been tough.
with
It's
us.
hard.
I know it's tough. But you guys out there watching the Camp-A-Thon today, I just want to encourage you to give. Because through giving through Crowder's Camps, you allow us to be able to impact the next generation for Christ. And those guys impact us, but we get to impact them back for the glory of God. But before we close this segment, I want to show the video that we recorded Mike talking about his journey through his illnesses. So check this out.
I'm Mike Ellis. They call me Pawpaw or Mr. Mike. And I don't even like kids. I don't know what I'm doing here. I'm the oldest counselor that they got here. In 2010, I came down with the pneumonia. And they done CT scans, x-rays, and found out that I had pulmonary fibrosis, which is a disease that's in your lungs that cannot be cured. Because of that, I had to go to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, to have a double lung transplant. Of August 2010, I had a double lung transplant, and it was a success. But 5 years later, I came down with 5 years later, I came down with skin cancer. I'm still going on with operations. Dermatologists remove places on my head. And today I'm still fighting it. But God was there with me the whole time. And if it wasn't for Him, I couldn't survive till this day. God is good. God is enough.
Hey, if you're part of the Ellis family, Kathy, you're probably out there watching because you already texted me. Stacy had opportunity, Mike's daughter had opportunity to baptize you this summer. Thank you for sharing Mike with us. He was incredibly impactful to our camp and helped us do so much. And I know you guys, that probably brought you to tears because it did me. He's in heaven, hallelujah. And he's in the arms of God, and we all know that, and that's the hope we have in Jesus, which is why we're doing this Camp-A-Thon, to give kids a hope in Jesus. So help us to impact this generation now and beyond for Christ, and now we'll get a great update. So come on, guys, give us an update.
All right, well, we've got some pretty exciting news.
Wait a minute.
Okay.
I want to make a donation right now.
Okay, fantastic.
It's going to be in green classic cash.
Ooh, fancy.
All right.
The
So
fancy stuff.
I'm going to set this down.
Okay. Ooh. Nice crisp $20 bill. Thank you, Caleb. Thank you. All right, well, that works very well because we have a $100 donation from Jacob Hoyle. Our $100 donation box is taken, so we're going to add your $20 to that, and we're going to make this the $120 box. So $100 from Jacob Hoyle. And the exciting thing about that is that $100 donation is an annual donation. So Jacob has pledged to donate $100 every year. Thank you so much for being a part of our ministry. Yeah, so Caleb, if you'll just put a sticker on the 120, if you'll mark down the $100 from Jacob Hoyle and add your 20 onto there. And as you're working on that, I know it takes a second to get all that put together, I'm going to read a couple more testimonies. Caleb, one of our interns, says, "Camp is a place that allows me to share the love of Jesus to others. It also allows me to grow in my walk with God, and I could not be more thankful for a place like Crowder's Camps." We also have a testimony from Betsy. "My favorite part of camp was hanging out with other churches, knowing that I was a leader and could help other students in their walk with Christ was incredible. The most powerful moment I had was praying with a young girl who ended up becoming saved. Being an intern is something I would encourage anyone to do." So before we move on, I also have another very exciting contribution. This is the highest contribution we've gotten yet so far today.
Ooh.
We got a $500 contribution from Meredith Mann.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All
So this is
right.
going to be the first spot on that lowest row, that highest row on our board. So thank you, Meredith, for being a part of the Camp-A-Thon. I have one more testimony to share. Will that get set up on the board? Peyton Gray said, "My experience at camp has changed my life completely. Being able to humble myself by serving others through God's good grace has brought nothing but happiness to my life. I would not be the same person today without camp." Thank you, Peyton. We appreciate so much everything you've done here at camp. So to give everybody a quick update on our totals, I still need to add in the 120 from Jacob and Caleb, but before that gets added in, our total is 2,330.
Yeah.
All right, so I'll keep working on the math. I'll keep getting all those contributions added in. I'd like for our goal for this next couple segments, let's get those first 2 lines filled in. So those smaller amounts, let's get a $1 donation, $15 donation. Let's fill in those couple small ones, and we'd really appreciate getting those lines filled up. So for our next segment, we are going to have a conversation with Susanna Kavanaugh. She is the executive director of Least of These Carolinas, and this is a great conversation showing what can happen when 2 nonprofits get together to serve kids and share the gospel.
Hey, Camp-A-Thoners, thank you guys for joining in. We got a special segment here with the executive director, Susanna Kavanaugh, with Least of These of the Carolinas. These guys are absolutely killing it. So if you're viewing in with us right now, you can give to this ministry, and by giving through us, you help us to empower and equip and disciple the next generation, which also includes Least of These of the Carolinas, because every year, how many years in a row now?
Why would you ask me that? Four, I think.
4 years in a row, they have pulled off a camp called the Bridge Camp, and we have the honor to be able to help host that here at Crowder's Camps, and we're going to talk about that in a segment. But first, Susanna, tell us a little bit about your ministry that you guys do. What in the world does Least of These of the Carolinas do?
Well, in a nutshell, we take care of children that are in foster care in the Carolinas. And we started back in 2013. I was a foster mom, and my good friend Michelle Buchanan, we were foster moms. And we wanted to do more. We knew that we could never take in all the children that needed homes, but we knew that maybe we could do something that would impact other people that take children in, and also be able to provide and do some different things for children in foster care.
Yeah. So basically, if I decide to be a foster parent, Least of These will come alongside me and my wife and help us do what?
Right. So if you called me and you'd say, which agency should I go with, I would give you a list of things or agencies to choose from, and I would give my guidance on that, but I would tell you probably what would fit your lifestyle the most. You probably just know in your lifestyle, if you did decide to make that step, you probably want an agency that's going to come out in your home and train you versus going to a class. So we would talk through some of those things, but then once you were done through the training and you got your first placement, well, that's where we would come in to come alongside you and help serve.
Yeah. So if you're watching today and you've ever thought about, or you heard your parents talk about maybe fostering, LOTCarolinas.com is Least of These website. I would strongly, highly recommend to you to go check them out, especially if God's planted that seed in your heart. So how many kids have you guys been able to help? What kind of area are you guys helping in?
I mean, we've served thousands of kids. I mean, we're just finished up Christmas, and this is our first year we've been able to serve this many kids, but we topped off at 816 children that we served with Christmas this year. And then with our Bag of Hope program, which when a kid comes into care, they usually come into care with almost nothing. If they come into care with anything, it's carried in a black trash bag. And we replace that black trash bag with a big, huge black duffel bag, and we embroider their name in it in their favorite color, and we put their favorite things in there. If they said they like Superman, well, we're going to put Superman underwear in there and Superman, I don't know, toothpaste, toothbrush, whatever it is. But that's a really tangible thing for those foster parents to use right away. So those are just kind of some of the things that we do over at Least of These Carolinas.
That is a really nice touch. I mean, to be honest, because you can imagine a kid that was, in a worst case scenario, they were pulled away in a bad case, whether it be a domestic issue or whatever, and they literally had to just throw their stuff in a box or a bag, a trash bag.
Yes, it's sad. Many foster children tell us about their bags being thrown away because they're in trash bags, or having to get on the school bus with a black trash bag, or whatever that is. And everybody likes to hear their name. So if I come up to you and I say, "Hey, you, I'm praying for you, and I like you," or whatever. If I say, "Hey, Jay, I'm praying for you," you're like, "Hey, you said my name." These kids are no different. They want to hear their name, and they really want to see it in print in their favorite color, because that says, I own this bag. This is mine, and it belongs to me. When everything else has been taken from them, that bag is theirs.
Yeah. Now, with the Christmas thing, you guys, you're not talking about just one little action figure to each kid. You're talking about bicycles and and scooters and skateboards. I mean, these kids went out with 4 or 5 presents, right?
Absolutely. So we are sponsors in the community, which we have an amazing community in Gaston County and around that support us. But our sponsors actually get the children's list, and they are supposed to only spend $150. But trust me, they spend more than that. So you shouldn't have to. The foster parents, the caregivers should not have to spend another dime on those kids. We even give them stocking stuffers to put in the stockings. So yes, lots of bikes, lots of scooters. I could probably tell you the number one toy for the season, that kind of thing.
What
but
is
yes,
the number 1 toy?
bicycles. I think we had a ton of
Really?
bicycles because you couldn't find them because of COVID, and so that was on a lot of kids' lists this year, as they wanted a bicycle. Especially now, they have a lot more time to ride it outside.
Yeah, that is really neat. So if you're watching, the million of you guys watching right now, if you're that Christmas person where you absolutely just love Christmas and you feel like you could adopt a family, and maybe you're ready to go a different direction. It's not going down at the altar at church and getting the tag off the tree. That doesn't really float your boat anymore. Or Toys for Tots. Maybe you can do 3. Maybe God's blessed you with your resources where you can do 3. Remember next year about the 12 days of Christmas, at least that these does, and maybe you could be. When would be a good sign? When are you having people like, hey, I want to do this?
Our signups are usually October, early November. But if they just go to our website and fill out, hey, I'm interested in learning more, you'll be put into our database. And so you'll get an email whenever we send those things out. Any volunteer opportunities, we always send that out in an email so that people can sign up. For instance, Bridge Camp. We need lots of volunteers for Bridge Camp as well. So it's not just at Christmas time that you can help these children.
Yeah, so if God's moving in your heart right now towards this conversation, get a pen. Don't click off. Do not click off. You got to stay with us because we got a whole lot to talk about. But lotcarolinas.com, go ahead and just write that down or pencil it in on your phone. Or type it in. You can't pencil in on your phone. You have to type it in on your phone. And that way you can go back to it in a little bit and sign up for that newsletter.
Absolutely.
So you got the Bridge Camp, which we're going to get to in a second. You got 12 Days of Christmas. What else do you guys do? I guess the rest of the year is it more or less just empowering foster parents to do their
We
calling?
do that year round, but we also, we do special requests. We help the kids that are aging out or that are 18 and older. We make sure that they have what they need. When your kids are going off to college, they need sheets and towels and dishes and things like that. So we want to make sure those kids have what they need, so we take care of them. We also, right after camp, have an event called Shoes of Hope, and we make sure that all the children that are going back to school have brand new shoes on and school supplies and things like that, because it just means to have new, didn't you have new shoes when you went back to school? Absolutely. It's just cool, and you want to be like the cool kids, and so we want to make sure that these kids have the same opportunity that other kids have.
I'll never forget my Voits. My mama took me to Walmart, got me some Voits one year.
Oh,
Seriously.
I remember my Sebagos. My Sebagos were
That's
great.
the upper class version. Voits are.
Did you roll your jeans and have your white socks on too?
Absolutely, I love that.
That was great. I think we just dated ourselves, but
Probably so. So there's a lot of ways. Tell me about what's the biggest heartache of your job? Because I know, and again, I'm trying to do this in segments. We're going to talk about Bridge Camp in a minute, and I know how hard it is for me to kind of to walk around this camp and realize that all these kids are hurting in some way. So you have seen this all year long, all these foster kids, and you see great stories, but also you see some sad stories. How does that relate with you? What's the hardest part of your job?
The hardest part is the stories, the sad stories. The hardest part is knowing there's not enough homes and begging people to open their homes, and still there's not enough homes. But I just remember a couple years ago there was, and usually the local stories we'll see on the front newspaper, on the front of the newspaper. Well, what y'all don't realize is after that child or that child's story has been on the front of the newspaper, days later we're serving them in our office. And so just days after, there was a little boy, I think he was 2 or 3, and his sibling had been killed in front of him. And he was in our office opening up his bag of hope, and we put a smile on his face. And I know that doesn't take away from what happened to him, But in that moment, we were able to give him a little bit of joy, a little bit of happiness. And then just seeing these good families that are rising up to become foster parents and taking in these kids and loving on them despite of those stories. Those stories, they're heartbreaking. They're absolutely heartbreaking, but you have to look past that to try and help them, because you can't stay in this sad place. These kids do not need another person to be sad for them. They need somebody that just kind of treats them normal.
Yeah. Well, I know that it takes a ton of volunteers to do what you do as well. And I know for the bridge camp that we have opportunity to do with you every year, it takes a ton of volunteers. So don't click off, but right now I'm going to show you a day recap video of the bridge camp. So watch this, and then we're going to come right back and check out details about the bridge camp. All right, Camp-A-Thoners, we're back. That was a one-day recap video of the Bridge Camp. And again, if you're just now joining us, this is Susanna Cavanaugh, the Executive Director of Least of These of the Carolinas. You can check out their information at lotcarolinas.com if you like what you're hearing. But now we're going to talk about the Bridge Camp. And we ended that last little segment before the promo video talking about volunteers. You need a ton of volunteers. And you also gave the audience opportunity, 12 Days of Christmas, we have the Bridge Camp. There's a lot of things that you guys do as an organization through the year where that requires you to have a lot of volunteers. But let's specifically talk about the Bridge Camp. If I wanted to hang out with a bunch of kids, what grades do you guys normally? What's the ages? How you do that?
Our ages are 8 to 18. As long as they're still in high school, we'll accept them to come to our camp.
Okay. And Bridge Camp, you guys give it out to all these kids for free.
Yes, we do.
You have some incredible partners, donors that help underwrite that event, which is absolutely phenomenal. How many volunteers do you guys normally bring or try to get this for the summer?
So when you're talking about a camp with children in foster care, it's a little different than your normal church camp. We have to make sure that we have 2 adults per cabin. We have to make sure that we just never want to put a child or an adult in a position. So we just have to be extra careful. So our numbers are always way low. I know you can take more kids, but we want to make sure that we are able to give the attention we need to these kids. So that means we need twice as much as you do to run. So we usually bring 100, 150 people out here. It usually takes at least 25 lady counselors, 25 men counselors, and then we have some junior counselors sometimes. But it takes a village, and it takes some commitment because you got to, counselors have to agree to stay here and stay in the cabin with the kids. And that's, one night, you remember we lost power that time? That was a hard night, not having AC at night.
Duke Energy.
I know, right? But
I should have paid that bill.
That's right. You should have paid that bill. I'm glad you did the next day and we got the power back on. But it's hard. It's a sacrifice. You're taking off time, really work time, because we can't have camp all in a weekend. So it's a sacrifice. But I tell people it's like any other mission trip that you would go on. You just save money because you don't have to fly anywhere. Yeah. And we pay for you to come, basically, because we feed you and y'all have great food. So I think it all works out. We even put you up. It's a great deal.
Casting that vision that it is a local missions trip. Mm-hmm. That's one thing we try to do to our summer staff as well. Because, you can pay $4,000 and fly to India for a week and do a mission trip and be totally blessed. But you can also come right here and either join our team as a college staffer, or maybe you can't give up the whole summer because you're working for your family's business, but you can give up 4 to 5 days to come be a part of the bridge camp, and it doesn't cost you any money. You don't have to fly away. Casting that vision to people is extremely easy, but comprehending it tends to seem difficult on their side. And that's why I'm trying to paint a great picture of the impact of camp. Not only our camp, but every organization that comes to our camp. Because it truly is a spiritual incubator. And 1 week of camp is like 6 months of relationship building. And it's absolutely one of the most fruitful things I've ever done. And I know for a fact that God has called me to do what I do. But if He didn't, I would be okay with that because I see the fruitfulness of what I do. And I'm so overwhelmed by just God's blessing in camp ministry. Let me talk about how great of an executive director Susanna Cavanaugh is. Because this thing happened this summer called coronavirus. And every single group that we had to come to our camp, we had over 6,000 cancellations this summer. And she could have been part of that number. But instead of being a part of that number, her team and herself had so much passion for the bridge camp and to see these foster kids come to camp in 2020 that they totally rebooted the whole entire program. We went from an overnight camp to a day camp, and it turned out to be truly successful. And I just want to thank you publicly for your persistence in trying to reach kids for the gospel and their needs. Whether it be an emotional need or spiritual need, you did it. You carried the torch through.
Well, we have a really great team, but we didn't think that the kids needed to go without camp. They had already been in the house or locked up or whatever since March, and the foster parents needed it. The kids needed it. As a sister nonprofit to you guys, y'all needed it. I knew the last thing I wanted to do is make another nonprofit struggle during COVID. And it had already been funded. And so why would we cancel it? Let's see if we can do this COVID-wise and in COVID. And we did a great job. We took temperatures. We were very safe. And not one case of COVID from from our camp. And we liked it so much and we had so much fun that we came back a couple weeks later and had an encore day. And the campers just loved it. We were only able to serve local children, but still, those local kids just absolutely loved it. And looking forward to 2021 so that we can bust the kids in that come a little bit further and they'll be able to.
Still
enjoy
locally,
that.
though, I think you guys were able to serve, was it 70 something?
I think it was around 80 kids that came.
Okay.
And then I think we had all but 2 come to the encore day. And kids just, they love this camp. And back to the volunteer, if you want to tell a child for the first time, I love you, you're special, come to our camp.
Yeah.
I could tell you story after story of these little girls and these little boys looking into our counselor's eyes going, nobody's ever told me that.
Yeah.
And,
And I think our staff, we try to prep our staff for your camp time too, because it is different. It's a very different time, not difficult time. It's a very different time of just sensitivity, of making sure you connect with kids more than you've ever connected with them before, so they feel that joy and that support from another individual. Because that's one thing that camp does for anybody. It doesn't matter if you're in foster care or you come from the suburbs. It builds lasting, lifelong relationships and friendships. And I think your kids were able to look into our college staff and change their hearts too.
Oh, I know we did, because a shout out to your staff. We served several local children's homes, and weekends later, your staff on their free time, they were going to serve at that children's home. So, yeah, I think we really connected with your staff, especially I think some of your staff, they told me they were going to become foster parents later in life. So
awesome.
I think we touched more than just the kids' hearts at camp this year.
What a great, just thinking out of the box here, what a great, you guys are doing this for the kids, ministering for the kids, but what a great seed you're planting in all those college students too. Because what we've seen over the years is there's a huge entitlement that gets set in that age group's heart. And they come to camp and that entitlement's still there, but it starts to be broken down. And so what a great seed that at least of these of the Carolinas gets to sow into those 30 college staff's hearts of being that person that the hands and feet of Jesus.
We're raising up future foster parents.
Yeah.
Every time we have an event where volunteers can come in, I feel like there's some folks that are going to leave here and become foster parents because they were introduced to children in foster care and they never even had thought about doing anything for this population, but then they see their hearts. And once you, like David Platt says, once you see the heart or see the eyes or look into the eyes of an orphan, you can't not do something. And I feel like every time we have camp and every time we have Christmas and every time we do anything where outside people and volunteers can come in, it's only going to help in the future for children in foster care.
Yeah. So the bridge camp, it happens. Normally it's 4 nights, 5 days. The leaders come in early for some encouragement, food, and training. Let's talk about what's some of your favorite stories of camp. What's some of the best memories of your 4 years of doing the bridge camp here at Crowder's?
Well, it's just some practical memories. I remember one year we did it, and it may have been the first year, but there was a young girl, she was 16 years old, and she had really connected with her counselor. And she was living with a family member. So a lot of the kids we serve, maybe they are living with a family member. Maybe they aren't with foster parents, but they're living with a family member. And but that one of the family members was abusing her. And she had not felt comfortable enough to share that with her social worker or her guardian ad litem volunteers. So I feel like, man, for really practical, we were able to reach in and get her into a safe place. And so she did not go back home to that home. She was actually we were able to get the authorities involved, and she actually was picked up here at camp and put actually back into a foster home where she loved it. She messaged us later that day and said, thank you so much for caring enough to, speak for me. But aside from that, the stories of, some of these teenagers, they're angry, and they should be angry. I mean, the situation they are in, they are angry. Many of them already see counselors. They already, the foster parents are working with them. And so having those foster parents call me days later after camp, I don't know what y'all did, but her counselor says she's talking to him now, and she's talking to us, and we've never seen her smile as much as she smiled here. And it's just those stories, and they're overwhelming, the amount of those stories that come out. And then the kids that do come up to you and say, I never knew that people loved me or cared about me until camp. And I mean, the list goes on and on. I could talk about stories from camp, because that is probably the one time that we get so much time with these kids. I mean, camp, even as a child, camp is your life changes at camp, because there's so much concentrated time, I guess, and spending the night and all of that. And so these kids have just never had anybody, aside from if they're in a new foster home or whatever, but investing in them like this and telling them you're important, you care. All of the messages that we do are geared for that population of there's a father that loves you, and that's very hard for them. I mean, that's hard for me to understand, and I have a good daddy, but that's hard for kids to understand when maybe their daddy hasn't loved them the way they should, or whatever the case may be. So those stories, I mean, I just feel like what happens at Bridge Camp, Selena and I, a lot of times we'll sit in the very back of this barn and just weeping, watching the kids respond to the counselors, to the worship. It is a special place. And we always want to recreate camp moments, but you can't. You got to come back every year to get those camp moments. And if you haven't volunteered, talk to one of our volunteers, because camp will absolutely change you for the good. One of my staff members won't even come in the barn when Chris Howell's speaking, because she just can't. It's just such a special time, and she comes undone every time she's in here. Yeah. But Chris Howell is a talented guy that comes in and has had a similar backstory, and so he just resonates with these kids, and they really just want to know that somebody cares. They want somebody to sit beside them and cry and just tell them it'll be okay, that there is somebody that loves them, and no matter what the circumstance that they are in that moment, it will get better. God does love you. And it's a hard place for us to be. It's emotionally hard. I say it's an easy mission trip. It is emotionally the hardest thing you'll ever do. And you have to be prepared for that, because you will emotionally become undone. If you've never been exposed to children that have been through because they've been through some stuff that I can't even imagine. Right. You have to be ready for that emotionally, but they need us as Christians and believers. We got to step up, because that's what God's called us to do, is to be here for these kids and to kind of speak into their lives and fill in the gaps for them. So camp's just really special. And I appreciate your staff. Y'all are always so kind and loving. And I feel like we're all stressed out when we get here, but about the second day, we're in our groove and we're rolling, and it all turns out just exactly how God plans it.
That's the way every camp is, not just yours. Every camp is that way. We both apply for grants. Lisa Dees is a nonprofit organization. Crowder's Camps is a nonprofit organization. We both apply for probably some of the same grants. Not that we're competing or nothing. They have grant cycles that we go and apply at. In what I've found out over this past year, because we've applied for a bunch, a lot of grant organizations see us as non-essential. It's not food, shelter, that's life essential. That camp's not life essential. And I agree with that statement. We're not life essential. If a kid never shows up for camp, they will survive. As long as they have food and shelter, all that stuff, those life essentials, they will survive. But I must say, the reason why you see emotion in mine and Susanna's face is because the power of camp is something that creates what I call landmark moments. That there's places in time where these kids will remember, just like I interviewed a girl yesterday, Brooklyn, who remembered sitting on top of those risers when God wrecked her. God changed her life up there. And through all these kids that at least these are the Carolinas and Crowder's Camps are able to minister to all summer long, packed 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, absolutely no breaks. We give them what we call landmark moments that for the rest of their life, they get to look back at that moment, at that leader's eyes, at that statement that the leader said, at that place where the Holy Spirit of God got a hold of them, and they can remember that landmark and be like, that's what I want to do and become better, greater than what they ever could imagine themselves being. So regardless, what anybody else says, I believe it's critical to try, and that's the reason I exist on this earth. I believe it's critical to try to get as many kids into a camp environment as possible, because it is an incubator. It's an incubator for relationships. It's an incubator for discipleship. It's an incubator for hope, trust, all those essential things in life that I believe if a kid has those essential things, they will be able to find food. They will be able to find shelter, and because they will be able to make the wise decisions needed to be able to find those essential things in life. So definitely camp's not over water and food, but I think they go hand in hand. And as viewers, as you sit there and you think about praying about giving to our organization, when you give to Crowder's Camps, you're giving through us to impact this generation now. And this whole day is about raising money, because COVID-19 has literally taken away almost 70% of our income this year, which they would have been expenses in there too. But we're more or less trying to gear up for January, February, and March, which are looking to be very slow months for our camp. And we want to be able to offer those scholarships to kids. We have kids that contact us about all of our camp weeks needing partial scholarships and things like that. And we want to be able to take this money, but we want to be able to operate, and we want to be able to give to kids. But I'm going to stop the giving right now for a second and say to you that LOTCarolinas.com, you can also give to them. So it's not just about Crowder's Camps today, but it's also about at least these of the Carolinas. If your heart goes out for foster kids, and maybe God's just kind of just leaning on your heart right now, go to their website and donate to them. You don't have to donate to Crowder's Camps. You can donate to them, because I believe we are truly partners, and we get to reach kids. Andy Stanley said one time, "Don't partner, pioneer." Don't pioneer, partner. Excuse me. Don't. Oh, I did that wrong. Sorry, Andy. Text me about it later. But don't pioneer, partner. We could go out and potentially try to start hey, we're doing this week just for foster kids, but that means a whole lot of work on our side. That's a lot of work that we have to get off of our regular routine and go straight towards. I know you contact DSS a lot. They're involved in kind of helping advertise a little bit, I believe.
Well, it's just a lot of the background checks and making sure that DSS knows where these kids are, because they are staying overnight. But I would also just like to just plead with you to give. And back to what you said about COVID, I think camp in 2021 is even more important, because I know the suicide rate is up. I don't know if you have teenagers. I have teenagers, and this has affected them emotionally. Yeah. So if they don't have somewhere in 2021 to come and try and unpack what has happened over the last 12 months, as adults, we can't comprehend it. Yeah. But for these kids, there are worse things than COVID. I keep telling the people that there's worse things. And when you close down, for us, kids that need help, that are usually in school and they can reach out for help, they've been locked in with their abusers all this time. Please give, so that we can give these kids in foster care and the other kids that you serve camp. They need this emotional outlet to be able to unpack what has happened this past year. So please, in 2021, whatever you were going to write that check for, double it so we can have more kids at camp. Yeah. If you want to specifically serve least of these Carolinas and send a kid to camp, go to our website. You can pay for one kid to come to camp. Yeah. That helps. But give to this ministry, because we are partners. We work together. It takes both of us working really hard. You do what you do, and you do it well. I do what I do, and hopefully I do it well.
You do it well.
So, but it takes both of us working together to serve this purpose and for God's will. So I encourage people, please, 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 please give.
Adopt a box, all the way from $1 to $310, which almost everybody can make one of those boxes. So take a moment and adopt a box, and we're going to go down to our next segment.
All right. Well, I'm here with Evan now for another giving update. Evan, I really haven't seen you around much today. Where have you been?
So I've been upstairs running basically everything that's going on the show and everything. So I've been running from the cameras and everything like that, to sound, everything from Pro Presenter to everything going on. So it's been a really fun time working here.
Fantastic. Well, thank you for taking a second and running
Oh,
down
absolutely.
just to do this given update with
Oh,
me.
absolutely.
We have several updates to give. Our first update, well, first off, one thing I wanted to explain is we've talked before about if you say you really, really want to give $46, but someone already gave $46.
Right.
One thing we can do is we can add contributions together to take up a larger box. Well, another thing we can do is we can take a contribution and split it up into several smaller boxes. So we're going to see a few of those right here where one contribution is going to take up several of the smaller boxes.
Ooh.
So our first contribution is $50 in memory of Mike Ellis. Now that we've watched that video, so we're so thankful to his family for donating $50 in memory of him. We're going to use that to take up the $12, $13, and $25 box. So while Evan works on that, another testimony. Annika says, I was born and raised in a Christian household, so I have been following Christ for a while. However, my 11th grade year in high school really caused a lot of challenges in my walk with Christ. The summer after I had the opportunity to intern at Crowder's, here I connected with one of the greatest groups of people who encouraged me to deepen my connection with Christ and supported me through the process of getting baptized after our time at camp.
Yeah,
It's an
awesome
amazing testimony.
Yeah.
I appreciate it's so cool to see the actual hands-on what's happening in campers' lives and interns' lives. And we've even talked about what's going on in lead staff's lives because of their ministry and because of what God's doing here at camp. So, all right, our next contribution is $100 from Tim Roop. We appreciate that so much. Thank you. And again, we're going to break this up. We're going to use this for several smaller boxes. So, Evan, here's a couple cards, and we're going to use these to adopt several of the smaller boxes. While he works on that, a testimony from Lauren. Camp changed my life. I went into it expecting to see other lives change, but getting to serve and hear the testimonies of campers changed my life and made me realize you never truly know what someone goes home to. My favorite moment looking back was seeing a camper at the front breaking down into tears by herself, and I was able to just embrace her and pray over her. It changed my life tremendously. And one more testimony from Kate. I applied to be an intern at Crowder's because it sounded like a fun way to spend my summer, but it completely changed my life. Being surrounded by other interns allowed me to grow in my faith and create friendships that I can rely on to build my relationship with God. Plus, being able to see campers discover and grow to trust the Lord is the coolest thing ever. And before we move on to our next segment, we have one other very special contribution today.
Ooh, what could it be?
And this contribution is from Bonnie Roberts and Ensemble Health Partners. This donation is $1,000 in memory of Mike Ellis.
Yeah, let's go.
Thank you so much.
Let's
so if
go.
you would please put this
Oh,
on
absolutely.
the $1,000 board just to mark off that spot. That spot was adopted again in memory of Mike Ellis. All right, thank you guys so much. Now we are going to move on to another testimony from a lead staff person. We are going to keep discovering why camp. Why do we think that camp ministry is valuable? How do we see it changing lives? So we're going to go over to the why for Grayson Phillips.
What is up, everybody? My name is Grayson Phillips, and I'm the production director here at Crowder's Camps. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Camp-A-Thon. I hope you're enjoying it. We've been putting a lot of work into this, so you have something nice to look at. So thank you so much for joining. I just want to tell you a little bit about myself, why I started working here in camp ministry at Crowder's Camps, and why I keep working here. So I'm going into wrapping up my second year here at Crowder's Camps. And a little fun fact, I'm actually the only person on lead staff that started here as a camper and then went into being on staff here. So about 3 years ago, let's see, I think it was 2017. 2016 was my first year here. No, 2017. One of those years. I came here with my kids. I was a youth leader at my church. We came here, had a great time. It was really my first time ever going to camp, so it was a new experience for me. Got to do a lot of things I've never done before. Able to build those bonds with my students, and it was a great time. The whole year after that, all I could think about was camp. Could not wait to get back to camp and make those memories again with my students. 2018 was my second year here, coming with my students. We came here, and I could already tell there was something in the works, something that God was going to do at the camp. So I remember one session, the barn had just got built. It was a brand new barn. I was sitting up in the risers on this side over here. And the preacher was Caleb White. He was preaching a message. And he actually said before he came out, he was like, I want to prophesy. Everybody in this room is going to get touched by the Holy Spirit tonight. Which I was like, that's crazy, you know, every single person in the room, like, really? Sure enough, the entire barn, all 350 people were absolutely wrecked by the Holy Spirit. There was a moment where I was on my knees on the risers just crying out to God, and my students actually were coming over me, putting hands on me, and praying over me, which is something, you know, as a leader in youth, you're supposed to be the one that's praying over the students, supposed to be the one that's supposed to have it all together, and be that person that the student can look up to. But I really realized that, you know, I don't have it all together. No one has it all together. No leader has it all together, but that we can still be that person that they look up to by having those experiences with God and being sensitive to the Holy Spirit. So it was right over there on the risers. That was my biggest moment with God, my closest experience with him. So I just knew, you know, camp, there was something to do with camp here. I had to do something here. I thought about maybe joining summer staff, coming on the college staff. Didn't really know what to do. Before coming that summer, I was actually going to school up in Boston, studying musical theater there. God had some different plans that I didn't understand at the time. He was going to take me away from Boston, move me back home, which I was like disappointed with at first, but I was like, okay, God, I mean, you're steering, pedal to the metal, let's keep going wherever you take me, I'm there. So back home, kind of trying to figure out what my purpose in life is. And we're in a leaders meeting that same year of camp, and Jay Oliver was giving a message for all the leaders, and he said, and I still remember, he said, if you could do one thing for the glory of God and knowing that you wouldn't fail, what would it be? And I was like, man, I don't know. I don't know. And then God just put on my heart leading worship and doing worship. And so I was like, yeah, you know, leading worship, knowing I couldn't, if I knew I wasn't going to fail, I would want to lead worship for people. So yeah, that happened. The year kept on. I got pretty close with Dylan Moore, who was on the lead staff here, with some other people on staff here, started making friends. Summer ended, went and worked a catering job. Just kind of finding a job to do because I'm not going back to school, just needed something to do. And I get an email from Jay Oliver, who I'd never talked to. I've had actually one conversation with before this, and it was on the street because it was Western night, and I was wearing like overalls with a stick horse and, you know, going all out because that's what I do. And he just told me it was like, nice outfit. Only thing we'd ever talked. Only time we'd ever talked. Well, he emails me, and he's like, hey, Grayson, can we meet? I want to talk about getting you on the staff here. And I was like, that's insane. Jay wants to talk to me about being on the summer staff. Awesome. So I went to meet with him. We went and got lunch. And I'm like, okay, summer staff, let's go. But at the time, I was working a summer job with the Gastonia Grizzlies. So I was like, I don't know how this is going to work. But it's just summer. We'll figure out how it's going to work. You know, whatever. So in the interview, lunch, whatever you want to call it, he actually says he wants to bring me up on lead staff, full-time working at camp. And it hits me like, oh, crap. I've never had a full-time job before. This is a career that I'm getting into. This isn't a job. And it's just like, wow. I've never talked to this man before at all. And he's just stepping out on a limb, taking a leap of faith and offering a job to me. So I'm like, yeah, I'll do it. Absolutely. So I get started. And then I quickly realized that your job title when you're in camp ministry changes up. You're not one thing. You're a Swiss Army knife, like Jay always says. So, you know, learning all kind of different stuff, doing different jobs along the way. Job title changing constantly because I'm constantly learning new things, constantly adding more tools to my Swiss Army knife. until eventually summer 2020 comes and we need a worship team. And Jay knew that I had some buddies together and we like to sing worship songs and stuff. And he takes another leap of faith and is like, do you want to lead worship this summer? So there, just from that, the one thing that I said I would do for the glory of God is happening here at camp. You know, the moment where I've had the closest experience with God, the moment where I've got to witness life change in all my students and students from other churches, you know, that's happening. All this stuff where I'm hearing God speak to me, it's all happening here at camp. That's just, you know, a couple of the things and experiences I've had here at camp. It's truly an amazing place where walls break down, barriers break down, and you just get to experience the glory of God and the love of God, and you get to cry and you get to have fun, and all of that in just one place. It's amazing. So that's a little bit about who I am, what I do here, and why I continue to work here. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you so much for tuning into the Camp-A-Thon. If you want to give to this ministry and donate, please consider it. It is more than just giving us money. It's partnering with us so that more experiences like this can happen to students all across the area. When you give to us, I mean, it's not really giving to us, it's giving back to God and opening up different opportunities for people to experience Him. So if you're interested in that and joining us on this journey, please make sure you go to crowderscamps.com, and it should be information on there that can get you to giving. So thank you so much. Hope you have a great day. Talk to you later.
Hey everyone, today we're asking you to give through Crowder's Camp so we can impact this next generation and beyond for Christ. 6 years of ministry, over 1,000 kids have given their life to Christ. Hundreds of kids have felt the call to ministry, and over 13,000 people come to this campus every year and grow in their faith. This can only happen with sacrificial giving from parents, grandparents, and donors like you who are willing to give. Today we're celebrating what God has done, and we're doing Adopt a Box. So you can give $1 or $310 or whatever amount God has laid on your heart. Today we believe your gift will have a residual impact for the kingdom of God and impact hundreds and thousands of kids. So give. There's 5 ways to give. Number 1, crowderscamps.com. Number 2, you can mail your checks into P.O. Box 1, Laurel, North Carolina 28098. Number 3, you can drive. Come on over here. I would love to see you. 130 Camp Rotary Road, Gastonia, North Carolina 28052. Number 4, call us 704-915-1096, and we can take your payment over the phone, your gift over the phone. And number 5, you can pray. Pray for today that we can raise the funds we need and that we can impact many, many generations to come. Thank you for giving through Crowder's Camp and helping us impact this generation now and beyond.
All right, Brittany and I are back with another giving update. And Brittany, I understand there's one you would like to read out for us.
Yeah, my big sister, Aisha Cole, just donated $11, so I'm going to post those up here.
Woo! All right, thank you so much, Aisha. We appreciate that. I'm going to read a testimony real quick, and then we have one more donation. So Jaden says, the friendly atmosphere of camp blew me away. I felt immediately accepted and loved. I made some of my best friends and memories there. And then before we move on, we have another donation, a $28 from Nave. We appreciate that so much. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
And we see that the board is starting to get filled up towards the top. We still have some of the smaller amounts available. If you're just looking to chip in a little bit, I know it's been a weird year for everybody, but we still need $1. We need $2, but we also need amounts all the way up to, we've got all the way down into the hundreds or even the thousands. So we thank you guys so much for contributing, being a part of this day. Please still get on social media, send us messages, send us testimonies, share, and consider donating at crowderscamps.com. Now we're going to be moving into another segment. We're going to be talking more about the behind the scenes of some of the things that we do around camp. So I know you may come here and see all the fun. You see the fun, you see the food, you see the buildings and all of the worship services, but you may not know what goes into the behind the scenes or how all of that works, or maybe some of the training involved for our staff to make that happen. So the next session we're going to go into is with Nathan and Grayson. They're going to be talking about some of the adventure activities here at camp and do a session on everything that goes into that. Before they do, we're going to go through one more testimony from Avery. Interning at Crowder's Camps has allowed me to tap into the true purpose and plan that God has for me. From listening to campers' testimonies to just taking out the trash, I've been able to experience the joy that comes from serving the Lord. Through interning, I have also been able to make lifelong friendships with my brothers and sisters in Christ. Thank you, Avery. Again, we really appreciate all of our interns taking some time putting in testimonies. So we are going to be heading over and talking about high adventure activities here at camp.
All right. Thank you, Emily. Thank you, guys. This is Grayson.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
They said they're doing good.
Oh.
Yeah, you didn't hear him?
I can hear
yeah,
him
I can
now.
hear you. I can hear all the way from Crowder's Camps here. Okay. All right. We're going to be talking a little bit about high ropes, just aerial adventure stuff. What do we do here? What kinds of things we have, that sort of thing. If you've never been here before, maybe you have no idea, you don't know what high ropes is. Chances are, if you're a kid, you probably know what it is. Maybe you've been on it, maybe you haven't. We get a lot of new faces that have never done anything like this before in their life. So when they see these things, they're like, I don't know. And then we'll talk a little bit about why we do them. So why do high ropes?
Yeah,
Grayson?
so I think that an important part of life as you're going is trying new things, but also tackling obstacles and facing fears. And that's exactly what high ropes is about. It's about putting your trust in what you need to put your trust in, and tackling the things that scare you the most. I personally am terrified of heights, and overcoming that. And now I'm one of the main high ropes guys. So
Yeah, me.
overcoming that.
Yeah,
just lets you
I
continue
have
with
no
stuff.
problem getting up 30 feet in the air. It doesn't faze me. I've just always kind of been that way, but we're opposites in that way.
Yep.
Now I think, Grayson, you love it. Now that you've
do.
gone up there, you've done it, you've conquered your fear.
Absolutely.
That's one thing we talk about when we do the high rope stuff is conquering fears. Some people have fear of spiders.
Yeah.
Some people have fear of bacon.
Snakes.
I just made that up. It's National Bacon Day. Did you know that?
National Bacon Day.
Okay.
Get your bacon.
It is, yeah. Spiders is a big one. I don't like spiders. I actually would rather deal with a snake than a spider. I don't like spiders.
Don't like snakes.
There's lots of woods around here, so I get to conquer my fear every day as being operations director. So, so let's see. Team building is a big one because you've got people on the ground that's kind of just, not screaming at you, but just kind of coaching you through it.
Absolutely.
Hey, we love you. You can do it. That sort of thing.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And that's a big part of it. We've got different obstacles on some of these things, which we'll talk about here in a minute, that involved all of your senses as far as touch and feel. That's the same thing, by the way. Just looking ahead and going through big ropes and reaching out. All kind of different things. That's not very easy, especially for a middle school kid, maybe a sixth grader. Maybe their arms aren't as long. And so we'll talk more in depth about that here in just a second. But what kind of high adventure things do we offer, Grayson?
Yeah, so we have 4 different high ropes courses at the camp. We have 2 here at Crowder's Ridge and 2 at our other camp, Crowder Spring. But here at Crowder's Ridge, we have the good old Leap of Faith and
Leap
the
of
Giant
Faith.
Swing. And Nathan, you want to tell us about the Leap of Faith, what that is?
So the leap
No,
of
you love
faith
that.
is exactly what it sounds like. It is a huge leap of faith.
It is.
So it's a 30-foot pole. When I say pole, it's like a telephone pole. 30-foot pole that you have to climb up on.
Yep.
So you climb it. Obviously, you're harnessed in. That's why we're wearing these rigs here. Okay. He's got a participant rig on right now. That kind of shows you what you would be wearing. He's got his helmet on. You climb up the pole, 30 feet in the air, and there's a platform up there, a small, maybe 2x2 platform. And you stand there.
Yeah, and you're swaying in the wind.
Oh, the pole moves.
You're looking for Charlotte.
It's made to do that. It's made to do that. The pole does move a little bit. And so you're making my palms sweat just right now. You know what I'm saying? And you're up there and you're looking down and you're going, oh my gosh, what have I just done? But everybody on the ground is giving you high fives and cheers, and just cheering you on. And then out in front of you is a ball. Tell us about the ball.
Yep, so it's a red ball. Going back to that team building aspect of it, one thing we like to do is when you're on the top, obviously it's scary. It's very brings up a lot of fear just thinking about it. But when you get to the top, we like to tell the people participating to go ahead and share something a fear in their life if they feel comfortable. Just share a fear that they want to overcome, and we let that red ball resemble the goal or achieving that fear. So what they're doing is trying to jump over fear, accomplish fear, and smack the red ball before getting lowered down.
So what are some things that you've hear kids say or students say, like that maybe their goal in life is?
Yeah, well, obviously for the fear one, when they get up there, I say, what's a fear? And they're like, heights. And I'm like, oh, yeah, well, I get that too. A goal, I've had a school group come, and we've had some seniors, and a goal they might have is going to college. Or applying to the right college, getting into their college and stuff. And that's a lot of high school groups that we deal with. That's kind of a big thing is like what I'm going to do after high school. If I'm going to go to college, am I going to get a job, achieving that goal? But we have different goals.
I've heard, hey, I want to be in the Navy. I really want to strive to be a Marine.
Yep.
I've heard one girl say, I wanted to be the best mom that I can be.
Wow.
And that blew me out of the water.
Yeah.
I want to be a banker, or I want to be, whatever it is.
Yeah.
I've heard those different types of things. And so that's what that ball represents. And then the moment comes.
Yep.
We say, all right, are you ready? They're attached to the rope, A belayer's ready at the bottom. And the goal is to take that leap of faith, leap off that pole, and smack that ball.
Absolutely.
And as they do that, we lower them to the ground safely as can be.
Yep.
And that's one of the obstacles that we have called the leap of faith. What's another obstacle we have right there next to the leap of faith?
Right beside the leap of faith, we have the giant swing. It's 3-person giant swing. So you can go 3 people at a time, 2 people, or you can go by yourself with 1 person. But basically, it's a giant swing. You get pulled up to the top, and it's a ripcord style system. So you're holding onto 2 ropes, and once you release those ropes, you're swinging. So the good thing about the giant swing is that you get the choice of how high you want to go. You can go to the top, you can go halfway, you can go a quarter. Different things like that that give you that choice.
Yeah, if you choose to go to the top, it's around 30 feet or so, I would say.
Actually a picture.
Yeah, awesome. Check that picture out.
You can see the fear.
Yeah, listen, when you're going up there, you're with your friends, you're hanging out. When they pull you back on that winch, you can tell them when to stop. You go all the way to the top, and you drop. It's the greatest feeling. It's sort of like weightlessness for a second, and then there's a pause. Have you noticed when you're running it? There's like a pause of like 3 seconds of silence, and then sheer terror. As they go and swing. And then once they get to that apex of that swing, they're like laughing and crying, and just a good kind of cry.
Yes,
they're laughing. So that's always a fun one to see for sure. What's another activity?
Yeah, so over at Crowder Spring, we got the Mega Zip, which is, you probably know how long that zip line is.
It's almost 500 feet.
500 feet.
Long.
The company that was building the zip line said this is it was the fastest zip line they had built at a camp.
Yeah.
So that thing
around
flies.
25 miles an hour.
Yeah, it's
as you're the
super
fastest
fun.
point.
But yeah, we got the Mega Zip, and then we got the aerial park. If you want to talk a little about that.
Yeah, the aerial park is a great one. I think there might be a picture, but that's got different obstacles.
Yeah.
First obstacle is the big cargo net. You have to climb up. Once you get to the top, we have something called the koala system we attach you to, which is this thing right here. We'll talk more in depth, I guess, about this. But this is a static belay. So as you get up there, you're put on this system. You cannot come off until you reach the end. Obviously, as facilitators, we can get you off the course safely. We can lower you to the ground safely if we need to. But this is a foolproof way for nobody just to fall off. Oh, I unclip this, That's a big no. We, as Abby said earlier, if you're watching the stream, I kind of train interns. I'm strict for obvious reasons. We make sure safety is #1 priority at Crowder's camps. But that's the koala system. They get on that, and then they have to take that first obstacle, which is.
Oh,
do you remember?
Gosh, yes, the first obstacle. Well, I mean, you have the belay system, which we'll talk about a little later. Or you can do the log roll. Well, it doesn't roll; it's just a log.
It's just a log you walk across. It's a telephone pole.
The easiest obstacle, Yeah, catwalk.
Like
That's
a
what it's called.
catwalk,
It's just a
yep.
log that you walk across. It's the easiest obstacle, but we put that one first because, I mean, that's, your first obstacle.
That
You
one's
wanna
pretty
ease
easy.
them
It
into.
doesn't
Yeah.
move. You're good. You're golden. You just walk across it. You can hold on to your tether the whole time as you go across. Then you reach something called
The not easiest one.
The not
Burma
easiest one,
Bridge,
the
and that's
Burma
where
Bridge.
We have the most participants having the most trouble is that Burma
Yeah,
Bridge.
so basically it's ropes,
Yeah.
like a U shape, and you have to walk across the ropes. Of course, you can grab with your hands, and as you walk across those, it's kind of tough,
Yeah.
even for me. But kids get through it, and they love it. Once they get past that, you
Then we
remember
got
what's
the
next?
Bigfoot walk.
Yeah, the big-
or- yeah, it's just
yep.
big feet.
Big plastic
Looks like
feet.
Bigfoot.
You just walk from one to the next.
Mhm.
And remember, you're about 25 feet up
Yep.
in the air at this point, and you're walking across those things. Nothing to hold on to. You do have a tether that you can hold on to. Once you get past that, is I don't know what would you call the next one?
The wire walk.
Wire walk. Yep. So you're walking across this rope, and there's a rope to hold on to. So you kind of have to lean forward 25 feet up in the air, and you walk across that thing.
So you're
leaning
leaning forward and you're facing.
Now
straight
listen,
down, like
I have
going
a daughter
across.
that's watching at home. Maya, 2 daughters, Maya and Lily. They're probably watching. Hey, I love you. But they did it. And Maya, I love her. She's scared of heights. She didn't get that from me. But she did it.
Yep.
And I was super proud of her. I saw her. She watched maybe 5, 6 people go, and then she eventually did it. And my jaw hit the floor. I think I was running zip line.
Yeah.
And I was just like, you go, girl. She did it, and I was proud of her. She did the whole thing, and she loved it. But the time she got to the end, she's like, I want to do that again. So once you get past that, what's next?
After that, I believe, is our final obstacle before the zip line part is the broken bridge. That's what it's called.
broken bridge,
So
yeah.
it's basically just a bridge. Going across a bridge that high up in general is kind of scary, but it's a broken bridge. Every other step is missing on
Yeah.
it. So you're trying to step over broken pieces as you're walking across.
Yeah.
Very scary, for sure.
Yeah, and then the last obstacle is the zip line. So you get to zip over this creek, basically beautiful
yeah.
creek. You zip down to the end, and as you're going, people are pretending they're Spider-Man because it's an awesome feeling to be able to zip line across this creek. And you reach the platform at the end, then that's at the platform at the end is where you can walk off, and you walk off that koala system. Okay, so a lot of cool things that we have. Next question: what kind of things do you, as a facilitator? Excuse me. What kind of things do you encounter as a facilitator on the course?
Yeah.
Just what kind of things?
So, different things. Some of them funny. Some of them scary. I mean, for the kids, obviously, every kid usually is pretty scared doing it. But some different funny things. I'm trying to think of. There was one time. Well, I guess we'll cover this in the next segment of this too.
Yeah.
But some funny things is that we had a student that after the mega zip, you actually have to belay down on this true blue right here. But it's basically like on when you're climbing up a rock wall, the thing that's holding you up and you have to fall down. And that's very scary, going down the true blue. So they'll do the zip line, they'll be really accomplished by doing the mega zip, and then they realize they have to do that. Well, I had a participant who really had to use the bathroom. One of our rules is to use the bathroom before you get harnessed up. They didn't. Had to use the bathroom
Great
really bad.
rule. Great rule. Love that
Also,
rule.
They were obviously scared to do the true blue, so they were stuck up there. So he had to battle if he was gonna do the true blue, overcome that fear, and go use the bathroom, or if he was gonna just keep holding his bladder and then stay up there. So that was a really funny moment. For
I
sure.
saw one. Now listen, it's gonna sound scary, but I promise it wasn't scary. I saw a kid. I say a kid. He was like 11th grader.
Yeah.
He did the giant swing. I could tell he's a little bit nervous. He got to the top. They let go, and they started swinging, and the boy passed out. He have you seen those things like at Myrtle Beach and different things? Those big things that people pass out on.
Yeah.
Well, he just passed out.
Gone.
Oh, it was everybody. I knew he was okay. Obviously, he wasn't in any kind of danger.
Yeah.
But it was one of those things I just kind of had to chuckle. And of course, he was okay. Everything was fine. That's probably the funniest thing I've seen.
Yeah.
That and people just swatting at bees while they're up there and trying not to,
True.
that's that's always you just never know what you're gonna get with people.
Yeah.
They're people, right?
A little fun fact about that giant swing you're talking
Yeah.
about. I just thought of it. If there's any Carolina Panther fans out there, Jonathan Stewart
That's right.
actually did our giant swing.
That's
so
right.
that was really cool.
Running
seeing
back for the
Jonathan
Panthers
Stewart, yeah, running back for
in
the
the past,
Panthers,
yep.
doing the giant swing. He took it like a champ. I don't think he screamed. But he might
I wasn't here
have.
for
don't
that. I
know.
didn't get to see him.
But he did do that, so that's pretty
All right, I
cool.
want to do one thing. I'm gonna ask Jay Oliver if he'll come up here real quick. We're gonna gear him up, okay? We're gonna gear him up, kind of just show you our procedure on how we get you ready, that sort of thing. So Jay, come on up. All right. Once you grab you gotta have a helmet.
Yes.
Gotta have a helmet.
And for my people in the booth, I believe you need to unmute Jay's microphone so you can hear him.
Lord, please bless me.
There we go.
Lord,
All right, we've all got our.
This one's defected. It doesn't have one side. I'm just kidding.
You probably put it on wrong.
It's me. It's me.
That's okay. We call these our turtle shells or brain buckets. They protect your noggin, obviously.
Yes.
So, tell us about the brain bucket for a moment.
Yeah, so...
what to do, what not to do.
Yeah, like he said, we call them turtle shells too. And that's because we have a saying, happy turtles, not sad turtles. So if you see a turtle, and it's like this, that's a happy turtle. But
Makes
then if
sense.
it's flipped over on its back, obviously a sad turtle. So we want to have happy turtles instead of sad turtles. The
Yeah, so-
reason for that is that the sun will beat down on this, and there's like some styrofoam in here and cushion in here. I don't know if you can kind of see it, but we want the sun not to erode that. So that's why we want the happy turtles.
That's
what
right.
They say
Yeah,
secure.
you never see a turtle upside down that's having a good day.
No.
So we want to just keep those. If you take them off, just put them down on the ground like that. Then we
Nice.
go through a check, make sure they're strapped up. Let me get
Nice.
Jay. Let me go and get you 2 fingers underneath the neck strap here.
Nice.
Good. We don't want it to be too tight.
Yep.
We want you. Oh, you're good. Good. Perfect. Now let me go ahead and get your rock and roll.
Like
You're
you're at a
doing
skillet
earlier.
concert.
All right. So if it's too loose, we don't want that. So it looks like you're good. It's on perfect. Good job. All right. Now we're gonna grab the harness.
Oh, here we go. One of our participating harnesses. Let me go ahead and loosen this up for you.
Thank you so
Here, I
much.
think this one's good.
Ah, perfect.
Here you
Okay.
go, Jay.
Oh, thank you guys so much.
You're welcome.
And I just put it on like a pair of drawers.
Obviously, we would have you. We're going to take a little bit of shortcut here because he already technically. All right, go ahead and put it down.
Put it on,
Go ahead and
like
put
I'm
it
putting
on.
on some drawers.
Yes, sir. Like draws. Which I assume you know how to do.
There's
since you
leg
have
one
some on.
draw.
All right, there we go.
Let's see here.
And one more.
All right,
There we go. Perfect.
perfect TV moment right here.
Then you pull them up.
All right,
like
go ahead and pull
this.
them up over your shoulders.
Okay.
You got some suspender-looking
There you
things. Just
go.
put those over your shoulders.
Just let it hang there.
Good, perfect. Now, while that's hanging on you, let's go through something real quick called the 5-finger contract. Okay, Grayson, you want to lead us through that?
Absolutely. So we got the 5-finger contract. We're going to start with our pinky finger and go all the way down to our thumb. So pinky is the smallest finger on our hand, so it's the weakest finger. But we want to make that represent safety. So our main concern, safety is our #1 priority in everything we do at the camp. But with the high ropes, we definitely want to make sure everyone stays safe during the whole time. That includes listening to what the facilitators, we would be the facilitators, have to say. So if we tell you to do something, it's for your safety. So
Yes,
you
sir.
want to listen to us. Yeah. All right. The next one, if it's on your left hand, you'll have a ring finger. So that one will represent commitment. So we're going to commit to keeping you safe, the participant. I don't like it. I don't like that.
Let's keep that
Okay,
pinky up, buddy. Let's keep that pinky up.
And then we'll get to that in a second. And then
This is rated G here. Okay.
if you, as a participant, commit to us, listening to us so that we can
Okay.
keep you safe.
Yes, sir.
This one is what I thought you were doing to me a second ago, which usually represents negativity. We're going to turn around and make it positivity.
So middle finger is positivity,
Yes.
not negativity.
Yes,
Let's
we're
keep that positive.
So we want to keep positive the whole time. That means if you are up in the air, you're not going to scream, I'm going to die, I'm going to die, I'm going to die. You're going to stay positive, realize that you are safe. And that also for the people down below that
Yeah.
are supporting
That's a big one.
the people up there. Obviously, they're scared. So you want to support them. You don't want to call them wimps or anything for
Yeah.
staying up there.
You're not
they're
a
actually
wimp.
doing it, you're not. So
thank you.
you want to stay positive, support everyone while we're doing it. Next one is the pointer finger. So if you point at someone, you got 3 fingers right here pointing right back at you. So we're going to make this one represent accountability.
Yeah.
That means you're going to be accountable for yourself, and you're not going to, and you're going to be accountable for others as well. So if
Yes,
you see a strap on someone that looks wrong or something like that, you're going to check on that.
Absolutely.
You just want to you want to be accountable for you and everyone else. And then the last one, the thumb, what we say is if you agree with all these, you're just going to give us thumb up. to complete the 5-finger contract.
If you
So
don't
that's what we do
agree,
with everyone,
give us a thumbs down. You can have a seat.
Yeah, you cannot do this.
We've got a thumbs up. All right,
Oh,
we're
nice,
good. We've
nice,
gone through
nice.
that contract. He agrees
Yes.
with everything. Now we're going to go ahead and Grace is going to go ahead and lead you through this.
Absolutely. So we got these 2 straps. We like to do the waist straps first.
Yep.
Can you see over here? Yes, you can. Okay. So you want to tighten these evenly. So if you want to pull that side, I'll pull this side. And then we'll tighten it. Yep. Perfect. We're going to get snug. Now we're running a little short on time, so we're going to kind of abbreviate this. We'll do the legs next. You want to tighten those.
Grace,
Perfect.
great. Sure, can he touch you? Can
yeah,
you?
absolutely.
Can-
Good.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we always like to ask before we help
Absolutely.
the harnesses
We don't
if
just
can
jump in
assist.
there.
Yeah, we don't want to just jump in there.
We know each other.
Yeah. Awesome.
All right,
And then he'll
perfect.
get those. So we tend to like help them put on their harnesses. If they want to put it on themselves, they can. But the main thing is that we, as the facilitators, we're going to check that harness to make sure it's good before anyone ever gets on an obstacle.
Perfect.
Yep.
That's perfect. So we're going to go through the checks next, okay? So he's already done one of those, all right, which is you put your hand in your thigh belt here, make a fist as high as you can, and pull up. The goal is for it to not just fly out.
Yep.
Okay, you don't want it to. You just want to do that. That means it's a little bit too loose. So you're good there. It looks like both of them are good. All right, 2 fingers. We're gonna put them in the side of your waist belt, in the side, not the front.
Water guns.
Yeah, finger pistols. All right, good. If you can turn them and your fingers twist, that's great. That's exactly the way we want it. If you can turn it freely, it's a little bit too loose. Okay, you're good. Next, tabletop. Okay, we'll make sure. Good, perfect. So this is not too loose, not too tight. That's perfect. And you were golden. Go and give me the Superman, which you just did. Good. They're not falling off his shoulders. That's perfect. So you would be ready to go on the zip line. Let's talk real quick about some of the zip line stuff. Some of the equipment you might use. We would hand you this. This is called this is a zip trolley. This goes on the zip line. This is what you would zip down on.
Yep.
Okay. It attaches to you. And then you have a handle here to grab onto to go down the zip line. You've also got a safety tether that goes along with that.
Yep.
And of course, I showed you the koala system here earlier. That's what goes on the aerial course. So those are just some of the things we offer. Again, it's a great time. Kids love it. And if Jay wants, we'll go over there later at 10 o'clock tonight. We'll just let you do it. How about that? Because I know you're sad you don't get to do it now.
I know.
And here's the key of all this for you guys watching. Whether you like high rope stuff or not, you're like, man, I would never do that my whole life. All of this is a resource we use to reach kids for the gospel.
Yeah.
I mean, you talking about being scared. I mean, this really breaks down walls.
Yep.
It gets kids out of their pain and to be able to focus on the promises in which is in God's word.
Absolutely.
And this stuff costs money. We have a lot of money wrapped up into Rex so that we can reach the next generation for Christ.
Absolutely.
So he talked a little bit about breaking down walls. I had a experience this summer when we worked the foster camp. You can go have a seat. Thank you, bud. Appreciate it. Doing the True Blue, actually. So we had a kid go down the zip line. She was ecstatic. Let's just call her Sally. She was ecstatic. She had a great time with the zip line. Then came to True Blue. True Blue is where you have to, this is what safely gets you to the ground. There's not like a ladder you can go down or anything like that. You have to take the True Blue down, okay? So, which means you have to take a step of faith off of this platform, attached to this thing via a carabiner, which is around the back here, and step off.
Yeah.
That's not easy for anybody because that's not natural. Okay.
It's like the leap of faith.
It is sort of like the leap of faith, absolutely. And so I sat there for her for probably a good 15 minutes. People were waiting, but I sat there with her and I got to sit down. Remember, I don't know what she's gone through in her life. Sally, I had to talk with. I got the chance to kind of like open up to her a little bit and say, hey, listen, I don't know what you've been through in your life. I have no idea, but I need you to trust me.
Absolutely.
And you may not trust many people in your life, but you need to trust me. I have your best interests at heart. She wanted me to call 911 and get the fire department, which I did not do. But we got her down safely. But there was that moment of a good 5-6 minutes where I just kind of had to say, look, you're going to be okay. I'm right here with you. I can assist you in any way possible. And it broke down some walls in her heart. She did it. She loved it. I don't know that she would go on it again, but she did it, and she loved it. Once she got down at the bottom, which is 99% of the time we hear, is, man, that was actually fun.
That was not that bad.
Yeah. So that was one moment I got to share or got to see. I have had other moments on the aerial course as well where people are scared. but once you do it, you're excited. Bringing up moments of scripture from scripture memory game that we've did this past summer. Be courageous and strong, right, from Deuteronomy.
Yep.
So anyway, doing those things. We're going to send it right now back over to Emily at the fun wall to kind of give us a giving update, okay? Emily?
All right, we've got another giving update for you. Brittany, I know you have one you'd like to announce.
So here I am again. Another one of my sisters has donated $30.
All right.
Just so far.
And Brittany, if you just wanted to read off the other one for me, I'm sorry, I handed it to you too soon.
And we also have a $59 donation from Justin Thompson.
Very nice. Thank you so much. We appreciate these. We do still have quite a few boxes open, so we encourage you, please share. Get on your Instagram, get on your Facebook, share these posts, get on the YouTube video, share that. Help your friends and family know what's going on here today at Crowder's Camps. We've got a lot more to share with you. We're here till 9 p.m., so please keep sharing. Please keep encouraging others to invest in camp ministry and the changes it makes in people's lives. So for our next segment, we have an interview with Frank Stewart. Frank is a businessman, a visionary, and he's been a donor here at Crowder's Camps. He also serves on our board of directors, so we're very excited to watch and see his conversation with our director, Jay Oliver.
Hey, thanks for joining in to the Camp-A-Thon today. Today we're going to use this segment to kind of highlight some camp champions. And right here we have Frank Stewart, who is a great businessman, been in Gastonia most of his life, Kings Mountain area. He's a visionary. He just started a new company called Premier Body Armor. You can go to premierbodyanarmor.com and check it out. But Frank's been a huge friend to Crowder's Camp for its existence, not just for a month or 2 years, but since the whole thing started. Frank and Michelle Stewart and the Stewart family has been there. So I want to kind of tell you a little bit about that story. And Frank, you may not even want to recognize that you've been there since the existence, but you've been there since the very beginning.
No, I recall. I clearly, I remember the camp before the papers were signed and before you started the work.
So a little bit of history. God brought me as a student pastor to Bethlehem Church, and there was this big, giant, successful guy whose armor vehicle fabrication company was just blowing up. And I think it was like 2003 or 2004 is kind of when all that, because Noah, my son, he was 1 when he started working, going to Special Care, which is your wife's company and ministry, and so we had to meet somewhere around 2002, 2003. But I cast a vision at Bethlehem to do a camp there, and you were even generous at that moment. I remember a night, it was a Wednesday night. If I get emotional, just excuse me, it's not planned. But I remember a night where I did a message called Dare You to Move. And you and Bobby Gaddis and somebody else was outside the basement door at the fellowship building. And you generously helped us with some seed money to even begin that ministry. So camp, didn't know why, but camp's you've always been a part of the idea. Don't know why, but you were. And
I'm going to tell you why in a minute.
Hopefully it's a good why.
No, sure.
But so I was his oldest son's youth pastor for years, and I made a tragic mistake. One day I was asked to be the youth director, not the camp director, because I was kind of doing both things at once at Bethlehem, and I made a tragic mistake and left Bethlehem out of God's will. And that led us to one day me actually working for you at Ultra Machine and Fabrication in Shelby, North Carolina.
I remember those days.
And I remember coming up to you one day and saying, "Hey, you want to build you want to build a camp?" And just as fast as I said, "Hey, do you want to build a camp?" I mean, I can't build a camp, And that's it. That's all you said. And then I just kind of put my head down and just kind of walked away. So you know that camp's been in my heart, for a very, very long time, because God put it there. God placed that there. So this right here, ladies and gentlemen, if you're tuning in for the very first time during this day, he has been an incredible champion
for Crowder's Camps. And I would say, just to give you some background, when we started Crowder's Ridge, now it's Crowder's Camps, but when we started Crowder's Ridge, we had one donor, and his name was Fred McGee. And Fred McGee gave us $100,000, and we was able to sign the lease payment, buy a pressure washer, and start moving towards that direction. And then we had no one. So I started asking Frank if he would pray about being involved, and him and Michelle, if you don't know their last name, they're Stewart, generously came in, and I would say on record today that if it wasn't for the Stewart family, literally thousands of kids' lives will not be impacted. And as I've been going through getting ready for this whole Camp-A-Thon day and looking at old videos, and I even found an old letter that I wrote to you asking you to be a part of what we're doing. I'm blown away. We just last year, almost 13,000 kids came through the property, over 400 salvations. There's no telling how many hundreds of kids have felt the call to ministry or a call to run from the sin that they were entangled in, much less the pain that they've went through in their life. How many of those kids have received a healing from God because of the generosity and faithfulness of great men and women of God. And you, and Fred McGee are probably two of the top champions in that camp's ministry. So I want to say thank you and start asking some questions. Back in 2014 when, we pulled up and was talking to each other, and I was like, hey man, we need this and this. What made you want to get involved and invest and give generosity to Crowder's Camps?
Jay, you said a lot. You said a lot, but just kind of rambled a little bit around. However, let me tell you, you made a big impact on my kids. So 3 boys, from my oldest one to the youngest one, you had something to do in their lives. You touched them, and whether it was through in Sunday school or somewhere, but definitely in camps. So when you were at the beach, all the years you did the camps at the beach, kids look forward to that. I knew every year they would come back different, they have grown, they were deeper spiritually. So all those things, if my kids got to do it, man, why not your kid, right? Yeah. And it doesn't happen for free. Somebody's got to pay. Not everybody can afford to pay, but definitely somebody has to pay. So it really wasn't very difficult for us to want to partner. Now your vision sometimes is really big. It's a lot bigger than me in business. I got to be able to see it and touch it and feel it, and to be comfortable with it. And I had to sometimes just kind of ignore that and just see that you had a bigger eyes, and I don't know, you could see the future a little bit from a different perspective. When the camp here in Crowder's Mountain came about, and you had this idea, and you went negotiated, man, with all the people you had to negotiate for the land and all these things. It was incredible. That camp definitely needed a lot of assistance. It did. The buildings were, unfortunately, was just not used, and they were in shambles. And exactly, it was all a part of taking it to where it is today. And so it wasn't very hard to be part of it, because ultimately Michelle and I knew that any young person that came through there, their life was going to be impacted. Yeah. They were going to be challenged to make a decision. And many, hundreds have, and if they didn't, a seed was planted in their lives. So yeah, so being part of something like that was really cool.
And I remember you driving up. You made several, drop appearances. Meeting me, talking about, discussing, exchanging different things, and walking through the place and seeing it. Every week changing. We had volunteer groups come out from everywhere. You sent several crews over to help us redo a couple. I mean, we were literally just slapping plywood up on the walls. That was the finished product in year 1.
because nothing was operable. You know, everything was under a permit.
Yeah, but it's incredible. I mean, from 0 to year 1 was, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I mean, the cabins, the sleeping conditions, everything, living conditions were incredible. I mean, probably nicer than most camps, really, the truth be told.
Yeah, that's true.
Nicer than most. Hey, but let's talk about my 4-wheeler, man. No, just kidding.
That was the college staff and the golf cart.
Yeah, you all listen to that.
You were on our college staff in 2015. It was your fault. You owed this man money and an explanation.
Yeah,
You
my
did.
golf cart.
Yeah.
Oh, my golf
The
cart.
seat on his golf
Oh, my
cart.
gosh.
Yeah.
That was not good.
Yeah.
But that's beside the point.
But that's another good point. I mean, thank you guys for you guys saw those needs. We had no way to get people around and stuff around. You let us borrow some ATVs and things like that. And you guys sacrificed so much to help us. And I just hope that you guys know, man, the seed that you guys planted has grown into such a great ministry that, we're almost up to probably 75,000 kids that have been impacted. Yeah. And that's a weird statement to say because we have done, I'm going to brag on Jesus a little bit. I mean, this day in this whole Camp-A-Thon, we're celebrating 6 years of ministry at the camp. And most of our churches, they come 1 year and they keep coming back. Yeah. So I say 75,000, but, some of those kids have been all 4 years, and that's another great card to pull out too. They see the excellence and quality, and I know you as a businessman, you like to do things right, and you like to do them one time. You're not going to try something and fail. You want to see it succeed, and that's what I honestly, you don't know how many times. We were together for probably maybe 7-8 months at Ultra. And I saw you in a light that, you remember when I put the card in the box for you to read and everybody at the window and all of them laughed at me, but I was sincere. Until I have no reason to even bring that up. How many years has it been? 9 years, 8 years ago. But I learned so much by your leadership style and the people that follow you as well. Because people that you work with, they will follow your vision.
We had a good, God was so good to us. I mean, from our business perspective, when you're obedient, man, God just wants to bless you, right? Yeah. I mean, He wants to just open the doors, and you cannot outgive God.
Right.
And we definitely felt very fortunate to have God's blessing in our business. Yeah. And along the way, we were able to do a lot of really cool things for our employees and for their families. And from that came a lot of success in our business, a lot of financial success, a lot of the different successes that you can achieve. And through that financial success, we're able to then participate in other really cool ministries, right? So it's kind of, God knows, He knows what He's doing, right? Yeah, right. Goes all the way around. So, yeah, but those were the days, man.
So the first summer we were there, I needed a worship leader. And I had heard about Alex Stewart, and he was actually doing things at Bethlehem with student ministry, I think, then. So I called Alex up, and one night during the worship service, the first year was just a tent, event flooring. It rained and mud came in. It was terrible. But every one of those churches came back. But one night I remember looking back, and you and Michelle were there, and you were watching, and you came to see what you had invested in, but you also came to see Alex too. I want to take us back there for a moment. From a camp, just looking at the camp in your perspective, what did you see? How did you feel that night?
It was incredible. I mean, the worship that took place, young people, man, just praising God, their hands in the air, being very genuine. Now, there was some cutting up in the back, always have those, right? But overall, there was a presence of the Holy Spirit in there that was just so real. That's one side. The other side, I'm thinking, God, Jay's crazy. I mean, this is kind of crazy, man, but
no AC.
Oh, gosh, yeah, no AC. I mean, it was hot. Fans. Yeah, the rain, the mud. Fans But it was all part of, I think, that divine plan of starting from zero and planting seeds, and every year growing it, and sometimes it doesn't grow.
Yeah.
Sometimes not everything grows, right? In this case, Crowder's Camps have grown.
Yeah, we have.
I mean, they've seen an incredible amount of growth in it. So,
some people would say, camp's not a life necessity, and I totally get it. Shelter, food, medical. But why would you say that camp's important to anybody watching?
well, if you have kids, and we all, as Christians, men and women, we want our kids to have interaction with other believers, you get that at church, but you're surrounded also by parents and everybody else. There is something so cool about sending your kid to camp for 5 days, 6 days, whatever period of time it is, and they only interact with other young people, with their leaders, and they get deep. And they get deep. The depthness that you don't get on an hour in Sunday school or something, they actually build lifelong relationships and friendships at camp.
Yeah.
You say most every year the same churches come, and then you grow it, right? Yeah. So my kids did that. I mean, so camp is, if you've never tried camp, you should try it.
I call it a spiritual incubator.
Yeah.
You know,
that's a great way of putting it.
They can't go anywhere. They might have to jump off a 30-foot pole and
it's fun.
Yeah, and
it's fun. So it's not like, man, you're being indoctrinated, 8 hours a day. No, I mean, there is a time for that.
Yeah.
But there's also a time for fellowship and fun and being kids.
Yeah.
And being safe.
Right.
In a safe and secure environment, you get to have the fellowship. You also get to have the study time, and you get to have the worship time. Man, you don't get that just anywhere.
Yeah.
So and the people that are there, your teachers, the leaders, are prepared. It's purposeful. It's not show up and we'll figure out what we're gonna do. I mean, this is
sometimes.
It's I mean, there is time frames for everything. So definitely, I mean, if you have, and I'm speaking to a camera, if you have never sent your child to camp, this is a must. I don't even want to say that you should consider it. It's a must if you have kids, especially if you are raising your children in a Christian environment. This is just an ingredient of that entire piece of trying to raise your kid, because after they turn 18, whatever they graduate, they got a mind of their own. I have 3 boys. They have a mind of their own, Right. So at camp, you actually get to do some really, really cool things for them.
Last year, and if you're watching and you're like, I would love to send my kids to camp, but I can't afford it. Last year, we gave over $110,000 to scholarships for kids. And it's right here in Gastonia, just 20 minutes away from Charlotte. God has put us in an incredible metro area where we're able to reach so many kids because we're right here at Charlotte, Pineville, Rock Hill, all these other areas. God has just placed us in a very unique place at the base of Crowder's Mountain. So it's a great place to be. For those guys just watching this Camp-A-Thon, Frank, how would you encourage them to give?
I mentioned earlier, you cannot outgive God. So if you believe that everything that you have comes from God, then giving back becomes very, very easy. The fact that you're the person that goes and works for it, yeah, we all do. But when you recognize that the fruit is truly provided by God, then giving to something that is given back many times over, especially to young people, it's not very hard. Yeah. Now, people think, I can't give. I don't have a way of giving. I cannot afford to give. Everybody gives in different ways. But definitely you cannot run a camp without a financial, and I shouldn't call it help, with that ministry-driven funds.
Yeah.
You know, yes, kids pay to come. You know, you got to pay, right? I mean, it's just, you got to be able to run a professional first-class camp.
Right.
But there is those other funds that are used for infrastructure to make that camp better. And that stuff is more than just registration fees and those kind of things. So, yeah, I mean, I'm definitely sold out on the idea that, you know, this is, if you're going to invest money, invest it in kids.
Yeah.
And the best way to invest in kids is invested in their spiritual life. And one of the ways you do that is through a killer camp.
Well, thank you. I think that every gift given to our camp has a residual impact. I think that even the ones that you gave are still having residual impact.
Yeah, it's a gift that keeps on giving. Sure.
Because that water slide that you helped us pay for is still providing smiles. And those smiles and those yells break down walls, barriers, pains, and allows them to listen and to receive the message, receive this discipleship. Frank, I can't tell you again how thankful I am for you and Michelle and the Stewart family.
Hey, Jay, you know, and let me say this. I mean, I appreciate you saying that. However, we're thankful to be able to be part of it. You know, oftentimes we get asked to be part of different things, right? And even though you might want to be part of everything, you can't be part of everything. Then you pick and choose the things that really you value, that kind of they blend in with your beliefs. Yeah. And you know, Christian camps, I mean, a Christian education, those things to us are important. Yeah. You know, if I'm going to give financial help, man, I'd love for it to make a spiritual, you know, challenge in your life rather than anything else. So
make an impact.
Yeah, you know. So it's cool, Jay.
I can't thank you enough.
You've been good, man. You've been good. Jay's true. You know, I've challenged him. I mean, I've known him. I'm a lot older than him, so I've challenged him. And
now Frank's
you know,
agreed to be on our board.
Yeah. Well.
Come on.
Yeah. I have agreed. 100%.
Yeah, he wasn't going to deny me here on camera.
But it's you know, listen, Jay's a visionary. Someone says Jay's a visionary. You know, I mean, not everybody's a visionary. And it's hard sometimes to stay up with your vision. But time and time again, you have proven that God provides to somebody that truly believes and has a vision for him and for kids. So it's cool. You know, it's cool to be part of this. One last thing. Is amazing to me that right here in Crowder's Mountain, you have put together a world-class camp. So when you think of camp, sometimes we thought of some of the camps maybe, you know, this little camps. No, this is truly a first-class camp. I mean, if you walk in there, heck, I told the bankers that. I said, let's go. Because whenever you go, it is going to make it easier on you being able to champion, whether it's a loan, well, more than anything, a loan, to continue growing the camp. You'll see where it's going. You know, I mean, this is huge. And this is a beautiful setting. I mean, it's an incredible, it's God's country.
It is.
It's God's country, man.
That's good. We might need to start using that as a theme song.
This the location is definitely, and just the whole infrastructure and all the growth has been incredible, man.
Yeah. Hey, thanks for watching this segment of the Camp-A-Thon. Listen, this is Frank Stewart. Go to premierbodyarmor.com. Check out his website. You are probably seeing a website right now where you see a block. And what we're doing today is called Adopt a Block. You got from $1 all the way to $300. You can pick a block and make your donation online. Give through us so that we can continue impacting the next generation.
Hey, Jay, for the next 24 hours,
okay,
I will match.
Okay.
Any giving.
Okay.
Up to $10,000.
Okay. Wow.
So he's going to have to show me that you guys did give $10,000.
Oh, my gosh.
So you got 24 hours. It is what, 2:30?
Yeah.
Until 2:30 p.m. tomorrow afternoon.
Okay.
Whatever is given. So there we go. I didn't want to tell you that, but
Well,
there you go.
they need to hear it.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Please
sir.
give. Please give.
Thank you, sir.
Help me give $10,000.
Okay. All
Don't just let me do 7,000.
We have a
Help
challenge.
me give 10,000.
There's
There
your
you go.
match.
That's the challenge.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. All right, man.
All right.
Wow.
All right, well, that is amazing news. We do have a match going on right now. For the next 24 hours, up to $10,000 is going to be matched, which means your dollars do so much more.
I am just
if you
blown
give
away.
between now
Let's go.
and tomorrow at 2. So we're very excited. And so we
Amen.
have, with that in mind, a few more donations to mention. But first, I did want to make one quick correction. The last $59 donation we got was also in memory of Mike Ellis, and we just didn't catch that it was in memory. So we wanted to update the name on the board just in memory of him. And I believe we also have a couple other donations that just came in. Evan, I think you have one you'd like to announce?
Yeah, I have one from Peter Parker. He donated all the way from
I
New York
see.
City. That's so awesome.
All right, how much?
It's $62. And that's so
Fantastic,
awesome.
and it's being matched right now. So
Yeah,
again, we are
that's
super
awesome.
excited about this match, and that just makes everything go so much farther. So if you want to put
Absolutely.
that on the board. Now, Brittany, I understand you have a donation to announce as well.
Yes, so a family friend of mine, Jameer Todd, just donated $60. So we're going to put that up on the board.
All right, thank you so much. Again,
Hallelujah. Let's
these
go.
are being doubled, so just go so much further. We also just had an anonymous donation
Let's go.
for $450.
Let's go.
Thank you. So
Let's
we're going to
go.
use this to take up 2 boxes. We're going to use this to take up our $151 and $299 boxes. So
Let's go.
we
Let's
are
go.
knocking out these boxes, but we still do have plenty more. So there is so much more time available to give. So we just encourage you, please keep sharing posts, share the live stream, encourage people that you know that know the value of camp to join us today with what we're doing. Share testimonies, share posts, and pray about what the Lord would have you give financially. So we are about to be moving on into another segment. Every summer, we see hundreds of youth leaders come here, and they come here because they love their students. They spend a lot of time and effort working to arrange camp. I would know. I'm the one who works with them, coordinating those details. These people do a lot of work as a labor of love for the students that they are bringing. And so we love our leaders. We are going to be having a conversation in this next segment with Josh Cribb. He has been bringing campers here for 5 years, and we are so thankful for him and his ministry. I will let you know, though, before we get into this next segment, there is some sensitive content in it, so just use caution in your viewing. Thank you.
All right, Camp-A-Thoners, we're back with another segment interview. Thank you guys so much for your support. You've been giving us all day long. Thank you for viewing in. Remember, today's all about a Camp-A-Thon. We are raising funds for scholarships and operations costs to keep the camp going so that we can reach as many kids as possible. And through your generosity, you empower us to reach this generation now and beyond for the gospel. Today we have a good friend of mine. Josh is here from Element Church. Say hey, Josh.
Hey, guys. What's going on?
He works with the college ministry and also graphics. If you can't tell, he's really creative with his A-hat. But Josh has a unique story. He has been to camp. How many years have you been to camp here?
So my first time coming to camp was as a chaperone. I think I've had five camp experiences.
Yeah, so everything but 2020.
Right.
Everything because we had 5,000 cancellations.
We were here
Would
for
y'all-
we were here for this year.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, we had a pretty cool experience this year.
This summer, man, is like totally just most of it I can't even hardly remember.
Yeah.
Because it was so choppy. I mean, we didn't know we was having camp. We wasn't having camp. We thought we was going to be able to go with all of our overnight camps, and then we did day camp. And my staff blessed their hearts. I mean, every week it was a different change for them. So we want to focus right now on kind of a leader's perspective. I mean, you've been to camp for 5 years. You've seen it all, right? And you went from a chaperone literally to a church staff person.
Right.
But you've been involved in the student ministry there at Element Church, which Element Church is a great church if you're in the Far City area. Lead pastor Neil Perry was my youth pastor.
The Perry.
Growing up, so got a lot of history there at Element Church. What do you think is important for leaders to come around students and be involved in camp? I mean, what did you see happen in all those years?
I mean, first thing, we were supposed to be here for the first part of the camp schedule, like at the very beginning of the year.
Yeah.
And we ended up being like one of the last weeks, and we couldn't imagine not being at Crowder's for camp. But the best thing about Crowder's is that it really is turnkey, honestly. Whenever you come here with your students, you don't have to be thinking about what are we doing next? What's the next thing on the schedule? It's very much, you can just spend time being intentional with your students and really just thinking like, how can I get closer to them and pour into them? Because Crowder's just, it's done for you. Like the way that you guys have everything mapped out from quiet time to amazing worship. Like, I don't know, it's the perfect thing for a leader.
Yeah. The one thing, if you're thinking about giving to this ministry, the one thing that we never can market is the word time. It's hard to say, hey, let us give you some time. But that is really our biggest product in which we give as a nonprofit organization. We give great leaders like you time to actually intentionally be in this incubator and grow with those kids. And I've said it once, I've said it a million times, and I interviewed another guy, and he actually said it. So Cody, who's been like you guys, who's come every year at our camp, he's finally got the saying, but 1 week of camp is like 6 months of relationship building.
It really is. It really is.
You get those 30 minutes here and an hour there, with these kids throughout the year, but then you get, boom, this 130 hours of just intentional time with no distractions.
And you said it before, it really is a spiritual incubator. That's what it is. It's the amount of time that you could spend with students trying to catch them at the beginning and end of your student ministry throughout the week. You get 1 week of all of that time.
Yeah.
There is no, well, we have to make sure this runs smoothly, or we have to make sure that we have this prepped. It's literally just one-on-one time with students continuously.
Yeah, putting your hand around their shoulder, knowing that maybe their parents are going through a situation or divorce, and you coming around them on that, and you can be way intentional. We talk to a lot of organizations and ask for help trying to build buildings and things like that. And we don't give out the essentials of life. It's what some grant organizations have told us. Whether it be food, shelter, stuff like that. But you can't. It's hard to explain time. These kids. I mean, especially during COVID-19. It's total isolation. It's in their room constantly. Right. I know you guys are waiting on people to still come back to church.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think every church in the country is the same way, where they got a group that's coming, but it's not the group that was there before COVID. Some people are still missing, and it's that isolation that us as believers, Andy Stanley said it, we're better in circles than we are in rows.
Absolutely.
Everybody needs community to grow in their faith with God. And what else as a leader, stands out to you in all your weeks coming and being a camp leader for us?
Well, I'll say the community only happens with relationship, and the relationship only happens with spending time with them. And you mentioned just a couple seconds ago the idea of, somebody's going through depression or anxiety or problems at home, and we're able to put our arms around them. Without camp, we don't know that there's those things going on.
Yeah.
It is like this time where they're spiritually exfoliated.
Yeah.
If that makes
That's good,
sense,
man. That's good.
and it's them really showing hey, this is what I'm dealing with.
Yeah.
And as a leader, that's so pivotal, because that's something I take back home, and we can continue to work on that. And it's really just the Lord exposing their hearts to them and saying hey, this is something that I want to work on you. I want to work with you with, and I'm here for you. And also these leaders are here to work with you.
I love that word, exfoliate, because that's our program is set up by offering these crazy wrecks and things like that that begin to exfoliate, to chip away that wall in their hearts. And without those, the vulnerability doesn't come.
Yep.
And, I always say the first night of camp is just the primer night, because everybody's finding out where they're staying. They got to find a mattress somewhere, and getting used to the camp. But we don't have a second to waste.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, we don't have.
It's all intentional. It's all intentional.
Not a second to waste with these kids because every second counts. Because that week will end as quick as it begins. I mean, you get here and you're thinking, man, it's gonna be a great week. Next thing you know, we're having a final finale service, and you're like, man, this week flew by.
And it's crazy the difference between like the first night and the last night, because lots of times on the last night you'll have like a song, and the students will be like, I kind of like that song, and they're like, but I don't know if I really like it, and then. At the end of camp, it's like an anthem, and they're like, "Oh my gosh, that's the best thing ever!" And then we go home, and you play that song on a Wednesday night or whenever you do your youth ministry, and it's boom, they time travel back to camp, remember that time with the Lord, and they're like, it's just like a piece.
And that's why we're so selective on the songs we choose. Give them enough new stuff and stuff that's going to resonate for the whole entire year, not something they've heard Sunday after Sunday. And you watching in, I mean, you have an opportunity to give and make this happen. I mean, we have an opportunity to create great experiences to reach as many kids as possible for Christ. And then we can only do that through the sacrificial generosity of you grandparents, you parents, and you people out there who are ready to be donors. Give so that we can make it happen. Is there any weeks that you remember in camp where you absolutely regret it?
No, never. Not that I regret.
I mean,
sure.
sunburn or I
regret. I regret the one of the wrecks we did on like one of the first nights this past year, just because. I mean, you guys can tell I'm not exactly the best in shape dude on the planet, and I was getting tore up. But it is like this weird, like competitive nature at camp, and like we try to foster that in our students afterwards, but you can't recapture it. Honestly, it is like this beautiful competitiveness. But then you guys do a really good job of, be competitive, be interested with your tribes, but then at a certain point, bring it back. Bring it back. Let's focus it on what the focus is, which is Christ at the center of everything that's going on.
Yeah, and that has been a residual theme through some of my interviews as well, especially with guys in the church. That even doing crazy stuff, we come right back to the gospel.
Yes.
And that helps again exfoliate. We're chipping away so that we go from one thing always back to the gospel. A discipleship, and the incubator begins.
Which that's so pivotal too, because I think we have this weird idea of what church and when these spiritual moments happen, and it's cool for students to see like I can have fun, I can be competitive, I can make new relationships with other people, and then all of that can still be centered around the gospel. It's not something that has to be separate. And lots of times that's how they see it. They're like, well, I'm going to go to church or Wednesday night or whatever it is, and I'm going to be spiritually fed, but I'm not going to have a lot of fun. And then like Crowders is just like, boom, kick that paradigm to the door and be like, no, we're going to have both. And it's going to be the best week of your year, and it's also going to be the most fruitful week of your year spiritually.
As a youth pastor, I was a youth pastor for 18 years, went to camp every summer. And one way God started stirring in me the vision of camp ministry was the burden that I had on my heart to get as many kids to camp as possible. And I even started E-Camps, which was the name of our camp for 9 years before we came here, all about keeping the price as low as possible. And we're still trying to do that, but it's extremely difficult. And you, as a giver, you can help keep that price low for kids, so we don't have to charge the kids, because we have people coming behind us supporting the ministry and providing those funds for those kids. What kind of situation did you guys run into last year or any year you remember, just getting kids to camp, the financial aspect of it? How did that work out at Element Church?
I'll have to be careful. I'll get emotional talking about this, but I mean, just behind the scenes, even last year, which I know was a difficult year for Crowders, you guys lost. I have no idea how many students you guys lost, but it had to have been just a ridiculous amount.
Almost 5,000.
Yeah, and you multiply that by the cost of camp, and you see what there was. Crowders still paid for spots for our students to come to camp, and out of just a reckless generosity. And man, I don't know if you're considering giving to Crowders and sponsoring, know that the leadership and the staff at Crowders is committed to getting students to camp at the detriment of themselves. Every year, Crowders has sponsored kids from Element to come to camp, and it's because you're committed to what's going on here. And we give sacrificially as a church to get students to camp because we believe in what goes on at Crowders.
I can't turn a kid down.
Yeah.
You know, that's just not my heart, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to turn a kid down, and I'm going to, in faith, believe that God's got that.
Yeah.
In some other way, that money will come back in, but the investment into eternal, investment into that kid is way more than the weight of that check.
Yeah, absolutely. You cannot put a dollar amount on what a single week does in a kid's life. The reason I'm in full-time ministry is because as a chaperone, the impact that Crowders had on my life, and a word that you gave to all of the staff that just the Lord used to just cut to the core of my heart and be like, I've called you to this, and there is no price you could ever put on that. There's no price.
That's amazing, man. You know, when you're thinking about giving, we know you want to give to something sustainable and something that has substance to it. You want to make sure that your hard-earned dollar that you give is going to something that's going to earn back. I believe any gift given will have residual impact for years to come on kids and students' hearts. Right now, Josh, let's talk about just some real substance experiences that you saw happen in kids' lives during camp. What's something you remember that sticks out in your head?
Well, I think one thing is, like, I've seen so many camps in a row, so I've seen what God's doing, and, like, I can see one student and see them mature, and the Lord just kind of, I don't know, just kind of move them along throughout those years.
Yeah.
And I think about one student who, gave his life to Christ at camp, just like 3 years ago, and then just continuously growing in that relationship. And then the last camp, it was Trey Bradley. Trey Bradley. And we had an opportunity to have some great conversations with him. But you always have great speakers at Crowders.
We try.
It's always phenomenal. And Trey felt led in a time where it's very easy to just focus on salvations, which, praise the Lord, there's nothing greater than that. But he felt called on the last night to open up for people moving into vocational ministry. And this kid who has a speech impediment, he's never felt like he was really viable for ministry as a occupation, and him to say, like, no, that's for me. The Lord's called me to that. So when you're talking about people investing into the future, because of generosity, that kid gave his life to Christ at camp and then moved into ministry to lead other people to Christ. And I've seen that evolution, and it's powerful, man.
Yeah. And, I'm going to go ahead and just go out on a limb and say he's not the only one.
Oh, absolutely not.
We have a ton, and I thank the Lord for this, but we have a ton of just loyal, committed churches that it's honestly more like partners than it is, hey, they just come to our camp. We couldn't have did this because Crowders Camps is in a situation where, we're only 6 years old. So, in 2014, we made this whole place operable, had no donor base, and it took the partnership of a lot of different churches to even make this thing happen. And we're so thankful for that longevity of Element Church. And I can name 10 other churches that have the same situation, where a kid, gave their life to Christ and later on committed to ministry or just grew in their faith. That's a celebration too. But, Josh, there was that one night that stands out in my mind. And just to tell everybody viewing right now, this was probably my biggest heartbreak night as a camp pastor. And let's see here, we're on our 16th year. 10 years, 5 years was at Myrtle Beach. 5 years before that was either in Hendersonville
or it was at different locations that we rented, and then we've been at this permanent location for 6 years now. Out of 16 years of camp ministry, I'm sitting over here in the corner. The worship was great. I believe the speaker has started speaking that night, and it was you and Jake were sitting beside each other right up here on the risers. Literally, God had positioned me about 12 feet away from you guys.
Yeah.
And I received a text message from Tim Roop, who goes to Element Church as well, telling me that one of your students' dad committed suicide that night. So here I am. I'm reading this text message, and they couldn't get a hold of you or Jake because of the cell phone service in here.
Yeah.
But I was on Wi-Fi, so I was able to get the text. I'm sitting there looking at him like, what did I do? You know, I mean, what in the world did I do? So immediately my heart was broken for this kid because he was just sitting on that row right there listening to the message. So I called Jake over, and I showed Jake my phone, and he didn't know what to do.
I mean, what do you do? Like, what do you do?
I mean, what do you do? I mean, that's why we do camp, you know, to help kids overcome suicide and depression and all the social issues that they go through, to find a love for Jesus and be empowered by Jesus, hopefully gain some leadership as well, you know, while they're here.
Right.
Social impact, and then now here's a kid that is full throttle into the message. You could see that he went from this at the beginning of the week to this halfway through the week. And God was literally working on this young man's heart, and now we're about to drop this message on this kid. What do you do?
The truly amazing part of that, I mean, the whole story is just ridiculous. But the part that blows me away is that kid was never supposed to be at camp.
How define that?
So we, you know, you go through the process of being like, hey, sign up for camp, sign up for camp, sign up for camp. And this kid had never been to our church. He'd never been to Amplify, was the name of our student ministry. He'd never been. He was a friend of a kid that was coming to camp. And the day before, we had somebody drop out that had already paid. They're like, hey, we can't go. We double booked, And we went to the kids and we're like, hey, we got one spot. Find a friend. Phone a friend. Get them here, you know. And this kid's the one that ended up getting that spot filled. Was not supposed to be here.
I've already said this to another youth guy. There's something about those last minute spots, man.
And yeah, they're anointed, bro. They're like the Lord is just like, I have a purpose that you cannot deny in that spot.
Yeah.
And so he comes. He does not have a relationship with Jesus.
So he was not saved prior to.
Nope. Which, you know, the whole story is first night, he's like, oh man, there's something kind of cool going on here. And then through like quiet times and then going into the worship that night, you just tell the Holy Spirit starting to exfoliate him, starting to rub off this hard shell, starting to be like, hey, I'm here. I'm real. There's something real about this. And then that night, his dad commits suicide.
So for 1 second, let's imagine that he did not come to camp.
I don't like thinking about that. You know what I mean?
I mean, how he did not have a relationship with Christ. He didn't have any community around him whatsoever, besides his adopted mom and dad.
And the community that he would have had would have been at camp.
Yeah.
In a barn without cell phone reception. He would have been alone when he got that news.
Yeah. So you and Jake, y'all allow the service to go in. I remember I was tore up, man. I mean, my job is to protect. All these kids that come, it's my job. That's my job. Don't mess with the kids, because when they get into this place, they're my kids. Right. And I want to make sure the program's excellent. I want to make sure everything's perfect for them. I want to make sure every single one of them's got a bed, air conditioning. I want to make sure every obstacle is out of the way
so these kids can just encounter Jesus.
Right. It's
And
all on their
now,
mind. Yeah.
and now here we go. It was out of my control, and now you guys have got to go wreck this kid's world and say that, hey man, your biological father committed suicide.
Do you remember what you talked about the morning that happened? You did the morning session before that. You talked about Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego in the fire and how the Lord is with us in trial.
Yeah, wow.
And then bang.
I totally forgot about that.
Like, it was everything that was happening that week was ordained for what happened after he got that news. And I've never seen someone just, I don't even know how to explain it, man. And it's not going to make sense to people unless you've experienced it, but he had a supernatural peace and understanding after that news. Yeah, he was hurt and it was hard, but it was just this supernatural peace that you read about in Scripture that you really can't understand until you see it happen in somebody's life.
Yeah. It moved through. I remember the service was over, everybody's gone. I called all the college staff and team together right here in a big circle, and we prayed for him.
Yeah.
And there were some tears even in that. I mean, it just wrecks you. You know, to know that a kid's his father committed suicide. That's wreck enough right there. But then B, the distraction now that's in his life to take him away from what he could encounter God with. So you guys went up to the lodge. His foster mom and dad or adopted mom and dad was coming to share the news. They shared the news with him privately, right?
Yeah.
And what happened after that?
I mean, I really can't even explain it, man. He just comes back to the group. You can tell that he's like wrestling with some emotions, but it looked like somebody being held together. Does that make sense? It's like you can tell that there's this turmoil and there's this stuff moving on the inside, but he's just supernaturally being held together.
Wow.
And I don't want to bulldoze over the story here, but this kid gets held together, goes through the next day at camp, and then gives his life to Jesus that next night. What? I mean, this is going to sound dumb, man, but this is nowhere but Crowders,
so
bro.
Good, man. That's so good.
It is so good. And I don't know how to explain it. It's the most ordained story. It should be in Scripture. It's just this wild testimony this kid has for the rest of his life.
Yeah. And he could have left.
He could have left. Yeah. His parents were here to pick him up.
That option was on the table.
Yeah.
And he stayed.
Yeah.
And then I remember, because I don't know every kid by name, of course, but I pick up on 6 or 7 throughout a week, and after that night, I knew who he was, and I also remember the next night him being right here with 2 or 3 of y'all's clan, and just in abandonment, man, to God. It was, and I believe it was after the invitation or whatever was over. But wow, what a story! How do you think that affect? I mean, not only did it affect him, but all the rest of your students as well. How do you think that? How do you think that the story is written for them? I mean, what did that do for them?
I mean, there's really no telling. But this kid, before he came, he was, just very of the world, and you see this immediate change in his life to where, everybody knows about TikTok, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. And he was pretty popular on TikTok, and his TikToks go from, whatever regular TikToks are to him talking about Jesus, and him texting his girlfriend and being like, yo, there's changes that have to be made in our relationship because I'm committed to this man named Jesus now. And just students looking at him being like, what happened? What is this? And it is this real change that is supposed to look different to the world. And I don't know, and it relights a fire in other students that have experienced that. And it's like, that oh, Lord, take me back to a time when our relationship was that sweet. So it hits students differently, but it's all in a profound level, whether it's, I want to go back to that very simple time of just being held together by the Lord and just being overcome with love. And then on the other side, students who may not have been interested to be like, oh, this is real. There's something real happening at camp.
And for a group's perspective, I mean, you guys, y'all grew through that. I mean, community-wise, friendships. I mean, the growth there was probably pretty substantial.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Through that, and your students had to rise up.
Yeah, and all of them rallying around him, and that engulfing him into that community where we couldn't imagine our youth group now without him. Like, wow. He is just a piece of the fabric in there that if he was missing, it would be a hole.
And he stayed involved.
Oh yeah, no, wow. I saw him a few days ago. You know, like
that's awesome.
Yeah, still pursuing God. When we're having worship on a Wednesday night, he's the kid that's just up there in reckless abandonment to the Lord, just worshiping with his whole heart, and like it was that night at camp.
Yeah, that's good, man. That's such a blessing to my heart. Would you adopt one of these blocks? Because this story is one of many hundreds of stories. And I hope it resonates in your heart today. You know, maybe you don't have $20,000 to give or $10,000, but do you have $10? Do you have 157? Can you take the $157 dollar block? Because kids like this need this experience in life, because trials are going to come at some point, and we need all the support that we can get. So by you giving through Crowder's Camps, you empower us to equip this next generation for Christ and beyond. Thank you, Josh.
Thank you, brother. Thank you for what you do.
Hey everyone, today we're asking you to give through Crowder's Camp so we can impact this next generation and beyond for Christ. 6 years of ministry, over 1,000 kids have given their life to Christ. Hundreds of kids have felt the call to ministry, and over 13,000 people come to this campus every year and grow in their faith. This can only happen with sacrificial giving from parents, grandparents, and donors like you who are willing to give. Today we're celebrating what God has done, and we're doing Adopt a Box. So you can give $1 or $310 or whatever amount God has laid on your heart. Today we believe your gift will have a residual impact for the kingdom of God and impact hundreds and thousands of kids. So give. There's 5 ways to give. Number 1, crowderscamps.com. Number 2, you can mail your checks into P.O. Box 1, Laurel, North Carolina 28098. Number 3, you can drive. Come on over here. I would love to see you. 130 Camp Rotary Road, Gastonia, North Carolina 28052. Number 4, call us 704-915-1096, and we can take your payment over the phone, your gift over the phone. And number 5, you can pray. Pray for today that we can raise the funds we need and that we can impact many generations to come. Thank you for giving through Crowder's Camp and helping us impact this generation now and beyond.
All right, thank you for joining us. We have another giving update. We have gotten quite a few donations just in the last half hour. Thank you so much for your generosity and your contributions. So I've got Brittany here. She's going to help me put some of these donations on the board. Our first donation is from Ashley Morton Turner for $50. Thank you, Ashley. And we are going to put that up on the board. Thank you, Ashley. Most of you guys who've been here for a while, you know Ashley. You've met her. She worked in our camp office for several years, and we really miss having her here. So the next donation that we have right now is $15 donation, anonymous, but this is an annual donation. So someone is committed to giving to us once a year in the amount of $15. So thank you so much to that partner with our ministry. After that, we have a $70 donation from Michael. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. And we have a couple more donations, but right now I do want to remind you, these donations are more than they seem. These donations are being matched. Between now and 2 p.m. tomorrow, we have a donor who is matching up to $10,000. We're going to go over a quick video recap of what that match looks like.
Hey, thanks for watching this segment of the Camp-A-Thon. Listen, this is Frank Stewart. Go to premierbodyarmor.com. Check out his website. You will probably see in the website right now where you see a block. And what we're doing today is called Adopt a Block. You got from $1 all the way to $300. You can pick a block and make your donation online. Give through us so that we can continue impacting the next generation.
Hey, Jay, for the next 24 hours,
okay,
I will match.
Okay.
Any giving.
Okay.
Up to $10,000.
Okay. Wow.
So he's gonna have to show me that's you guys did give $10,000.
Oh my gosh.
So you got 24 hours. It is what, 2:30?
Yeah.
Until 2:30 p.m. tomorrow afternoon.
Okay.
Whatever is given. So there we go. I didn't want to tell you that, but
well, they need to hear it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Please
sir.
give. Please give.
Thank you. Sir.
Help me give $10,000.
Okay.
Don't just let me do 7,000.
We have a
Help
challenge.
me give 10,000.
There's
There
your
you go.
match.
That's the challenge.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. All right, man.
All right.
All right, we do appreciate Frank Stewart so much for his matching offer. And so we have a couple more donations that are going towards that amount. We have $51 from Ashley Case. Thank you so much, Ashley. And then taking up the $99 block, we have another anonymous donor. Thank you so much for being a part of our ministry. And then for this time slot of updates, last but very much not least, my parents, Dan and Joanne Rogers, contributed $250. Thank you so much. I love you guys. So we're gonna do the $201 and the $49 block for their contribution. So again, we've got this match going. Even if you already gave today, please share. Please share with your friends. Let them know that we have this match going and that their dollars do more if they give right now. So we're about to go into another session and we're going to be talking about recreation at camp. Why do we do all this stuff? Why do we do this crazy stuff? And how does it help us share the gospel? All right, let's go see Jay and Grayson.
Oh, hey, we're live. Hey, guys. I'm glad to have you back. Grayson hit my microphone on purpose. Man, recreations. Man, we do it all the time.
We have fun here. Hey, real quick before we dive in.
Is Grayson's mic, is your mic on?
I sure hope so.
I hope it's unmuted up there.
Hey, we'll find out. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Can you hear him?
I think we're good.
Okay.
Before we start off, if you were with us this morning when we started, you might have noticed the ridiculous outfit I was wearing. It's because Jay and I had planned to wear something together that was ridiculous, but this man backed out. So now he's the one looking ridiculous in the ref shirt. Well, I look good. So,
Yeah. So we're live. So let's put Grayson through the mains a little bit here. Let's give him a handheld. Thank you, Nathan, for you are the best Vanna White that I could ever imagine in my whole entire life. So recreations, let's talk about that. While everybody else does what they do silently here at Crowder's Camp.
We are so sorry.
All right, that was like a really bad moment. So if you're just now tuning in, I'm glad.
If you missed that, yes, good job.
That's what happens when you roll
Maybe
live.
we're really just stalling because we don't know what we're going to talk about.
I know exactly what I'm going to talk about. So during camp, we offer recreations. Recreations for us are not just opportunities to get out of the box. But before we start, if you're a teenager, you're about to see yourself on camera probably, especially if you attended in 2019. Because there's a lot of recap videos we're about to show, so make sure you have your cameras ready to record that, screen record or whatever, so you can go and post it on your own social media and tag us to it, because we need your help today. If you're watching right now, share what we're doing, because the more people that see this, the more people that can help us accomplish our goal with giving today.
Absolutely.
All right, so we're going to take you back to 2018 to what we called Cargo Chaos. Check out this video. All right, that was a big muddy mess.
Yes, absolutely. You know, that was the one year that I was not a camper here, and I'm really upset I missed that year because that looked like a ton of fun.
It was a cross between a Navy drill and a real bad bath. I mean, because literally you had to dive into a mud pit. I remember days going down there just to check it to see if snakes were in it. That's how muddy and nasty it was. We had kids lined up and they would race each other. If you have ever competed in Cargo Chaos, go and DM or personal message us on Facebook and Instagram right now and just give us a shout out and say, hey, I did that and I loved it. Or you can say it was nasty, whatever you want to say. It's over now. It's back in the past. But man, it was a great wreck for us because every single kid felt like they had to give it their all, and just those bricks, man, were just starting to fall down in their hearts. And ultimately, Grayson, I mean, you led worship for us this summer, and leading worship this summer, you know that that's ultimately the plan, to get them in this room to have worship together. And when they come in here for worship and all those bricks are knocked down, that's when they can really receive the promises from God's word. Yeah. What a great opportunity.
That's the cool thing about Rex, like you were just saying. Sometimes when we get in there, you have some like athletic people, or mainly I was kind of one of these guys in high school, like an athletic guy who doesn't want to get really into the worship, but then they can go out there during the Rex and just give it their all during Rex, like we just saw the Cargo Chaos. So when they do that, that's breaking those walls so that they can feel more comfortable as they're coming in here and doing that. So I just want to touch base.
Ultimately, every single thing we do, whether it's hit cars when they're coming in, welcoming them, is breaking down walls so kids can hear the gospel. So as you give today, that's what you're giving to. You're not giving to, hey, we want for you guys to buy more noodles. It's not about that. It's paving the way for people to hear the gospel of Jesus Christ. Let's check out this recap video. If you came to camp in 2019, look for yourself. Here we go. So there's three things I want to talk about in that video. Number one, college staff.
Yes.
Number two, Founders Cove Mud Run.
Oh, yes.
And number three, Battle Barn.
Barn.
Let's talk about the summer staff first. I saw some totally pumped college staff in that video. And it's amazing that God sends us every single summer exactly what we need.
Exactly.
You know, some of them struggle a little more than others, but like last summer, it was a perfect, what a chaotic year it was, but yet God sent us the perfect college staff.
Absolutely.
And did you know that if you have a college staff in your household, or brother or sister or son or daughter, we're hiring for this summer, and you need to apply for summer staff?
Absolutely.
What do you think is one of the best benefits of being a summer staff, Grayson?
So I unfortunately never got to be a summer staffer. It's something I want to do. I skipped a little bit, yes. But the good thing about summer staff is that I think you mentioned this earlier in the stream, that it's kind of like when you're coming on for the summer, it's kind of like you're going on a mission trip. Yeah. You have going on a mission trip to like Haiti or another country is really cool, or even inside the country is really cool. But there's so much stuff that can be done here. And when you are going to camp and working at camp, serving at camp, it's like you're on a mission trip every single day. I mean, you have kids coming in from all different walks of life. You don't know what they've been through. You don't know where they're coming from or anything, but you get the opportunity to just serve them and just show them love and show them the care and ultimately show them the love of Jesus Christ. So it's amazing. Just most benefiting, most rewarding job.
Yeah, they're totally wiped out. They're tired. You can ask any of the veterans and us too. I mean, we work a lot of long hours in the summer.
The lucky thing with us, we get to go home, though.
Yes.
They're here all summer.
Yeah.
And
There's a difference whenever you live nearby and can go home,
Yeah.
sleep in your own bed.
Absolutely.
But they come in. I mean, you saw. I think it was Isaac at the first
Yeah.
of that video. I mean, he was jumping up and down. He was pumped, and that's exactly what your ministry dollars go to. They help us be able to hire those college staff, treat them with respect, pay them in the summer, and help us minister to hundreds and thousands of kids and students every single summer.
Absolutely.
Last year, in 2019, we had a little over 13,000 kids come on this campus throughout the year. We've seen over 1,000 salvations in 6 years' time. We've seen hundreds of kids called to ministry, and we've been able to have outreaches to help other nonprofits. And what a great opportunity. No, we're not a life necessity, but man, we sure do create some landmark moments that change kids forever. And the college staff is in that same boat of life skills and life change. I don't think they'll ever forget it.
No, absolutely.
I don't think they'll ever forget it.
I know the students never forget them.
Oh, exactly
Yeah,
right.
when we go in the band, we go tour to different churches. Morgan, he was a summer staffer. He's a tribal leader, and every time we go, everyone's calling out his name.
He's like a hero.
Yeah, he is,
Yeah.
and they'll never forget. I mean, you have that staff member when you were a camper that you remember.
Yeah, quick story about that. Trip Atkinson, if you're watching Trip from Sugarloaf Baptist Church down in Georgia, you were a huge influence. I mean, he was a summer staffer at Long Ridge, and I looked up to him. I wanted to wrestle him because he wrestled. We didn't never get a chance to, but I wanted to wrestle that college kid. And man, I looked up to him, and I went and applied to be a staff member at Long Ridge, but I couldn't do it for some reason. I had too much debt or something like that, and I got a youth ministry job or something like that. But even I wanted to go down that same road, but I never had an opportunity to. So, boo-hoo. Anyway, Battle Barn. Let's talk about Battle Barn.
Oh, yes, please.
What kind of elements did we have in this video?
Yeah, so that was 2019. So that was the first year we ever did Battle Barn, which, as you said earlier, was awesome because it was a rec that was indoors in the AC.
Yeah.
That itself made it the best rec ever.
I said earlier, I corrected it and said maybe that wasn't the first year we did Battle Barn, but I think it was.
That was the first year,
because 2020 was the second year, but nobody can remember what happened in 2020.
Nope.
Because it was so jammed up with confusion.
And last minute changes
Yeah.
to guideline stuff, But, so in that one, in 2019, we had 5 different elements. Yeah, so over here we had jousting, so you might have saw a little bit of that. In the center was the tire pull/push, so you had 2 people going to either pull the tire to their side or push the tire and push the other person off. Far to my left, we had bubble wrestling, which is, that in itself was amazing. I mean, putting a giant bubble and wrestling, trying to knock the other person off the mat was amazing. In the corners, they had different puzzles that we can do. So if you didn't want to like get physical and fight people with bubbles or anything like that, we had a puzzle that you could get points for your tribe by putting that together. A really difficult thing. But if you put that puzzle together, you get points for your tribe. And the last one was the cheering section. So you always had people on your tribe that were cheering you on, no matter what station you were at.
Yeah, we had, so it's a tribe on one side, tribe on the other side. Everybody's screaming, rooting for their team. It creates an incredible camp spirit. We do 4 tribe names every year. If you remember your tribe name and you're watching online, go message us and tell us what tribe you are and put like Go Turbo or something like that. Comment on our Instagram post. Go Turbo, Go Victor. Back in the day it was a Victor. Foxtrot. Yep. There's a lot of different ones. Let's check out this next one because the Mud Run's probably on it too. Let's check out this next recap video. Check this out.
Run.
Okay, so this was definitely the most awesomest game of tag ever.
Ultimate tag.
So I'll tell you a story about how tag was even invented. I watched the movie Tag, and these adults were still playing tag at an old age. And I thought to myself, man, wouldn't it be great to bring back a retro game like tag to camp? So we used flag football stuff.
Absolutely.
And how did it turn out? I mean, you
Yeah,
saw
so it was insane. I mean, the natural competitiveness of our camps is just crazy. People really get into it. So, I mean, when you have 4 different tribes going on a huge field trying to play tag and steal the other 3 tribes' tags, it's crazy because you don't know where you're going to be. Like, you're going to have people in front of you. You're going to have a different tribe behind you. Like, it's just chaos. And that's all it was on that field for like 15-minute rounds. It was amazing.
Yeah, it was absolutely. If you're a camp leader watching with us today, February the 9th, we got a special surprise for you. Doing a secrets conference, talking about all the programming secrets you ever would know. Yours and ours will be shared, so you can check that out. The day is all about adopting a box, and by adopting a box, you get the opportunity to help us be able to offer recreations that takes kids out of their current pain and puts them on a pathway for God's promises. I don't know where I just got all those P's, but it sounded really good. So help us by doing it. And the other video was the Founders Code Mud Run.
Yes.
Which will probably end up being this next one if we don't go ahead and watch the next video. But if we don't go ahead and talk about it, it may not be.
Yeah, if you don't say anything, then it's not going to be.
Yeah, so the Mud Run was literally one day we was down at the cove. I knew the cove was there. I didn't know how beautiful it was. And I sit there for a second. I was walking around the lake, just kind of piddling around the camp. And I was like, you know what, man, this would be a beautiful spot if we could just clear out all these weeds and briars. So we cleared it out. We made some obstacles. And, man, it became an incredible mud run here at the camp. Your favorite one was Lemonade Run.
Oh, why'd you have to mention the Lemonade Run?
I mean, that's retro because the Mud Run connected on to the Lemonade Run. So now we have one big mud run here that literally runs the outskirts of the whole entire property, then down to the lakes. Let's talk about the obstacles on that mud run.
Yeah, so started out in the back parking lot that leads down to the cove. Started out there, you ran down the hill, had a
over?
Yeah, like an up and over bridge, like a triangle rope bridge you had to climb over. Then you go through the spider webs, which is just like a bunch of strings you had to crawl through and kind of maneuver your way through it.
Then you'll get muddy.
Then you get muddy. You climb under that cargo net, and you just get covered in mud. Running back up a hill, down a hill, going over the V bridge that goes across the entire cove.
And if you've been watching with us and you saw it, it had a really good clip there. The V bridge is spectacular. What a great part of that mud run.
Yep.
And just that right there is life changing for people that does it. What else?
So after that, we continued up, made our way back to the lake area where, if you've been here, you've obviously, hopefully swam in the waterfront lake area. But making our way over there, that's mainly just to clean you off. You want to jump in that because everyone's covered in mud.
Yeah.
So we ended up with them jumping in that to clean off and then running back to the rec field. Now we have different variations of it. We would constantly add more obstacles. Like at one point we added you had to grab a watermelon and smash it and eat the watermelon, just different things like that. But that's the cool thing about recs like that, is that they can constantly change and you can do different things like that to make them different.
Yeah, and you know, it really doesn't have a skill level to it. You know, I mean, you can go slow, you can go fast, you can be competitive, you can be non-competitive, and still have a great time.
Absolutely.
Check out this next video. So first of all, shout out to Emmaus Vanderbilt with
Yes.
Silver Fox Productions. Made that seem like a movie trailer that was happening with
He
our.
does great work.
I mean, it was great.
Yeah.
But that had a lot of recaps from everything. The thing that stuck out in my mind was the smiling faces on all these kids,
yes.
man. I saw some Crowder's red shirts in the video, and I think about the great partnerships we have with churches that have literally been here every single year. And they've created just like Cody said this morning, it's this place. You know, they've created a tradition and hey, this is camp for us, and anything else, you know, they don't want. And man, I love that about churches that, you know, they are so loyal to us. And I think we're loyal to them too, but I think you can see it on the kids' faces.
Absolutely.
I mean, they were pumped, man.
Yeah, they're screaming, doing their chants the whole time. Like, there's no one in all of the wrecks. There's no one just sitting down and not participating. The energy is just so contagious that you want to be a part of it. You want to be doing your chant with your tribe.
Yeah.
It's super fun. Tearing those walls down.
Yeah, man, tearing the walls down. Now, not only, you know, so during Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday on a regular Monday through Friday camp, you know, we're doing wrecks. We do a big wreck on Thursday, everybody together, tribal competitions. But something we did a few years, and we stopped recently. We may start it back, who knows? But we did a formal dinner.
Oh, yes.
So everybody brought their best duds. Some people would come out in American flag suits or duct tape suits.
Yes.
Some people even brought prom dresses, it seemed like.
Yes.
It was a big deal. We filmed a short little video about the formal we did one year. It doesn't have any music to it, but I want to show you guys what kind of it was like. Check this out. Yeah, so I love that. I didn't want to watch it twice, but man, I love seeing kids dress up and they're out there just taking pictures of each other, and just, you know, it's kind of a really cool night.
Yeah.
I know also one year we basically went off of the Olympic thing. The Olympics were coming, and so we kind of themed some stuff towards the Olympics. Check out this Olympic video. It's pretty impressive.
Let me take it there. Please brag on what you did. How you smash your first week sales. And they like your numbers. Make vaccines, they heal weak cells. You grab your money, go somewhere besides yourself. Oh yeah. Let's get it. I'm going with our voice. Where they got them bullets flying like it's PowerPoint.
So that was a lot of Olympic activities and fog. And was you here in 2015?
I was not.
Okay.
I wish I was.
Okay. Well, I didn't know if you was here as a camper or a camp leader in 2015. All right, let me tell you about 2015. This is no joke, and most of you watching this, y'all won't even believe this because y'all probably too young. But literally, our summer staff came down to the rec field on a tractor, a four-wheeler, and I believe probably a golf cart too, in a parade. To start camp out. That's how ghetto redneck it was back in the day. But man, it worked.
Yeah.
Not one person cared because it was camp, and they just totally were in the moment and the hype of what was happening going on. All right, we got one more recap for you, video before you check this out. Macy, Ben, Jacob, and Aaron. Probably the best tribal leader.
I've never seen that before.
Intro
That was
video
amazing.
ever. And also
Wow.
shout out to Samuel Harris, who was the creative behind all that. I mean, he went up, took them up in the woods, had lights, had smoke bombs,
Wow.
all that stuff. And literally, man, at the very beginning of camp, that lit the fire of every tribe. The spirit was high, and it was absolutely incredible. And back to just great college staff. You know, those guys, tribal leaders, are with the group a lot. They got a lot to do. They're on stage as well, and just have a ton of stuff to do. So if you're tuning in with us right now, thank you for doing that. We got stuff all the way to 9 o'clock tonight. And right now we're talking, just highlighting some recreational stuff. But because of your generosity and sacrificial giving, we're able to reach kids in this generation now and beyond for Christ with your gifts. And through that, we're able to provide recreations that break down walls in kids' hearts so that they can hear the gospel. So, Grayson, out of all of the years you've been to camp, what's your favorite rec?
You already know the answer to this. I mean, I don't know why you're asking.
If I knew the answer, I wouldn't have asked the question. I would have said, Grayson, your favorite rec is blank.
You would have been right because you probably would have said the lemonade run.
I would have, but why?
One thing we always say is that our recs need to make the campers feel like they're going to die. Knowing that they're going to be safe the whole time, we want them to feel like they're going to die. And that's exactly what the lemonade run did. Let me kind of explain to you. If you know what the lemonade run, if you did it.
Please explain to these parents watching right now, Mr.
All right, so no one died. Everyone was safe. So it started out, you had your whole tribe split into like teams of 6, and it was like 6 different rounds. So you split into divided by 6, whatever. So 6 different rounds. You take that group in that one round. They have to get in a raft and paddle with their hands all the way halfway across the lake. Then they get out of that raft and swim the other half of the lake. Now, they all have life jackets on. Nathan Vest really wants me to say that. They had life jackets on, but you're swimming across the lake, so that itself is exhausting. Then after that, you're going up, pulling yourself up this tube that's like slick and muddy and wet and everything like that. After that, you're running around the camp to Frisbees, where you have to knock like a milk jug off a tower or something.
That was my idea.
And then after that, you are finishing up back at the start where the next group is ready to go once the whole team gets there. So it's literally a run. I think you're supposed to go one time. In my team, I think I went all 5 out of the 6 rounds because we didn't have enough people. And I just kept running around, and I have never felt like that tired before.
Yeah.
And it was just the most fun I've had. We laughed so much during that. And my sister, because there was a rope you could pull yourself up to if you didn't want to swim and stuff. So she's pulling up, and she doesn't want me to leave her. And fun times. Oh,
That's
I love
amazing,
the lemonade
man.
run.
You know, I've had, and I say this very humbly, I've had the opportunity to help create all this. And I can't tell you I got one favorite one. But I'm going to go ahead and tell you the one that didn't work out the way I wanted it to work out was Stack Attack.
Yeah.
Stack Attack did not work out the way I wanted. And some of you kids watching, you may remember Stack Attack. And the reason why Stack Attack was legit, but the reason why Stack Attack didn't work out is because we realized that we wanted to get as many kids involved as possible.
Yeah.
In every single rec. So that's why the recs are so big.
Yeah.
And we want every kid to be involved while they're here at camp to maximize every moment.
Absolutely.
So let's go through some of this equipment. We got a noodle here. What's the best use for this noodle?
Besides whacking you on the head with it? We use these noodles at the very beginning along with these water guns. So as campers are coming into the camp, we're shooting their bus and cars with water guns, with noodles, hitting their cars with the noodles, just doing all that stuff so that they can get excited from the start. They're not water in this.
And the main purpose of this is to make them feel welcome.
Exactly. Show them that we want them there.
Yeah, so we want to start loving on them from a distance, and that has nothing to do with COVID. We want to start loving them from a distance the moment their front 2 tires pull right into our parking lot.
Absolutely.
Hula hoops. What's the best use for hula hoops?
There's so many uses for hula hoops. You can use them in you can make rec games out of this by making like little big hopscotch things. You can do, there's so many different recs that you can do with this. That's kind of like one of the staples of rec building because, there's so much you can do with it.
This little guy here, I know we've did some relay races with it.
Yes.
Yeah, that's turned out to be well. This guy right here,
Ooh, that's our big cube. And if you were here earlier this morning, we talked about this thing.
This right here
Giant cube.
is not necessarily part of the recreation. It's more or less part of the programming of camp, but it has a lot of uses to it. We call this the dice. And basically we roll it and have kids, try to help kids memorize scripture. So if you're giving today, you're also giving to allow kids to memorize God's word in very efficient ways. What's number 5, Grayson? Do you remember number 5?
Number 5, I do not remember number 5, but I remember what 6 was. I remember what 6 was.
6 is pie.
6 was pie. Ow, what?
6 is pie. And this is our jousting stick, which is really cool. We use that in Battle Barn, and it's always been.
We use it to wake up summer staff when they're running late to breakfast
Wake up
shifts.
Yep, that's a good idea too.
I'm just kidding. We do not hit the summer staff with them.
So if you're just joining in, listen, here's what we need you to do. If you've been watching this whole section, or maybe you're that kid that's been binge watching us all day, and you want that free trip to camp, you got to document every 15 minutes what's going on and prove that to us. And I'm gonna give you a free week of camp this summer. We have a match on the line. Every gift given after 2:30 today is going to be matched up to $10,000. So if you take one of our boxes, $85, $84, whatever, it's matched already. So it's double the money. So if you're a teenager and you just come to camp and you're watching this because you love Crowders, guess what? We love you too. But guess what? We need you to call your grandparents. We need you to call your parents. And tell them, hey, can you go on this stream and give this camp? It means a lot to me.
Yeah.
Everybody's got somebody they can call.
Absolutely.
And as fluent as kids are right now towards social media, you're welcome to go to Crowder's Camp's Instagram or Facebook account and rip any graphic you see and repost it on your own pages.
Yes. You're welcome.
So I don't have a favorite rec. I know yours is lemonade. What rec would you want us to bring back in 2021? What rec do you think they would say?
I was about to say, you want me to tell you what I think they would want?
What would they want in 2021?
I think everyone would want Battle Barn back for 2021. I mean, tell me if I'm wrong, but I believe everyone would want Battle Barn just because it's in the AC, and it's just so. The energy is nothing. There's nothing like it. Just screaming and yelling, and the competition is just chaos. It's amazing.
Yeah, I definitely think a staple in our camp recreation is definitely that big Thursday. Everybody on the rec field. Yeah. We're going to do something crazy, but it's going to be a battle to the absolute finish.
Absolutely.
I love it when our youth pastors get in it. I don't love it when I have to tell them, hey, guys, don't be so competitive. And literally every year, I had to tell them, Chad Macy, not to be so competitive. But you know what, man? It's all in our blood to be competitive and to win. And these youth pastors, I love them to death. They want to win for their students.
Yes.
They want to see their students win. But truthfully, we all win in the service whenever kids are making decisions. So thank you guys for tuning in with us. Stay tuned in all day long. Adopt a box. Yes. We have $158 left. We have $138. We have $67 left. We have a bunch. But right now, we're going to go back to one of our staff members' story. His name's Caleb, and we're going to see why he works in camp ministry.
Hello, everyone. My name is Caleb, and I'm the marketing and creative director here at Crowder's Camps. Part of my job here is to post to social media and control all the email that gets sent out, and to make sure that all of you on Facebook and the website that's seeing this right now, just to make sure that y'all see everything that we're doing, any behind-the-scenes stuff during the off-season, during the season of camp, you know, seeing campers every day on your Instagram and Facebook and seeing what your children might be doing. My primary responsibility here is to pretty much advertise this camp for more people to see, so that way we have more opportunities to bring more children and more people to Christ. So a little backstory about my experience with camp before working here. I used to go to a camp similar to Crowder's Camps, but not in the sense of the size of it. When I was in high school, my school would take a trip once a week in every September and go with another school to a church camp called the Wilds in Transylvania County. and that was my first real camp experience. However, it wasn't until I came here until I truly started to realize how camp is a tool that God uses to reach people to build his kingdom. Some of you that don't know me personally probably don't know that me being full-time here was not my first experience at Crowder's camps. In the summer of 2019, I was actually a photography intern here. And my mentality coming into that internship was way off the track of what God wanted. So I had needed to look for an internship for college credit, and I'd started browsing the internet and Facebook and calling around trying to find internships for a photographer probably around December and into January. And I was starting to luck out and started to realize that photography internships are not a dime a dozen. They're very rare, and most of the time they're usually like second shooting for weddings. And I don't have the mental capacity to be able to cope with the stress that comes with shooting weddings, or at least at the time I wasn't. And spiritually, I was not in the right place. So a lot of the decisions that I was making on things I wanted to do and didn't want to do were decisions that I was making and not necessarily what God wanted me to do. Well, in January, while I was still at home for Christmas break, I was sitting in my room playing my Xbox, and my mom come in my room and said, "Hey, I want you to check out this internship description." I looked at it, and it was for a church camp looking for a photographer to take pictures every day to help promote the camp. I was like, I can get that. That looks easy. And I was 100% confident that I was going to get it. I had my interview, and it went really well, and then I got it. My mentality was still unchanged. I was still going into this in a selfish way. I saw it as an opportunity to build my portfolio, and also I had found out at the time that I didn't need the credit anymore, but I still wanted to go because I didn't need summer classes at that point, and I really didn't feel like sitting at home all summer. So I figured, might as well go and use this as an opportunity to build my portfolio. And I get here, the first 2 weeks went by, and nothing felt any different than when it had started, but I began to notice that something started to feel a little different by the third week. I think it was about right around the time we had our actual first student camp. I remember my boss at the time, Nate, was hitting us over the head with like, y'all have no idea what's about to come in. If y'all think this was hard, just get ready. You're going to be nonstop. At the end of every day, you're going to be drained. And I was like, okay. I mean, I've been taking pictures at the time for 2 years. There wasn't really anything that I felt that I couldn't handle. And I felt like it was just kind of like a scare tactic. And then that first week of student camp came in, and I was hit over the head and had a very rude awakening, and I was drained by the first week. Because of that, my attitude towards this camp and my work ethic here drastically changed for the worst. And it wasn't until a night service, I don't remember who was speaking, but there was a night service that I don't remember who was speaking. I don't remember what it was about. All I can remember was that whole time I was running around like a chicken with his head cut off, trying to get all of these shots, and then I just got wrecked. And I remember, I know you can't see it, but I'm pointing over to the corner of where it happened. I just remember finding Morgan, who was a summer staffer at the time, and just bawled my eyes out. And I don't remember what Morgan prayed over me with. I don't remember anything that he said. All I remember was that I was bawling my eyes out on a dude's shoulders that I didn't ever know before the summer. I never really had a conversation with him before that, but God knew that I needed that to happen. And because of that, from that week until the end of the summer, my attitude towards this camp and my attitude towards, at the time, what I was there for changed. I wasn't there anymore to build my portfolio. Granted, that happened, but I knew I wasn't there at that point anymore for that. And I was there to produce an image to put on social media to reach other people, not for my own selfish glory. So kind of just fast forward to the end of that summer, I'm mentally drained. I'm getting ready to go into my last semester in college. I'm starting to prepare to build my senior show. And I start getting very stressed about trying to find a job. I felt severely underqualified for a lot of the jobs that I wanted to apply for, and I started to fall back into that pit of relying on myself instead of God. And I started praying a lot more. I started to read my Bible more. And the next thing I know, I get a text from Nate saying, hey, have you considered reapplying for a summer internship at camp? And I knew financially it was going to be a poor decision to take an internship because I was going to be out of school, and I won't go into a lot of detail, but I told him that I would love to come back. My life was changed at camp, but in order for it to work for me, I needed to come back full time. And at the time, it wasn't looking good because of positions not being available at the time. But long story short, the more I prayed about it, the more the opportunity had came up. And then in February, I started here full time. Within a month, I had been given a different position, and I started to worry about leading a team of creatives for this past summer. I'm very introverted. I lack a lot of confidence when it comes to talking to people. Even if it's people that I know, I get very socially anxious and scared that I'm not going to be able to fulfill the job that I need to. And I'm just going to put it simply, the thing that I was stressing and worrying over for the whole summer was the thing that helped me to realize what my calling is for what God wants me to do, and that's to be an art director. I fed so much off of leading the team of creatives and leading the broadcast booth and setting up all these cameras to bring the experience to the campers that they needed this summer after being stuck in the home since January because of COVID. And I cannot sit here and think that there was no life change this summer, because there were so many more connections that I was able to have, whether it was to be with a summer staffer, a camper, or a lead staffer, that I don't feel like that I would have had if I wouldn't have taken that step of being an intern here in the first place. Another reason of why I think it's so important that you consider to give through us is because we were one of the only camps, if not the only camp, to operate this summer under CDC guidelines and have 0 COVID cases. I can't name another camp that could say that, whether that be that they ran and had cases or they just shut down completely. That's a God thing. I was confident going into this summer that we were going to get shut down at some point because of a COVID outbreak, and we did all we could to prevent that. But God allowed it to happen to where we had no cases. And the fact that we didn't have any COVID cases this summer, and the fact that we're still here full time every day doing the Lord's work here and having retreats and running shoots, and we're still having no COVID cases, to me is a testament of how God has his hand not only on this camp, but also every camper and every person that comes into contact with us. So if I'm you, I'm going to highly consider giving to us and helping us to be able to impact more lives. So if you feel led to give through us, there'll be a link. It goes to crowderscamps.com, and you can just scroll down on the bottom and you can donate however much money God leads you to give. Thank you for tuning in. I hope y'all have had a fun time listening to this stream, and have a good day.
All right. Yes, like Caleb said, thank you so much for being a part of the Camp-A-Thon. I want to remind you, we do have a match going right now. Mr. Frank Stewart has offered a $10,000 match for all donations given between now and 2 p.m. tomorrow. So that is All donations up to $10,000 between now and tomorrow will be matched. Your dollars are going to do more if you give now. And we've had some people who have helped us toward that matching amount. So Brittany is going to announce some of the donations that have come in since our last update.
All right, so we have Amy Stevens. We're going to fill 2 spots, $34, and then a $66 slot as well.
Thank you.
And then we also have a $20 donation from Rebecca Davis.
And Rebecca did serve with us as summer staff this year, and she did want to share a testimony that she submitted in with us today. She shared a photo, and I think we're putting it up now, and she said, "I just realized who the youth pastor is in this picture, Cody. I remember him coming up to me and laying his hands on me before my youth leader could get to me. This wasn't the day I decided to come to Christ, but it was a day that pushed me forward in my faith. Love Crowder's Camp and the passion behind everyone there." Thank you so much, Rebecca. We loved having you here this summer, and you have been such a blessing to us. Brittany, do we have a couple other donations?
Yes, I sure do. So we have 2 more donations. One is an anonymous donation. It's for $204.
Praise the Lord.
And then we also have another anonymous donation, and that one's for $196.
Fantastic. I believe those 2 were a split off of, there was a $400 anonymous donation, so we're splitting that to take 2 boxes, which is a fantastic help. Thank you so much. Thank you to our friends who are, even selflessly, no name needing to be posted, just wanting to offer just their help towards this ministry. So we appreciate everyone helping out today. We still have boxes in every price range available. We have $7 box, $124 box, just all over the board. So you can help. We just ask that if the Lord's laying it on your heart, that you would pick a box and donate that amount and adopt that box for the day. And if you've already given, we ask you to please keep sharing. This donation matching is going on through 2 o'clock tomorrow. So please get on Facebook and share. Share the YouTube stream, share the Facebook stream, get on Instagram and share with your friends. Get this message out to as many people as you can, and please keep enjoying the stream. We love being here with you today. So our next session, we are going to be talking with a 3-year intern who served here. We've talked a lot about our interns today because they are just such a huge part of our ministry. So our next session is a conversation with Brooklyn Pierce.
Hey, Camp-A-Thoners, thanks for joining us today. All you 145,000 people viewing right now, thank you for being a part of what we're doing. The greatest thing you can do is listen for a while with us and learn more about the ministry at Crowder's Camps, and then hopefully it will encourage you to go and support our ministry today. We have Adopt a Box, which is basically $1 through $310. You can choose whatever box fits your heartbeat for this ministry. And by giving through us, you help us empower the next generation to know Jesus in a very special way. Today I have my very special guest with me. This is Brooklyn, everybody. Everybody say, "Hey, Brooklyn." Hey, Brooklyn.
Hey, guys.
But Brooklyn's here. Brooklyn, tell us a little bit about your story. Where are you from? Where'd you go to church? How old are you? All those good things.
Okay, well, again, my name is Brooklyn. I live in Gastonia, North Carolina, and I am a freshman at Wingate University.
Wingate.edu.
Yes, and go Bulldogs.
Go Bulldogs.
And I grew up in church. I went to Bethlehem Church, which is now City Church. I grew up in church, and I never really got like the full Christian experience until I actually went to Bethlehem Church or City Church, and went to my youth group, and I got really involved in my youth group my sophomore year of high school, which is also when I got really involved with Crowder's Ridge.
Yeah. So what high school did you go to?
I went to Highland.
Highland, okay. And during your a lot of you people, if your parents watching right now, you may kind of have these ooey gooey feelings towards Brooklyn because she's a great young lady, but also she is a athlete as well. So what did you do at Highland to show off your mad athletic skills?
Okay, I'm a runner, so I did cross country and track and field at Highland, and now I run cross country and track at Wingate.
Wingate University. You got a scholarship to go to Wingate. They give you a scholarship. That's great.
Yep.
So what was the very first camp experience that you ever experienced in your life? What was the very first one?
My very first camp experience actually was through the intern program here at Crowder's Ridge. I never really got super involved in church until my sophomore year of high school, and so a few of my friends told me about Crowder's Ridge in my youth group and were like, this place, it's awesome, it's a lot of fun, you get to serve as well as make new friends, and I was like, oh, okay, maybe I'll try it out. So that was my very first camp experience.
So a little backstory, Kayla Mason, was she involved in that friend group at all with you guys?
I actually never met Kayla at that time. I met her through Crowder's.
Okay, all right. Kayla Mason, her father was out here doing some work for us at the very beginning when we started camp. And basically, she wanted to volunteer, her and Peyton. You know Peyton? They wanted to volunteer, and hence that was pretty much the beginning of the intern program when that happened. And I think their first experiences were with a ministry called Outdoor University for small kids. They came and served with us. So for all you guys tuning in, let me give you a little background about the intern program. It is a 1 week or a weekend experience for high school students to come and be the hands and feet of Jesus here to people at our camp. It's absolutely free. So as you give today, you're also giving through Crowder's Camps to help motivate and challenge high school students to be the very best they can be for Jesus. So Brooklyn, give me another commercial about the intern program. What was the intern program like? I mean, was you discipled? Did it help your leadership? I mean, what did you experience by being a part? Because it wasn't just 1 year you were a part of the intern program. Right. You were involved in the intern program for 3 years.
It's a long time.
Wow. We have a lot of loyalty here at Crowder's Camps. A lot of our churches absolutely love us, and we love them back. But we have some churches that have been here every year of our existence. So when I hear that you were intern for 3 years, that doesn't surprise me. Seemed like I was always drawn to you because you always wore running shirts.
I did.
Like your parents are great parents because when you went to a meet or something, they would go and buy you a shirt.
Oh, yeah,
All
every
right?
meet.
So you would come here to camp and have your little, Jackson Hole cross country, whatever, meet on. And my son, Noah, ran all 4 years of high school as well. So every time I saw your shirt, it would connect me with my son. And so I always knew about Brooklyn and kind of followed you through your. And I remember us having a conversation, I think your senior year.
I do remember that.
About what college you're going to and are you going to run.
Yeah.
And I know also you did I think you had an opportunity to run in the Junior Olympics or something.
I did.
Like that.
I remember because I was wearing my Junior Olympics shirt because I was actually late that week to intern because I had the Junior Olympics on Monday, and so I came Tuesday to intern. And
so you came in repping your shirt.
I did. I was
like,
good. Check it out.
Yeah, that is great. Hey, that's a great accomplishment.
Thank
and as long
you.
as you keep giving God glory,
Yeah,
Galatians 6:14, that's my life theme verse now. May I not boast on anything else other than the cross.
I love that.
That's my life verse now. So this intern program, what did you get? What did you experience from this adventure?
I definitely didn't know what to expect when I first came in because I never had a camp experience before. So I kind of just came in, jumped right into it. And I was a little nervous at first, but I also did have a few of my friends with me, so it was less nerve-wracking. But I definitely remember I remember serving and, finishing that weekend, and I didn't even realize that I was, being the hands and feet of Jesus because it was a lot of fun. I guess there's kind of a, not a stigma, but just kind of like a stereotype, I guess, with volunteering. Sometimes people might think, oh, this is really boring, and I just remember I finished that weekend and my mom was like, you served that whole weekend. I was like, yeah, but it didn't even feel like serving just because it was so much fun.
Yeah. So I remember one time you told me that you got in a car and your mom's like, you're glowing.
Yeah.
Like something's different about you. How did the intern program kind of get you out of the box? Why was it so out of the box for you? I mean, was it just a social thing or what?
I definitely think the intern program helped me socially because, again, before I interned, I was a little bit shy. I wasn't as outgoing as I am now.
You would just run away from people.
Yeah, honestly,
run.
Yep.
Get it?
Oh, funny. I would see people at the store that like went to my school, and I'd be like, Mom, let's go that way. I don't know. I was just always a little bit shy, and so the intern program really helped me to make new friends and to kind of branch out of my shell. And whenever we had some free time, we were free to basically do whatever we wanted. So I know I always like to just go up to people, like go up to campers, go up to leaders, and just say hi, like, how are you doing? Are you enjoying your experience? Blah, blah, blah. And that honestly just helped me so much break out of my shell and go up to new people and meet new people.
So part of this intern program, parents, let me bring you in, or if you're a student watching right now, let me bring all you guys in. So it's for high schoolers. It's free. It's a free program. You can contact us via email. You can hit Grayson@CrowdersCamps.com. And Grayson can give you the application. We do run some references and things like that on you because we do want top-notch high school students to be part of this program because it is the front line of our camp for that particular time. So not only the big time is the summer. Right. You get to come to camp for free for a week, but also through the year on fall retreats and winter retreats, we have girl designated weekends and guy designated weekends where they can come out. And would you say, Brooklyn, that it was a great opportunity to be discipled as well?
Oh, yeah, for sure. I definitely, again, looking back, I didn't even really realize that I had the opportunity to just impact as many people as I did without even realizing it. And so I definitely would say, like, this is a great program to just be mentored and discipled through it because my relationship with the Lord wouldn't be where it is right now if it wasn't for this program.
Yeah. So parents and students that you're watching, if you would like to get involved in this program, again, CrowdersCamps.com, and you can hit up Grayson at CrowdersCamps.com to start that process, and it's free.
Hey guys, my name is Kayla. I'm an intern here at Crowder's Ridge. Basically, as an intern, you just help the staff, help the campers any way you can. My favorite part is going down to service and worshiping with the campers because it's just like camp as an intern. There's still an opportunity for you to serve here at Crowder's Ridge. Just go to crowdersridge.com and apply.
Hey guys, what's up? My name's Coleman and I'm an intern here at Crowder's Ridge. We have the opportunity to serve lunch and assist in the rec activities. My favorite thing here at Crowder's Ridge is getting to worship with all the campers and seeing them accept Christ in their walk with the Lord, and I can't wait to see you here.
So, Brooklyn, the intern program did make a lasting effect on your life, but not only was you there to serve, to work, if you will, but you got to participate in camp as well.
Yes, I did.
I mean, everything about camp, I mean, you had the front row seat or, was working behind the scenes. And ultimately, that's what the intern program does. It's pretty much the backbone of our ministry. And without it, we wouldn't survive. So what's some of your greatest experiences you remember coming to camp? And you came for 3 years.
Yes.
So, I know a lot of that's going to start running together, but what's some moments that helped shape you as the young woman that you are?
I do remember one that I will never forget. I was going into my junior year of high school, and I came for summer camp, and it was my first time ever coming as a camper. I interned a few times before that, but I never came as a camper. And so I remember that whole week I came in, and, well, before I came, actually, my youth pastor, Cody, he encouraged me to come to camp because he knew I was getting more involved in my youth group. I was coming to church a lot more than I had been previously, and he really wanted me, he was really encouraging me to come. And I remember I was like, ooh, I don't know about that. I mean, I like to intern, but I don't know. And I'm very indecisive if you can't tell, but I know. And so the deadline actually passed in order for me to register to go. And literally the day after, I went up to my youth pastor and I said, "Is there any way that I can go?" He said, "Yes, you can." And so I ended up coming for the week. And I remember, again, I was a little nervous. None of my friends were coming, and it was me and a bunch of strangers, it felt like, honestly. And so, but I remember that whole week, I was kind of experiencing God in a way that I never had before through seeing how the interns served and through how the worship team led and through just through all the experiences that I had. And I remember the last night of camp, I was on the risers right over there, and the worship team was singing "Reckless Love," which that song I haven't heard in a really long time, actually.
You can play it on the way home.
Yeah, I know, I will. And I remember they were singing that song, and they got to the bridge part of it. And all of a sudden, the worship team, they dropped their mics, they dropped their instruments. You know, the drummer came out of the drum set, and they all just got on their knees and just started praising God in a way that I never experienced that before. And I looked around me, and everyone was, people were crying, and people were literally like on their hands and knees, like praying to God. And I felt this energy in the room kind of shift to, instead of the worship team like singing a song and us singing with them, it was more like the Holy Spirit was really in this barn. And I remember I've never felt so wrecked by God before, and I never really felt overwhelmed by the Lord until that moment. And I don't know, that's a moment that I'm never gonna forget.
Yeah. So Camp-A-Thoners, you guys out there viewing this segment right now, just remember that any gift you give, you empower us to help continue to create moments like Brooklyn just experienced. And this summer, I have conversations with the youth pastors every single morning and do a youth pastor leadership training with them. And this summer, I came up with the theology, the camp theology, that why do we get so upset when the last minute people sign up? I mean, is that crazy? Because, you got forms to fill out. We need your money. We got to do all this. So I told them, because majority of the youth pastors was like, and yeah, this kid's life was changed last night.
Yeah.
And guess what? He was the last one to sign up. And I'm like, well, shouldn't we as leaders be thankful for those last minute people that literally the tour bus is having to slow down to be able to get them? Yeah, hey, those kids that are the last minute, that's probably a God plan. And for you being that last sign up for City Church, it was God's plan, for you to be here and to experience camp, maybe not from the intern perspective, which they're different perspectives. But one's, I would say, more self-centered. Coming as a camper, it's more like, hey, I just want to feed. And then coming as an intern, you're wanting to give.
Right.
So there's two different theologies behind those two camper and intern camper ideas. But it's amazing that you experienced such a great night of abandonment in front of God. Here at the camp.
Awesome.
Do you have any other? I mean, what does camp mean to you? In a nutshell, what do you think it did for you, and how potentially did it get you ready for college?
Right.
No, when you come to camp, we're not teaching you how to go to college, but there are some things that happen at camp that I think camp's a powerful little weapon.
Right.
There's lots of things that happen when you come to camp. For some of you parents watching right now, you may have issues with your kids fixing their hair. Well, make them fix it by themselves for a week and see what happens. They have to learn. Jumping off of a 30-foot leap of faith, with a harness on, that gets you out of your comfort zone.
That's scary.
That makes you realize if you're a man or woman, if I got the guts to live my life or not. Doing the aerial park when you're 30 feet up in the air and you're going across cables and zip lines, all those elements, the reason why we bring those elements into the camp programs is to continue breaking down what people think is right. and making them empty themselves so they have an opportunity to receive. Because it's amazing how many brick walls students are coming to camp and leaders are coming to camp with, and something's got to knock those walls down,
Right.
so that they can receive what God wants to give them. So how do you think maybe camp helped you prepare for college?
I definitely think without camp, I honestly don't know where I would be in my relationship with God. It really provided me with a firm foundation of, your relationship with God is strong. And I really wanted to keep that up in college. One of my biggest fears going into college was, growing distant with God and not losing my relationship with the Lord, but just growing distant with Him. And I do remember camp, it really, every single time I came, I kind of felt refreshed, and I really felt refreshed actually in my relationship with God, just because I kept experiencing the Lord in a new way that I didn't really get to. I didn't really get to experience in my everyday life, and I do know college was also a little nerve-wracking for me because I had to make new friends, and I had to, go up to people and meet my roommate for the first time. And again, camp was a great way for me to break out of my shell and break out of my comfort zone, and go up to people and try to be the light that the Lord wants me to be in this world, and kind of bring that light to college. And that was a really big goal of mine.
Yeah, I wish that I can't give the credit to just our intern program for your experience that you had here. The credit really goes to Cody at City Church, because Cody at City Church is the youth pastor that I wish every youth pastor in America could be like. He's selfless, and Cody allowed us to come in as a ministry and offer the intern program to his high schoolers.
Yep.
Now, not many youth pastors would do that. If you're a youth pastor watching right now, I would like to encourage you to do that. Never once have we ever tried to steal you away, say, come to church here, because we have no church.
Right.
But it's a great outlet. And it was a great outlet for you as a high schooler to get a little something different than working in the nursery or being a greeter at church. All those things are very important. But I think the intern program is on a high schooler's level when it comes to almost like a sleepover.
Yeah, I agree.
But a sleepover with Jesus in the center of it?
Yep.
Kinda?
Yeah.
So it's more on your level than just serving for an hour at church. But we're a parachurch organization, not the church. And Cody sees that and he understands that. And thank you, Cody, for being such a great friend to our ministry. He's at City Church in Gastonia. That's Brooklyn's church. Let's talk about our summer staff for a second. I remember being at Camp Long Ridge. I went there as a camper. There was a guy standing at the door at the dining hall, and he was standing there like a Roman soldier guard. His name was Trip Atkinson. He's now the youth pastor, I think, at Sugarloaf down in Georgia. And Trip was a great guy. He wrestled in high school. I wrestled too, so we had that in common. But when I saw this guy, I saw a hero. I saw somebody that I was kind of jealous of at first and kind of messed with him a little bit. But I ended up humbling myself and saw him as a hero and leader. What kind of experience did you get those 3 years working with probably almost 100 different college staff?
Right.
Was around you? Who stands out the most to you? Who took time and poured into Brooklyn?
I definitely, first of all, the summer staff here, and from my experience, has been nothing short of awesome. I remember I thought they were all the coolest people in the world. They were in college. They were really cool.
Camp.
Right.
They get to get on stage.
Yeah, they get to dance in cool costumes.
Yeah.
I thought they were awesome, and none of them ever looked down on me for my age. I'm a firm believer of anyone younger than you can still make a huge impact on your life. And one person I do think stands out the most to me is Logan Lawrence. And I remember that he again, I was a little scared to meet everyone for the first time just because, you get those little nervous jitters. But I just remember he would just have conversations with me about, like, how my relationship with God is doing. And I would just see how he led his small group because he was the Yoshi team. I do remember that. Yeah. And I don't know, his relationship with God really inspired me to grow mine. Mm-hmm.
And he was a very energetic guy.
Right.
I was actually watching some videos, some rec recaps for this program. And if you tune in with us all day long, you'll get to see those. But the energy that he brought, the devotion that our college staff brings every summer. So you watching right now, if you're in college or you're a parent of a college student, what a great place for them to serve. Yeah. It's almost like a 2-month mission trip with time off, and they get paid. Some of their support is raised, but some of it's given. But what a great opportunity for them to get involved and to be the hands and feet of Jesus. Yeah. So we have a free intern program for high school students, and then we have a paid program for college students to go and impact young women and men every single summer. What a great opportunity. And it's right here in the Charlotte metro area in Gastonia, North Carolina. Is that not amazing?
It's awesome.
Is it not awesome that God's used your church in your life. God's used your student ministry. But I'm thankful to say that God's used us too in your life. But here's the deal.
Right.
God's used you too.
Yeah.
Because all those weeks that you served, all those weekends you served, because you didn't just serve in the summer, you served on the weekends during the fall,
right.
Things like that. God was using you too. And this whole time you thought, hey, I get to go to Crowder's.
Yeah.
But really Crowder's was saying, hey, Brooklyn's coming.
I know, it's crazy because I never even thought I was really making a huge impact. And I look back and I just see how much God used me, and it's so crazy the way it works.
We did. Our main objective at Crowder's Camps is to serve people. We believe save people, serve people. And that's our calling, to do good to others, and that's by creating the best program that we can create and most excellence that they can experience. So by you guys giving today, it empowers us. You give through us to help us reach the next generation for Christ. Without you, we can't do it. We will do it because God won't let us down. God's going to provide a way. But is God calling you specifically to help us today? So today we're doing a thing called Adopt a Box, and it's basically $1 all the way to $310, and it's also got some big numbers at the bottom: $500, $1,000, $2,500. But today we're trying to raise $72,000 to help us in January, February, and March get ready for the summer, so we can provide scholarships to kids who can't afford to come to camp, but also an incredible intern program for those young ladies like Brooklyn and those young men, but also support an incredible college staff team of about 30 to 35 college students. So pray about giving right now. So find that spot and do that, and we're going to go to our next segment. Hey everyone, today we're asking you to give through Crowder's Camp so we can impact this next generation and beyond for Christ. 6 years of ministry, over 1,000 kids have given their life to Christ. Hundreds of kids have felt the call to ministry, and over 13,000 people come to this campus every year and grow in their faith. This can only happen with sacrificial giving from parents, grandparents, and donors like you who are willing to give. Today we're celebrating what God has done, and we're doing Adopt a Box. So you can give $1 or $310 or whatever amount God has laid on your heart. Today we believe your gift will have a residual impact for the kingdom of God and impact hundreds and thousands of kids. So give. There's 5 ways to give. Number 1, crowderscamps.com. Number 2, you can mail your checks in to P.O. Box 1, Laurel, North Carolina 28098. Number 3, you can drive. Come on over here. I would love to see you. 130 Camp Rotary Road, Gastonia, North Carolina 28052. Number 4, call us
704-915-1096, and we can take your payment over the phone, your gift over the phone. And number 5, you can pray. Pray for today that we can raise the funds we need and that we can impact many, many generations to come. Thank you for giving through Crowder's Camp and helping us impact this generation now and beyond.
All right. Thank you guys for still hanging with us. We've got several hours to go, 4 or 5 hours, I think, to go. So thank you so much for tuning in and continue to watch. We appreciate it. We do have one update here. We got a donation from Levi Denham. I hope I'm saying that right. From Levi for $8. So Levi, thank you. Thank you so much for your $8 donation. I'm gonna slap this sucker up here. Yeah! Right there. Whoop. All right, remember, we still got a $7, we've got a $9, $14, $19, all the way down to $5,000, okay? So pick one. Pick what doesn't have to be, $5,000. Maybe it's $19 or $15 or whatever's available. You can see right now what's on any number you see is a dollar amount. You can choose that right now in your brain. Go to crowderscamps.com, click on the Camp-A-Thon button. It'll direct you where you need to go and take care of that, okay? So, where are we going to next, Emily?
What about the match?
Oh, yeah, that's right. We do have a match. Thank you, Grayson. So we have a match up to $10,000. So anything you give up until what, till 2 o'clock tomorrow, we have a match. So please, again, we want to get to that $10,000 mark so we can at least get that match. So thank you so much for doing that. Thank you for your willingness to serve us and to help us out. We appreciate it. And where are we going next? All right, check this. We have somebody called Fred McGee who has been a huge help to us in partnering with us for donors. So check this video out. Jay interviews him and talks with him about Crowder's Camps, how he became involved. So I want you to meet Fred. Check this out.
All right, Camp-A-Thoners, we are here for another segment, and it's a very special segment with someone that has impacted the camp in so many different ways. But before we get started, remember, this is Adopt a Box. So there's boxes on there from $1 all the way up to $300. Choose your box and adopt a box. Be generous and give so that Crowder's Camps can continue to impact the next generation for Christ and beyond. Okay, so here we have Mr. Fred McGee, and as you can tell, we're in a room with a lot of trophies because he's an avid hunter, he is an entrepreneur, he's a businessman, and he's also a writer as well. Your titles just keep going on and on and on, so that's a good thing. But Mr. McGee has literally, we're going to tell you a little bit about our story of how we met in just a second, but here lately, he has just released a book that he's written about how to harvest God's blessings in your marriage. What brought about this book, Mr. McGee?
I thought it was something that needed to be done. I've seen the damage done in marriage breakup and family problems, and I think the basic problem is people are not obeying the teachings of the Bible.
That's right.
And that's what I'm trying to get across in this book.
It's full of scripture too. I mean, you use so many references for scripture. It's a really good read for a lot of people. If someone wanted to get a copy of your book, how do they contact you and get a copy of your book?
I have some cards that have the information so they can order the books.
Okay.
It's Durant's Publishing is the publishing company.
Okay. So if you're interested after our conversation tonight in getting a book that Mr. McGee wrote, you can just contact me at jay@crowderscamps.com, and I will make sure the information gets to Mr. McGee so we can get you a copy of the book. Mr. McGee, I know you're an avid hunter as well. You enjoy God's creation, and you love to hunt. You've been hunting your whole entire life?
My dad taught me to hunt when I was a child, and started out rabbit and squirrel hunting.
Yeah.
And So it just gradually grew on me.
Yeah, so anywhere from a grizzly bear to big giant buck racks. I mean, we're literally surrounded by a lot of hunting right now, which is absolutely beautiful. Just seeing the harvest that God's able to create, and you've been able to benefit from that as well. I want to tell a little story about. I want us both to kind of talk about, because this is we're trying to raise money for our camp, and I can honestly sit here and say there's two people that really help the camp be the camp, and that is you and Frank Stewart. And without you, and I told Frank the same way, because you guys kind of worked hand in hand and being so generous with donations and things like that. But the Lord put all of us together to be able to accomplish a task. And without you, I don't see how the camp would have survived or been established in the first place. I've also interviewed Ronnie Bowers, because he's part of what we do too. And me and Ronnie talked about the time y'all met at the post office.
Yeah.
So you were at the post office and met Ronnie Bowers and had a sit-down conversation with Ronnie, I think, after that, or in the parking lot, and expressed to Ronnie that you had a vision or felt like you had a calling to see a camp started in Gastonia for kids. Can you tell us a little bit about that spark that you had to see a camp started?
Well, I thought the Lord was leading me to do that, and originally we thought that the camp would be here near my home, on a 50-acre tract I have. But later, I realized that the Lord intended me to help you build a camp.
Well, do you remember the night that everybody came over and we went walking through your property?
Sure do.
I mean, so you were still pursuing that, and me, I was looking for a partner to be able to build a camp, because I mean, just coming out the gates and building a camp, I mean, it's going to be extremely expensive and difficult as well. Yeah. So whenever I had met Mr. McGee, I thought that, hey, I was supposed to partner with you in your dream as well. Mm-hmm. So we came out here one night, a bunch of us. I don't even know where all the guys came from that night. And we walked the property and kind of looked. And then we went back and forth. And it just, at that point, just didn't work out. I was still doing camps at the beach. And you were still kind of seeing where God was going to lead you. And then Crowder's Camp, which was the Girl Scouts camp, opened up. And that's when you became one of our main financial supporters to help us make that operable. Why was camp so important to you?
Well, I have always had the impression, and from information I've read, that the most effective way to win people to the Lord is when they're young, and that the majority of the people who are being saved at Christian camps. Mm. So that was my reason for having an interest in Christian camp.
You know, over the past 6 years, we've seen over 1,000 first-time decisions for Christ.
I appreciate that. It makes me feel good about the contributions I've made.
I mean, it doesn't get better than that, you know? I mean, that's what it's all about.
Right. Making disciples of...
Hundreds of kids have committed their life to ministry in the past 6 years. And on a typical year, we have a little over 13,000 people come onto our campus that are in some way, shape, or form in some type of program that is developing them to be closer to Jesus. And so without great generosity like you have expressed to reach kids, we couldn't do that. And that's one reason why all you viewers right now, you're being asked to adopt a box, is because we need that generosity to be able to sustain through the lack of income through COVID-19. Plus, each year we scholarship almost $110,000 to kids that can't afford to come to camp. And I believe, and me and you had a discussion a while ago when the cameras were off about when we thought things were going to come back around with COVID, and I believe this summer hopefully will be a normal summer for all of us, and we get to see all these kids come back to camp and hear the gospel.
Well, it's not as dangerous for kids, they say, anyhow.
Yeah, that's what we're hoping and praying for. So if you ever come to Crowder's Ridge and look around, you'll see there's a few things named after Fred McGee because he's been such an incredible partner for us. Fred, what would you tell somebody out there that's thinking about giving to our camp? How would you encourage them maybe to give to us?
It would be money well used. Christian camps, and especially the one that Jay is managing, is one of the best ways, I would say, to make a difference in the world. And if you want to make a difference in the world, you need to introduce them to Jesus Christ, and they need to be saved and then grow in their relationship to the Lord.
Man, we are on a 2019. We were out of room, in the summer. We had no space available at all for kids to come. And that was a majority 6th through 12th grade. And if you're watching right now and you think about giving and you want to go to something even bigger, maybe you're one of those people or families that, hey, you know what, we want to invest in something bigger. Jay, give us something bigger. Well, me and Mr. McGee, we've been working on a brand new camp called Crowder Springs. And he's actually giving donations to help start a brand new camp. And the reason why is because we have no more room. And there's kids 3rd through 6th grade that we cannot provide but 1 week of camp for because we have so many 6th through 12th graders coming all the rest of the weeks of camp. So from June, the 1st of June to the middle of August, Crowder's Ridge is totally full. And so now what we want to do is build a smaller camp on our new property that we have 1 mile down the road and have only kids over there, 3rd through 6th grade. So everything's kid oriented and related over there to kids ministry. But we cannot do that unless someone or some family comes up and says, hey, we want to help you build this camp. And literally, and we're not talking about millions of dollars, we're talking about $600,000 to $200,000 can get that camp started and built so kids can come even this summer to camp over there at Crowder Springs. I think Mr. McGee is very important that we don't outgrow ourselves, but yet we want to continue to move forward to reach as many kids as possible for the gospel of Jesus Christ.
Yes, and I appreciate what you've been doing.
Well, thank you, sir. I appreciate you. And again, if I could ever say there's a champion, of Crowder's camps, we have 2. One would be Frank Stewart, and one would be Mr. Fred McGee. So, Mr. McGee, I appreciate you taking your time and talking to us tonight. And I know you're praying for us. I know you're a praying man. And I know you allow God's word to lead you.
I pray for you daily.
I know you do. I have no doubt that you do. You told me stories of your journal and all that stuff, and you're just an incredible man of God. And on behalf of all these kids that have ever come to our camp, you have something to do with them coming to camp. Because if it wasn't for you, sir, we wouldn't have been able to do the things that we did. So just publicly, I want to say thank you so much for your generosity and your care for reaching kids and students for the gospel. So it's your turn. This man right here, he's given, and it's your turn. So tonight, go and grab you a box, whether it be $1 all the way down at the bottom. We do have some $500, some $1,500s, and $2,500 boxes. We need you to take those boxes because we need your support. By giving through Crowder's Camps, you help us and empower us to reach this generation now and beyond.
Yeah, so that got me. I'm gonna be honest with you, because I'm gonna be honest with you. Without Fred McGee, everybody that follows us, you need to know, without Fred McGee, they would probably 100% not be a Crowder's Camps. He's been one of the most loyalist supporters that we've ever had. 81 years old and still supporting us today. Still wants to see your friends and your kids come to camp and be impacted by the gospel of Jesus Christ. So I want to tell everybody that's watching right now, the Bible clearly says don't let anybody look down on you because you're young, nor if you're older. It's time for you to give. It's time for either you to share. Your parents are getting off work right now. Grandparents are getting done with their daily walk, and it's time to get on the phone or on your social media accounts and start sharing. If we just go over here and look at the board right quick, we'll see that there's a $7 block, $9 block, $14 block. There's all these different blocks that are open right now. Let's get really close to them. We got $48, $70, $47. Those are really, really simple blocks for people to adopt. Matter of fact, I promise you this, if you made 5 contacts or you shared our post just twice in the next hour, I bet you some of these will be filled just like that. Why? Because your parents, your grandparents, they love you. And if you're a parent, you love your kids, and you want to see a ministry that's helped them develop in their life be truly successful. So we need you, just like we needed Fred McGee all these years. Now we're asking you on this Camp-A-Thon to join in. So literally, you can go to our social media accounts, copy and paste, screenshot, do whatever you have to do, and just say, hey, go check out crowderscamps.com's Camp-A-Thon and help them be successful to reach as many kids as possible for the gospel of Jesus Christ. That's all we're asking you to do. Fred McGee has impacted more of you than you ever would dream or imagine. Like I said before, if it wasn't for him, we wouldn't even have the startup funds to be able to get the lease. And back in 2016, we actually created a scholarship fund called the Fred McGee Scholarship Fund for kids to be able to help kids come to camp. I want you to check that video out right quick.
I'm Fred McGee from Dallas, North Carolina. And now, after becoming involved with youth ministry at our church, I began to see the effectiveness of youth ministry. Later on, I wanted to build a youth camp because making a difference in the world, I think that's the best way, is to share the gospel of Jesus Christ. There's no better way to make a difference in the world. At that age, they will listen to what you have to say, and you've got a chance by sharing the gospel with them to make a difference in their lives in changing the world. By changing people, that's the only way it can be done. If they are really changed through the experience they have at camp, it will last their entire life.
All right, thank you. We wanted to update you with just a few more testimonies, giving updates, all of that as we move through our day. So I want to share a testimony from Gracie. Gracie was one of our summer staff this year, and she just did a phenomenal job. Gracie says, "Camp to me is my home away from home. It's where all the worries disappear and you get to lead kids and teens to Christ. There is nothing else better than seeing their faces light up during free time and seeing kids raising their hands, praising the Lord." Now, Caleb, I understand we have a giving update.
Yeah, we have a big chunk one here.
Okay.
All right.
That's
so
good.
from Millie and Mike Haley.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, that is them.
It is $1,000. Can I get a 1, 2, 3 and a Ric Flair? 1, 2, 3. Woo! All right, cool.
Thank you so much, Haley family. We're going to add that to the board. We're going to use up a couple spots with that. So we'll do that between now and the next giving update. We would like to share another testimony this time. This is from Hunter. He was also on our summer 2020 staff. That was quite the staff with all that they went through with COVID and precautions. But Hunter had this to share. He said, camp was the first opportunity I was really able to be involved in production for something that was truly helping to spread the gospel. And a lot of the opportunities I had there helped point me to what I'm doing now. Crowders was a chance for me to really serve in a capacity that allowed me to use a few different talents and interests, all for God's glory. All right, we are so thankful for just that opportunity to share what God is doing in lives. Thank you so much for joining us throughout the day. And just please continue to join us through the evening. We're here till 9 o'clock. We've got a lot of more great stuff planned, and we have more giving updates throughout the day. Again, please share. Right now, donations are being matched. We have a match up to $10,000. We want to reach that full match potential, so please give while that match is available. You can do so at Crowder's Camps. If you've already given, please share. Please help everyone who knows the value of camp in your life to just be aware of this, whether that's parents, grandparents, friends. Just help share the word. So we are going to go over to Jay now. He's going to talk a little bit about COVID-19, how that's affected camp, and what that looks like in our ministry.
Hey guys, thanks for tuning in with us. All you 1,233,000 viewers right now. It is great to have you. I'm still hoping that one kid binge watches the whole entire day.
Oh, I know. YouTube has actually been staying consistent throughout the entire day with like 10 viewers.
Yeah, that's
it's
great.
so awesome.
That's great. So again, right now, the biggest thing you can do, even if you have to jump off the stream, is get out there and share the stream. You know, it's 4:33 right now. Yeah. People are about to start getting off work. Parents and grandparents and potential new donors are going to start coming in.
Oh, absolutely.
The house, ready to eat supper.
Oh, yeah.
And we need you guys to jump on social media and share. Yeah. You know, last night, I literally took about 20 minutes and just went through my phone and just texted the link out to everybody, and it was really successful. And that's just a good idea. So if you're sitting there watching the feed, man, I want to help you guys, but maybe you've been impacted by COVID and you don't have $95 or $76 to take a box, please use your phone. Just go through your contacts and text the link. Hey, check out the Camp-A-Thon. Check out the Camp-A-Thon, and you won't be surprised how God will bless your obedience.
Oh, absolutely.
To help us, because this is a total God thing.
Yeah, absolutely. I actually texted a lot of people this morning, and I got several donations from a lot of my friends and everything. And it's awesome to see just the faithfulness of people, and just to see the community grow for God's kingdom.
Yeah, I mean the whole Adopt a Box thing is going really well right now. We, as you just heard, we got a $1,000 donation from Mike and Millie Haley. Thank you so much. They're such a sweet couple. They're champions as well. Yeah. I'm so thankful for the champions that we have here for this ministry, and how they impact us so much with their generosity, sacrificial generosity. And that maybe that's what you need to pray for tonight, and just see if God wants you to step out of the box and help us, because we're going to fill this board up. One way, shape, or form.
I believe it.
We're going to fill it up. I just believe it. And, you know, as we was praying as a staff this morning, you know, I told everybody, you know, hey, I'm praying for a miracle, and I believe we're going to see a miracle. But all you adults out there, y'all got to get off work first to see it. So we need all these teenagers. I don't know.
Yeah.
Let me see here 1 second. Let me go to Instagram, and let me click on Crowder's Camps.
Yeah.
Let me see here. 3,709 followers.
Let's go.
3,709 followers. We need I'm talking to you. With all 3,709 followers, we need you right now to go and share and spread the word. But I'm telling you, if you've already shared it, if you're like, Jay, we've already shared it, then please take it to your text.
Share and keep
Take it
sharing.
to TTT. Yeah. Take it to the text.
Ooh.
TTT. Take it to the text. TTT. So 4 T's. Take it to the text and send that thing out. I just came up with that. That's cool. Take it to the text. and send it out. All right, let's talk about COVID-19. One reason why we're even doing a Camp-A-Thon, there's a lot of reasons why we're doing a Camp-A-Thon. I think this is a yearly thing for us because it went so good this year. But COVID-19 is one of the reasons. And you, Evan, you're up here with me because you were a college staff person in the grind every day during our COVID-19 season.
Yeah.
Now, just so you guys know, we had no COVID-19 camper cases at all.
It was amazing.
We had a couple staff people, college staff people that contracted COVID-19 that we believe off-site and came back on-site. We quarantined them and sent them home, and that's all we saw of that. So we were truly fortunate, man, and blessed to be protected. I believe by the Lord, and He just provided the whole entire time.
Absolutely.
But I kind of want to go through with the people about the damage that COVID-19 has done to our camp.
Yeah.
And I say damage, that's kind of a big word.
Yeah.
It's affected us greatly, and mainly the main effect has been just by not being able to communicate the gospel to as many kids as possible.
Yeah.
We had over 5,800 cancellations last summer.
Yeah, that's pretty nuts. Yeah.
I mean, that's huge.
Yeah.
A lot of churches had to cancel, and they were stuck in a situation to where, they were responsible for the kids, and I understand that. And also transportation was probably the top conversation piece. How do I get 150 kids to camp and social distance and wear masks and all that stuff?
Yeah.
So just with that number of 5,000, over 5,800 cancellations, you got to understand that there was a lot of income that also fell out of that. And that was almost $1 million worth of income.
Right.
There would have been expenses inside of that income as well. Lots of food, lots of this and lots of that.
Yeah.
But it really hurt the operations piece of the camp.
Yeah.
So we as a team, and this is pre-you, but we as a team started meeting on Zoom in April. We were very, very fortunate to be able to stay together and meet the whole time. We started meeting on Zoom, still talking about camp, still praying. And at every avenue, every corner, I still believed that camp was going to happen.
Yeah.
And I thought, literally, this is what I thought. In April, this is what I thought. I thought, hey, camp's going to happen. By Easter, COVID's going to be gone, and we're going to see the biggest harvest that we've ever seen. I mean, kids are just going to be hungry for the gospel. They've been shut up in their house, for all these weeks, and kids are going to be so hungry, and we're going to see the greatest ministry season that we've ever seen in our whole entire life by Easter. Finally, Easter got there, and that's when the majority of the cancellations started happening. We have groups that ran a whole entire week here, and they canceled. So we had to make some type of choices of what we was going to be able to do. So we waited on the CDC to send out guidelines. We're sitting here, hadn't had any income since the shutdown, which was March the 20th.
Yeah.
No income at all as a camp. We're barely making it. And so finally, the CDC sends out guidelines. Our whole staff's kind of memorizing it. Our dot your I's and cross your T's staff people are really fine-tuning it to how we can make this happen. And finally, we decide that we're able to make camp happen.
Yeah.
This first video that we're going to show you, I believe it's a safety talk to parents, trying to assure them that their kids will be okay to come to camp. Check this out.
Hey parents, so here's a serious conversation about can Crowder's Camp keep your kids safe while they attend camp? Well, we're going against an invisible enemy, but I believe there's some guidelines and procedures that we can put in place that can help for a strong fight of your kid coming to camp, but also returning from camp without coronavirus or being sick. So here's some guidelines. They're going to be here on the website, but I wanted to do a video just so you can see my face. We are going to do everything possible to keep your kids safe while they attend camp. Can we 100% promise something won't happen? No, nobody can. Not even if you go to Walmart or Lowe's or anywhere else, nobody's promised that. But here's what we're doing. We have developed guidelines that we got from the CDC and the local health department that provides everything that we need to do to make the experience safer for kids. So how's camp going to be different this year and how we're going to keep your kids safe? Well, here we go. We're going to give you a pre-screening document that is provided by us, and on that pre-screening document is going to be a choice. You can do a 14-day quarantine before you come to camp, or a 7-day quarantine and a COVID-19 test. I know you just got nervous. Here's the definition of quarantine. Quarantine is simply staying away from anybody that's been in contact or has COVID-19. That's all. So basically what we're all doing right now, that's a 14-day quarantine. I've not been around anybody with COVID-19, and I don't have any symptoms. So I'm cool, all right, I'm good. So you can write for 7 days prior to coming to camp, you're gonna take your kid's temperature.
It got scary.
Yeah.
I mean, even as parents, to get some of that, start seeing quarantine and all that, man, it was like, whoa, you know, what do we do? So we literally had to go in as a staff and reboot the whole entire summer. And we kept on moving overnight camps over and over. And Evan, at this time, we didn't even know if you were going to show up or not.
Yeah. So should I kind of tell my story about that?
Sure.
So literally, I was actually hired 3 days before camp even started because I wasn't aware like what my summer was going to look like because I had just finished up for my spring classes, and I was like, well, I only have one semester left, so I might as well do something in the summer. And I even tell my testimony about this a little bit later on in a video. But it's like I just saw that. Well, I was like, well, I want to apply for camp, and so I literally signed up. I think it was March, and then I was hired on literally 3 days before camp started.
Wow.
And once I got here, like I just felt like it was meant to be, honestly, because it was just so awesome just to see, to just get really, I guess, kind of like dunked in of seeing like of new friends and everything like that, because I hadn't really been exposed to meeting new friends on the spot and everyone just being so welcoming and everything like that. I remember meeting Morgan. He was like, "What's up, little baby?"
Yeah.
So something like that. So shout out to Morgan because he's such an awesome guy.
That sounds like Morgan.
But it was like, at the same time, it's also kind of like, well, we had to wear like the whole masks and everything like that. So it was just like how to stay socially distant and everything, which kind of put a little quirk in some things that were kind of going on. Which I guess is kind of like the one issues, but I mean, like masks or not, I mean, it's still a struggle at some point, and I know some people differentiate like their opinions and everything on that, but that's basically just kind of my story and everything. And I've never been here for like a previous like summer or anything because it was my first summer working here, so I never really saw what summer looked like before. But for me, it's like I could definitely feel, I guess, just the strains from lead staff. Because it has been so different because the schedule had to be changed so drastically because like we had to do like 1 day camps and we had to do like day camps and everything like that, which was the majority of the things because it's like we just, by CDC guidelines, we couldn't have overnight camps until like the last 2 weekends.
Yeah, backing up though, in March and April, we were still discussing when is summer staff going to arrive because we didn't know when camp was even going to start.
Yeah.
We had no idea. And with so many camps canceling, some camps in the beginning of June didn't even cancel until the end of May.
Yeah.
So it was a major disaster. It was a major disaster.
Oh,
our staff were champions,
Yeah.
and they literally just jumped from one vision to the next.
Yeah.
And I'll never forget, we did a training for our new aerial park and zip line, and we made a video, and check this one out, announcing that camp was on.
Hey, social media, we have read, investigated, and seen the guidelines from the CDC and our local health department, and we're open. This summer, we're having day camps and overnight camps, and abiding by those guidelines, we believe that we're going to see sparks ignite for life change that will last forever for your kids and the students. We're having 3 day camps. Yes, 3 day camps, and they're opening this weekend for registration, ages 10 through 13. We're also having 4 overnight camps that has some space available for your group to attend, but you can check our website out for that. And also 1 more overnight camp for kids at the very beginning of August. So if your event or camp was canceled this summer, we want you to contact us about Crowder's One Day, a special event that you can do with your group. So all this information and those guidelines for keeping your kids safe this summer are at crowderscamps.com. So check it out and we'll see you at camp.
So even at this point, we didn't know what we were doing. Everything was changing every single day. College staff were set to come in June the 1st, and we still didn't know. But we ended up rebooting everything we know about camp. We ended up scraping it all out from starting from scratch. We opened up one-day events for churches to bring their groups, and we opened up day camps. And here's a little recap of what the day camps look like.
Hey social media, hang on, this not working. Hey social media, welcome to camp. Just want to let you guys know, we have 2 more day camps, 2 overnight camps for students, and we also have one-day events waiting on your students or kids. So check us out at crowderscamps.com. Don't let this summer go by. Get your kids in the mud. Come, bring them to camp. Camp isn't canceled.
Yeah, so we started the hashtag Camp's Not Canceled, and literally put it on every post we could, trying to build the confidence of parents to let us have their kids to try to impact them for the gospel.
Yeah.
You guys came in under strict guidelines that we've, using masks. We had staff camp, and no matter how many cancellations we had, we were going to do whatever it took to do the best job we could, because that's what we're here for.
Yeah.
That's what amen, everybody?
Amen.
That's what we're here for.
Absolutely.
And we went from 5,800 cancellations, losing almost $1 million worth of income, to having 1,200 kids that would have never came to our camp because we were full.
Yeah.
And majority of those kids were third through 6th grade. They came to our day camps. And, man, we had an absolute blast with them. Lisa, these are Carolina, still brought their kids here. We was able to minister to about 100 and something foster kids 1 week. 0 COVID cases.
Yeah.
God honored it. He saw that, I believe God blesses an initiative.
Yeah.
And I believe God saw that. And we saw a major hurdle being hopped.
Yeah.
And it was COVID-19.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I want to skip to this. I want to show you guys the end of the year update, the end of the summer update. And this is after we finally had all of our day camps. We had 2 overnight camps, 0 camper COVID-19 cases, loss of all the registrations, loss of all the funds. But yet, this is our summer update. Check this out.
Hey social media, this is your summer update. This summer, we had 4,034 cancellations and we were shut down for 3 months. Ouch. Man, that hurts. Can we take a break? But we bounced back in the midst of COVID-19. This summer we had 1,200 additional registrations because of day camps, one days, and our overnight camps. We've seen hundreds of lives change and over 30 first-time decisions for Christ. We also completed phase 1 of Crowder Springs with a new 480-foot extreme zip and new aerial park, and completed our new bed project, which provides new high-quality wooden bunk beds in all of our cabins. And how many people got COVID-19 this summer? 0. So we praise God for His protection and His provisions this summer. We want to thank you for your prayer support. We want to thank our donors. We want to thank everybody that partnered with us this summer. Now we're going forward into fall retreats and also a new program called Recess. So check it out at crowderscamps.com.
So you came through the whole summer with us.
Yeah.
It was awesome. I mean, it was a great summer,
absolutely.
minus the COVID-19 stuff. And so we were walking out of the summer, ready to go into August. We had a ton of school groups lined up. We had some more groups lined up in August. It was great.
Yeah.
All of them started canceling like it was a fad. Everybody just started canceling. So we were sitting there like, what are we going to do? We got to have something in August to keep us sustainable. And so that's where we came up with the program called Recess. Recess went along with the school system. You was able to help us. You stayed on board with us, and you was able to be the day leader for Recess. That was hard. It wasn't the easiest thing in the world. Whether it be 20-something kids or 8 kids, it was very taxing. From 8 a.m. to 5 every single day. But we knew that we were called to do something, and we wanted to do something for the glory of God. And I think we got one Recess video we want to show you of highlighting Recess.
Hey, social media. Hey, I need your parents to listen up right now. Crowder's Camps has a new program called Recess. It's a virtual learning day camp for kids 1st through 5th grade and 6th through 8th grade. Recess is full of recess, zip lines, area parks, games, giant swings, water, swim instructions, outdoor education, and most of all, no couches are included. Whoop, whoop. We want to provide your kid with a day out of the house and an adventure of a lifetime. Plus, study hall to keep up with all their learning. We have a daily and weekly options for your kids to come and experience Recess. So go to, all you parents, check it out. Google right now, crowderscamps.com.
So all the staff's having flashbacks right now of Recess. It was great, but it was very taxing. So the impact of COVID-19 on this camp has been tremendous. And you've experienced it as a summer staffer and now a staffer. From a financial standpoint to a registration number standpoint, then our fall totally fell apart. October was decent, but November fell apart. So we even started doing November I think was decent, and October fell apart. So we started the thing called the Trail, trying to do something for Halloween, something not gory, but just suspenseful. It was okay. But basically, what I want to show you through this is that, you know, God has put a spirit in us of survival. And that's one reason why we're doing the Adopt a Box Camp-A-Thon today, is because we need your support to get involved, to help us be sustainable for the next 3 or 4 months, and also be in a position to impact as many kids as possible. So I hope that tonight you will start sharing our social media posts. You will pray for us, even as you get ready to potentially in the next 30, 45 minutes eat dinner as a family. Tell your parents to pray for Crowder's Camps. And then when they want to know how to give, here is how you give and Adopt a Box at the Camp-A-Thon right now. So check this out, how to give video.
Hey everyone, today we're asking you to give through Crowder's Camp so we can impact this next generation and beyond for Christ. 6 years of ministry, over 1,000 kids have given their life to Christ. Hundreds of kids have felt the call to ministry, and over 13,000 people come to this campus every year and grow in their faith. This can only happen with sacrificial giving from parents, grandparents, and donors like you who are willing to give. Today we're celebrating what God has done, and we're doing Adopt a Box. So you can give $1 or $310 or whatever amount God has laid on your heart. Today we believe your gift will have a residual impact for the kingdom of God and impact hundreds and thousands of kids. So give. There's 5 ways to give. Number 1, crowderscamps.com. Number 2, you can mail your checks into P.O. Box 1, Laurel, North Carolina 28098. Number 3, you can drive. Come on over here. I would love to see you. 130 Camp Rotary Road, Gastonia, North Carolina 28052. Number 4, call us 704-915-1096, and we can take your payment over the phone, your gift over the phone. And number 5, you can pray. Pray for today that we can raise the funds we need and that we can impact many, many generations to come. Thank you for giving through Crowder's Camp and helping us impact this generation now and beyond.
All right, thank you so much for being with us today. I want to remind you that right now we do have a match going on for our giving until 2 p.m. tomorrow. We have Mr. Fred McGee, who is matching up to $10,000 in donations. So for every dollar that you give, $2 are being given to Crowder's Camps, which is an amazing opportunity to do more with your donation. This is the best time to give right now since your dollars will do more. So I encourage you to give. I encourage you to share social media, Instagram, Facebook, share our YouTube feed, whatever works best for you, wherever you know your friends are watching. Please just share and get the word out especially about the match that's going on right now. Now, I know we do have another donation that has come in since our last giving update. Brittany?
Right. So we have a $40 donation from B. Hicks, who used to be part of our staff here at Crowders. So our $40 slot is already filled, so we're going to take his donation and split it. We'll fill our $7 box as well as our $35 box.
All right. So, and again, that $40 donation is now $80 through the generosity of Frank Stewart. So please consider giving at this time, as it really does go further. Now, we do have a testimony from an intern from the summer. This intern would like to remain anonymous for their testimony, but we really appreciate them sharing their story. This intern says, I was supposed to be an individual camper at Crowder's Ridge, but something happened, and last minute, I ended up as an intern. I was so nervous and felt overwhelmed because of the way I joined the interns. And then they share that they had a little bit of a non-standard route to becoming an intern for the year just because of how strange 2020 was. They said, nevertheless, the other interns and the staff welcome me with open arms, and I've had a wonderful time. I've been recovering from an eating disorder, and I have depression. Being at camp, I truly felt alive and needed. I'm still in touch with the interns, and we formed a bond that I hope will last a lifetime. I can't wait to come next summer, and I'm excited to intern at retreats. I love Crowder's Ridge, and I'm excited to be an intern, for real this time. So thank you so much for sharing. We appreciate those stories. Again, if you've been here, whether you've been a camper, you've been a staff member, you've been an intern, please send us messages, Instagram, Facebook. Just share what Crowder's Camps means to you. It is such an encouragement for us to hear, and we love getting to share how God is working in your life. So now we're going to go on to another segment. So we spent a lot of time so far today hearing from donors, from sponsors. We've heard from staff. We've heard from other group leaders. But now we're going to hear from a camper, the people that we are here to serve. And so our next segment is with Lily Wilcox. Lily was here this summer, both as a day camper and as a student camper. So let's watch.
Hey Camp-A-Thoners, thank you for joining us for this segment, and I hope today you have opportunity to just check out what Crowder's Camps does. This is our Camp-A-Thon, and today we're having everyone adopt a box. So anywhere from $1 all the way up to $300 and some special gifts on the bottom. You have opportunity to give through Crowder's Camps and help us impact this generation now and beyond for Christ. So we hope that you will just pray for generosity and see if the Lord would have you partner with us. Today in this segment, I have a great friend and my neighbor, Lily Wilcox. She is a veteran, and in 2020, you had an opportunity because of your age bracket not to attend one camp, but not to attend one camp, but to go to kids camp and student camp all in the same summer, and it was in the middle of COVID-19. So you have all kinds of stars and stripes to your what do you call that? Your shirt, because you attended 2 camps in one summer. So I want to talk to you just from a camper's perspective, or what it felt like to come to camp, what you liked, what you didn't like, and we're just going to talk about camp. So all these people watching the Camp-A-Thon knows from a camper experience what camp is like. So camp, cool or not cool?
Cool, very cool.
Very cool. All right, so from the moment you stepped on the camp, what's one of the first things you remember when you first came into the camp?
Like I was thinking like this is gonna be like a great time at camp, and I was just like super excited to do everything, and I just thought it was like a really cool place, and I thought there was like lots of activities to like do and stuff. So.
Did you expect air conditioning?
Yes.
Yeah, we've had so many hair dryers plugged up in the one cabin that it blows circuits. I don't think you guys had to experience that this summer. But what do you think about the worship services? They're pretty cool. Not cool? Cool.
It was really cool. I definitely think that Christ talked to me through it, and I learned a lot. So.
Awesome. Well, I did some stalking on you. I did some stalking, and I have photos of you from camp. Now, I remember the first time, now, just for a little background, her mother and father actually built the house that we're doing this interview in right now, and they kind of built our little community, and Lily lives across the street, and she has a pig, and the pig's name is?
Jimmy Dean.
Jimmy Dean. How cool is that? So we'll see how that goes in the future. But let's talk about these pictures. So I've kind of did some stalking. We have this thing called Smug Mug, and we take all of our pictures that we collect through the weeks of camp, and you're in a lot, okay? You're in a lot of pictures. So this first picture, it's you and 4 girls jumping off the side of the pool. What in the world do you think you're thinking right there?
I was about to get. I knew I was in 8 feet water,
Yes,
and I thought I was gonna. I had no idea what I was thinking.
Well, first of all, I think you were thinking, I'm not gonna let water go up my nose because you're holding your nose, right? Correct?
I'm good at doing that.
Let me ask you this: did you draw closer to these young ladies around you during camp? You know, we say that camp's like a spiritual incubator. But incubators when a little baby that's premature goes to and kind of grows until it's ready to be on its own. But it's also a relationship incubator as well, where people come to camp and maybe you were okay friends with them, but by the end of the week, I mean, you're pretty tight, with those girls. And so I think you were thinking, hey, I don't want water to go up my nose, and hey, I want to jump out further than any of these girls in this photo. But also, I was thinking maybe in the back of your mind, you was thinking, you know what, man, this is cool. I got a posse here. I'm getting to roll with, because the next picture we jump to is all. And now, was this staged? Did the photographer say, hey, throw all y'all's arms around each other and act like you love each other?
Mm-hmm.
Y'all just did it.
Mm-hmm.
So again, we get back into the relationships of camps, and everybody's smiling. Nobody's crying in this picture. So it must mean you guys had a good time. Do you remember this picture at all?
No.
Yeah. Isn't that amazing how you've never seen this picture before? And then we have the big you was on Turbo, right? The Tribe Turbo. What do you think you were thinking right here?
I thought my face was brown because it was full of mud, and I just remember I was covered from head to toe in mud, and it was very uncomfortable, and I just wanted to get it over with because I wanted to go take a shower.
You wanted? Yes, we do have showers at camp. Amen. Amen.
So yeah, I was just really filthy, but I definitely knew I was around a bunch of good people.
So I mean, you'll get dirty. I mean, if I remember, just a few weeks after you came to camp, you had a pretty big event that happened in your life, and it had something to do with a 4-wheeler. Tell us about that event. What happened?
So I broke both my arms going too fast on a 4-wheeler and hitting a ditch. So
was it your father's fault?
Probably.
Probably. So I mean, you're the type of young lady, you'll go out and you'll tear up dirt and gravel and anything else you can. What did you do? What wreck did you guys do before this picture, you think?
I think we did the mud run or something.
Mud run. Okay. How was that an experience? Tell us about the mud run.
It was fun. We were slapping each other on the back with pretending we were just like patting each other on the back, but truly our hands were full of mud.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah.
That's
cool. So did you know most of these people before camp started, or is it something as you kind of saw relationships built?
Both. Yeah, I knew a few people. So.
Would you say that camp helped you increase your leadership ability, maybe develop you in any way?
Yeah, definitely.
How?
Mm-hmm. Like I knew I grew closer to God, like through each worship service, and I knew that like God was touching my heart in a very special way, like growing me in like through the worship services. Like I would like truly listen, and it would just touch my heart to like grow me and to put those things into my mind. It was just very touching to me.
What about your leader? Who was your tribal leader? Was it
I think it was Gracie.
Gracie, yeah. How did she do?
She was good. I really liked her. She was a good leader. I could.
She's crazy, isn't she? Yeah, that's why she got the job. We only hire crazy people. All right, let's go to some more. And again, if you're tuning in with us, all you 1,573 people tuning in, remember, this is our Camp-A-Thon. This is Lily, my guest, and we're just talking about from a camper's perspective, what camp's about, so that you guys at home can get a real good idea about camp and what we do. Now, we have some group photos here, and if you notice, I put 2 on here because one, you're all professional, and the second one, you're doing some pretty crazy stuff. So tell us about these. What in the world happened here? What was going on at camp during these photos?
A lot.
A lot.
We were
She said a
being,
lot.
In the first one, we were all kind of like just holding still and being good and stuff.
The
and
professional photo.
Yeah, we're just all nice. I knew it looked good because my hair was braided, and I know it looked fantastic when my hair's braided. So.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah. Then the second picture, I'm not sure what I was doing or what was happening,
If you zoom in, you have the "Why are you hugging me?" face. I zoomed in a while ago, and you're like, why are you hugging? Who is hugging you in this picture?
Callie Payne, I believe. It looks like Alex in the background is hugging me, but it's Callie.
And that's Alex's girlfriend, Callie.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, they broke up.
Yeah, she's a great girl too. So the bottom one, you are watching this young man do a belly flop.
Yeah, I was just like sitting there like, that is gonna hurt, dude. Like, you better curl up in a ball now or it's over.
See, I was thinking you was thinking, I can do this much better than you. I mean, that's kind of, because you have your hands on your hips and you're staring at this kid doing a belly flop. That's kind of I get that from you right now, like, your form's just not where it needs to be. Maybe I can do this better. But you're going after the mercy side, and you're thinking, man, you need to tuck and roll and all that stuff. That's very, very nice of you to go to the mercy side. So we do all kinds of stuff at camp. I mean, from fun stuff to serious stuff to back to fun stuff. But here's why we do what we do, and here's why they were doing belly flops at the pool. It's not because they just are let go all day, but that's kind of organized chaos. And the reason why we put them 30 feet in the air on aerial parks and zip lines and things like that is because each one of these kids will come to camp with walls built up in their hearts. And every activity and every relationship they make, they begin to somebody said in the interview with me the other day, exfoliate. Thinking about when you get your nails done. And you might have gel polish on, and they had to go and they had to exfoliate all that hard stuff off their nails. That's exactly what happens at camp with our wrecks. Is it starts to break down all these layers that they come to camp with, and then eventually they start listening, and they allow Jesus to come into their lives and start showing them ways of healing and growth as well. All right, we got some more. All right, so the first one, you are definitely at archery. Would you say that is you, yes or no? Okay, the first one, I have 2. Let's talk about the top 2 here. The first one, what do you think you were thinking in that picture?
I was like, how in the world do I do this?
All right, I was thinking the same thing. You was like, because it's almost like you're looking at the bottom of the arrow, so you're kind of like figuring it out. You're like, hey, okay, how does this thing work? But then in the next picture, you look like Robin Hood. I mean, you're drawn back. You have it right here at the edge of your mouth. Perfect form, ladies and gentlemen. Tell us about what did you experience in archery? Tell us about this day.
I learned a lot, and I learned how to use a bow and arrow properly.
Did you shoot at the person teaching you any? Because that was my son.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, that would have been tragic.
I wanted to, but no.
Neighbor kills neighbor. It would have been all over the news. It would have been terrible. The archery, we used that as one of our recs, and as you remember, about 10 to 12 kids, they would line up and they would learn. You got taught how to use the bow first. Some people knew, some people did not. Some people have shot a bow before, some people have not. We wasn't shooting at animals, squirrels or rabbits. We were shooting at targets. And it was just a good out-of-the-box thing because most kids that come to camp don't get an opportunity to do that. Now, let's talk about this bottom picture. Number 1, who is the guy in the shorts?
It's you.
That's me. Yeah, that's me. Where are you? Do you see yourself?
I believe I do.
I believe I do too.
Yep.
You're sitting right here on the risers, and you did something that impressed me the whole entire time. You were taking a lot of notes. Why did you take notes?
Because, like, when I got home, I want to reflect off those notes and, like, talk to God off of those notes and, like, pray about them and stuff to, like, so they can really sink in. And so.
Did you know you forget? I think the statistic is you forget 87% of things that you hear if you don't write them down when you're in a lecture type setting like this was. So here I am going around talking to kids, trying to keep kids into the message. And Lily was one of these kids that came to kids camp, and she was in the older bracket, ready to go to student camps, and that's the reason why she was able to go to both camps this summer. It's one of those rare occasions where, hey, I can go to kids, and hey, I can go to students too. But you can tell from her statue right here in this picture that, hey, she's into it, she's into the message, and she's taking notes to reflect on those later, while I'm circling the younger kids, trying to keep their attention. Lily is with me all the way, writing notes, and this is not the first time, and I'm so glad they were able to capture a picture. And again, a picture's of me, really, of not even of you, but you're in the background doing exactly what I saw and was totally impressed with you as a young lady, of watching you up there taking notes. Almost, I can't say I saw you every session taking notes because I didn't visually see you, because I'm working this whole entire room, but I know through student camp and kids camp both, I saw you at one time taking notes, and I think you did almost every single session. So that's very, very impressive. That's the kind of development in kids and leadership and things that we want to see camp do for kids. And all through this Camp-A-Thon, you've heard different leaders and different people talk about how camp develops you in different ways. And in her case, this was a spiritual development where she was able to take those notes and reflect on them later. Let's look some more. All right, we have in this picture here, we have OK Captain. That's what I'm captioning this picture, OK Captain. Don't really know what was happening there. Do you remember this OK Captain move?
No.
I believe it was the game where they said Captain or fish out of water, or something like that, and you had to do it almost like Simon Says, but you had to. So we, at the beginning of the services, we're going to do games with the kids because one, you can't preach to them for an hour. Most of the services, the message part only ran 15, 20 minutes because of the attention span of kids. But again, that's what the small group leaders and the tribal leaders, they do. They come in and they help reinforce the message and the themes throughout the whole day of camp. The next picture we got here, I think we're doing some interaction of the worship songs. Do you remember that? I think this was one of the part where Grayson had everybody get down really low, and then we all popped up, jumping up. With kids camp, what we do is we do songs where we can have emotions with them. Why? Because not all of them are going to be able to read really well. If they come as third graders or fourth graders, they may not be able to read that fast yet, and we want them to get into the song, so we use motions. Do you remember the fight song? Man, it felt good to throw those jabs, didn't it? How did that go? I remember when how'd it go? I remember when the fight comes, gotta keep my head up. Yeah, it was that. I mean, it was very simple to do, but everybody in the whole auditorium was doing it. I mean, it was just great to see how that works. A couple more. We got some lake pictures here, and then we got a pool picture. What's going on with you and these other two girls right here in life jackets?
I think we were taking turns jumping off the high dive.
Okay.
And swimming in that
How'd that feel?
Oh, Lord.
That's pretty high.
Uh-huh.
That's
Yeah.
about 25 feet up in the air.
It is.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man.
Oh, yeah. You jumped off of it?
Uh-huh.
Did you feel just like your gut go up into your
Mhm.
throat? Yeah. This is a great example of those moments of just, did you feel like you accomplished something once you got out of the water? After you thought, hey, I'm going to die, but then you was like, hey, I'm alive, I'm good. Did you feel like you accomplished something?
Mhm.
Again, start breaking those walls down and continue to chip away at the hardness, because not everybody comes to camp that has a perfect family. I interviewed a lady the other day that runs an organization that all they bring to camp's foster kids. None of them have, that stable home environment. So there's a lot of layers, and for me and you, we might come to camp and we might have some stuff in our lives that we're holding back, but some kids, they come with these big old giant concrete blocked hearts. And right there, jumping off that tower, that's a part of the process. It's not just, well, all y'all do is have fun. Nah, that's not. It's the whole plan that brings kids to a point of development in relationship with Christ that we love to see happen. Now, there's you, and I think her name's Pip at the bottom, and of course she's on your shoulders. It looks like you guys are preparing for a war in a chicken game in the pool, probably against somebody that y'all beat. I'm just going to prophesy here and say that. What tell us? You remember this? You remember playing in the pool with
Yeah,
Pip?
I did.
What did y'all do?
I think we were doing a chicken fight, and I think by like the end of the game, we were all in the water. Just like.
Did you win?
I don't remember.
You don't remember?
Yeah, I hope so, but I don't remember.
Well, you know, it looks like you guys have your game faces on. Let's look at this one right here. Now, this is during the worship service. This was an incredible moment where we had, I think this was student camp. I think Trey had everybody praying for everybody. And then if I look right here, there's you. Do you remember that? Because this is my daughter, Abby, and this is a lot of the interns. We've talked about the intern programs, the free high school week at camp or weekend to serve, be the hands and feet of Jesus. It's a great program for anybody to get in. It's free, by the way. Your generosity and scholarships help us to be able to provide that intern program for free to any high schooler that applies. But this is you. So you have the posture right there of, you seem like to me like you're really spending time with God right there. Like the people beside you, they look like they're praying. Your hands, you know, are in your lap like this, your head's down, your eyes are closed. Do you remember anything that happened that night?
That girl right there got saved. And yeah, she was one of my good friends that we hung out a lot together and through camp and stuff. And I remember, you know, when Trey called her down, or when called people down if they wanted to ask Jesus into their heart, she was one of them who walked down.
Made you feel good, didn't it? Knowing that somebody sitting right beside you gave their life to Jesus. That was a powerful night. I remember looking out. And I remember, of course, my own daughter pulls my attention more than anybody. You know, I'm looking out, I'm like, man, because she's over there all emotional. You know, it's not necessarily our plan to create emotional experience. It's our plan to get people in the presence of God and allow God just to move in their hearts. And sometimes that creates that moment. I see you here. You're in the tubes playing. I mean, there's a lot of rec time. We give some free time because it's not just something you're constantly in sessions where somebody's preaching at you. But this is probably my favorite picture of you, besides the one I sent your dad. I remember the first night I saw her there at camp. I didn't even know you was coming, so I ran up on the risers and took a selfie of her and shot it to her dad. And was like, hey, look. But this is probably, besides that picture, this is my favorite picture of you. And you probably don't even know it was taken of you. But if I'm a bet man, this is student camp, and you're in the prayer walk. That Tuesday night, we created a prayer walk moment to where students could come in, and there's different stations. And you remember some of those stations? What were they? Do you remember?
I remember one of them, you got to put a bag together for someone, like
hygiene kits for Gaston Street Ministry.
Yeah, you got to put a bag together for that, and then you got to walk over and you got to write something out, and you put it on this cardboard thing. You pinned it to the card.
Yeah, I think it was like maybe 7 or 8 stations. You know, all through the barn facility. We had them set up and I don't know if you're if you're writing something down at this moment, or I don't know if you just knelt down to pray at this moment here, but it looks like, I mean, there's an American flag there. I don't know what the station was, but I know it seems like this was a pretty powerful moment for you. Would you say that your weeks at camp helped change your life?
For sure, yeah.
Would you go again?
Of course.
Do you guys out there watching tonight, today, realize that every person that comes into the camp, we want to impact, and through your generosity and your gifts, you can give through Crowder's Camps and help us impact 100,000 lilies in life. But it's all your call. For me, I want to impact 100 million zillion more lilies in life. And today, through the Adopt a Box, is as easy as $1 all the way to $300, or even some special gifts down there at the bottom. But by giving through us, you help us to impact this generation now and beyond for Christ. Lily, you did a fantastic job. I can't thank you enough.
All right, we have another giving update now, and we have a couple more donations to announce. But first, I want to remind you, or tell you if you're just logging in, that we have a matching amount right now from Frank Stewart between now and tomorrow at 2 p.m. Mr. Stewart is willing to match up to $10,000.
Oh, that's so
for
awesome.
every $1 you give, that becomes $2. Every $100 you give, that becomes $200, up to $10,000. And there are still funds available for this. So please consider giving, or please consider encouraging someone else that you know, maybe someone you went to camp with, maybe a parent who sent you to camp, maybe someone you know who really appreciates camp. Just mention it to them that there's a giving opportunity and a matching opportunity right now, crowderscamps.com. Now, I know we have a couple donations that came in. The first one we'd like to recognize is a $500 donation from Flint Groves Baptist Church. Thank you.
Woo! That's what I'm talking about.
We appreciate them
so
much. They bring campers here. They're such a strong supporter of our ministry, and we are splitting that up into 2 boxes to take up a couple of our spots. So Nathan's going to put that down.
All right, here we go. And with all the holler, who did you say that was from?
Flint Groves.
Okay, just making sure. All right, here we go. All right, let me dip down here, grab that one. Thank you so much, Flint Groves. We really appreciate that. They're a strong supporter of us during the summer. Thank you so much.
And then we have one other. Would you like to read it off for me?
Yeah, sweet. Robert Williams gave $81. Thank you so much, Robert.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
So he's adopted the $81
We appreciate
box.
that. Thank you, Robert. We're going to put you right here.
All right. So with that, our current calculations are we have used $3,241 of our match, but that means that there is still $6,759 left to be matched. So I encourage you to get online now. Go to crowderscamps.com, and we still need each of these boxes to be filled. So if you want to give to the $9 box, that would be amazing. If you want to give the $88 box or the $166 box, any amount would be amazing. Please just claim a box, adopt that, and it will be matched. We have a good amount of matching funds left, and like Mr. Stewart said on his video, please help him get to that $10,000 mark. So we have, again, $6,000 and more that we have left to be matched. Now, before we go on to our next segment, I did get another testimony in. This is from Addie. She was one of our campers from Recess. Like we mentioned, we ran a completely different program through the fall just to help families who were in a distance learning situation. Addie was one of the campers who came and joined us for that, and we loved having her here. And her mom asked her what she likes about Crowder's Camps. She said, I get to learn about God and spend time with friends. The zip line, lake, and pool are my favorite. So it's great hearing about, it's great hearing.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I've heard several times from Addie how much fun she had at Recess, so it's nice to hear from her again. All right, so our next session, we've been doing fundraising all day here today to help our ministry stay strong after COVID and just going into a new year. But we want to talk a little bit about fundraising at camp. It didn't start with a Camp-A-Thon. It started very differently. So we're going to go over to Jay. He's going to talk about how fundraising at Crowder's Camps began.
All right, guys, so in this segment here, we're going way back, all right? But it's something that most of you probably have experienced. If you're a teenager, you probably went down. If you're a parent, you probably bought tickets for it, because we've literally had thousands of people go through our shoots. Come on in, Nathan. Nathan's been with me since the long haul, starting the camp, and he's been with me through the whole process, and us trying to figure out how to fundraise, because really me and you, we were from a church background.
Mm-hmm.
We had some camps have been there for 50 and 45 years, and some of you that's even watching tonight maybe support another camp. One reason why we're asking you to support ours is because our donor list was literally this big when we started.
That's right.
Mr. Fred McGee, if you followed us through the whole day, he was our first supporter, and Frank Stewart, and several more. And it's built up, but we had to make a decision.
We did.
We had to. We couldn't be a donor-based fundraising organization because we had no donors.
Zero.
So we had to become a doing-based fundraiser.
It's that simple. We had none.
Yeah, so I took an idea into our staff.
He did. So he brought this to our staff. If you don't know what this is called a snow tube.
Yep.
And brought an idea for snow tubing to Gaston County. Now, when he said that, I just want you to know that I was like, "You're what?"
Yes.
What?
Yes.
And so because all I saw was dollar signs,
And
we
Gaston County
broke
has
the
no
code.
snow.
We somewhat it does not snow
we
a lot
have
in
no
Gaston
snow
County.
ever
Hardly
in Gaston
ever.
County. Once a year, and everything shuts down for a whole day and a half.
Yes, it does.
And other than that, that's it.
Yeah, but somehow we found some material.
Yep. Hang on, don't go too fast now.
I won't go. Okay, I'll calm down.
So let me tell the story. I took my own kids tubing.
Yes.
And I was up in Boone, North Carolina. I'm not going to name the place. They had a pretty steep little drop. Half of it was man-made snow, and the other half was mulch. And I'm sitting there looking at this thing, and literally after you come down the drop on the snow, it was mulch and hay. I'm like, wait a minute. If they can do that, if they can do that here, we can do something like that. Yeah. So we started researching through a company in Spartanburg, South Carolina, material that was slick enough that when it hit the tube bottom, it would allow it to slide and create our own tubing lanes with no snow. So I want to show you this video number 1 and just let you know we had just gotten the material in off the truck in one tube.
Just one.
One tube.
Because we didn't know if it was going to work or not.
One tube and a 20-foot piece of material. But look what we created. Hey, group leaders, guess what? This winter, Crowder's Ridge is introducing a brand new attraction. It's called the Chutes. Can you imagine bringing your group out on 4 300-foot lanes of nothing but winter tubing? No snow, no mess. We take groups. You can have your group party here. You can do whatever you want to, but your student ministry, children's ministry, church, or even adults will never, ever forget the fun they're going to have at the Chutes right here at Crowder's Ridge. So look around and register your group today for the greatest holiday and winter experience they are ever going to have. I'm sorry, but that is really funny looking back 3 years later.
It is. It is.
The vision was cast. Hey, we're going to do snowless tubing. This is how we're going to be able to raise money. We had a huge need at that time, which was a worship building.
We did.
We could not do any events past November, the 1st of November, without them asking for 1 billion heaters in the tent, and we couldn't do nothing in the winter.
Doesn't snow a lot, but it does get chilly in Gastonia.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So we needed to build our worship building. And let me just stop for 1 second and say this. I know that Lenny Moore is probably not watching right now, but if it wasn't for Lenny Moore and his confidence in Crowder's Camps, he went and asked his church to prepay 3 years of camp funds and allowed us to have enough money in the bank to be able to get this building up.
Thank you, Lenny.
So I got to give honor where honor's due.
Appreciate that.
Lenny saw a vision.
He did.
He saw a need, and he went and took it. So we created the Crowder's Ridge Chutes with nothing. At the point of that video, I'm kind of false advertising myself here.
We were. I mean, it was kind of like, it was a lot of faith.
Yeah, we had
a lot of faith.
We had to get the word out. We
Call
had to
it
get the word out.
stupidity, whatever, but hey, it worked.
Yes, it worked.
Paid
So
off.
here's video number 2 that we launched to try to cast the vision even more. Hey, social media, guess what? Still here at Crowder's Ridge, we got winter tubing happening. And today, I want to answer the question, really? Yes, really. I got 3 things I want to share with you. Number 1, the same snow tubes we're using in our winter tubing that you get in Boone, Banner Elk, or wherever you might go. Boom. Sit in it, poof, you're gone. Number 2, the most top secret materials
in the whole entire world. No snow, no water, and no friction whatsoever. You get in the tube, you push, boom, you're going down. This special material, I cannot tell you where I got it because I cannot reveal that secret, but it works. So really, yes. Number 3, you got to get your tickets. Go to crowdersridge.com and I'll see you at our winter tubing. Oh, shoot.
Those are so fun to watch. I forgot about that.
Those are hilarious to watch now, but guess what? It works. So that was video number 2 we put out. Then we finally knew that we had the material. We was getting the chutes. Everything was ordered. So now we had to start grading. So now we wanted to even build the confidence even more. Again, we had no donor base. We had no people calling in to and doing a Camp-A-Thon. We were very young in camp ministry. Crowder's Camps is 6 years old. We've been doing camps longer than that, but we still had no donor base, so we had to figure out a way to raise funds so we could raise the barn.
Yeah, we had to start from scratch. We had to do this thing with the money in our pocket and had to do it as affordable as possible and just figure it out. And we did.
Yeah, we did. Check this out. Grading begins. Let's see how much excitement it starts. What's up, social media? Listen, all the stuff's almost gone. Check it out. Soon the fine-tuned grading is going to happen. And, man, it's all about enjoying the process. If you got something you're waiting on in your life, man, enjoy the process. It's been a few weeks since we started this. And, man, I've enjoyed just seeing trees drop. It has brought me more joy in my life, man. Enjoy the process of whatever you're doing in your life today. The chutes, they're coming up right here at Crowder's Ridge. See you then. I was enjoying the process because I had no idea what I was doing. We literally, there was no engineering involved.
I'm sweating just thinking about it. Is it going to work or not? I don't know.
Literally, it was us going out there telling the grader where to go.
Yes.
No plans.
No plans.
No plans. I knew we was going to have a drainage issue because we're on the side of a mountain up here. Yeah. But it just kept on going. Check out grading number 2. We're moving process. We're moving progress here. Check it out. What's up, social media? Welcome to the daily tubing vlog. What's going on right now? Right now you got 1, 2, 3, 4 lanes and a big old giant stopping point at the bottom. It's coming. It's going to be epic. Check it out at crowdersridge.com. The chutes, winter tubing that's coming. I was getting delirious. I'm about to go fire some staff member upstairs because I think they was laughing at my hair.
I heard some laughing.
I think they was laughing at my hair in the video.
Somebody's going to get it.
Stop it. We had 4 lanes carved out. They were building the berm down at the bottom. We put a big drain pipe in for the water.
We did. Lots of water coming down that hill when you get a big downpour.
Yeah, so
which we found out.
The next day, we started Hurricane Matthew or somebody was coming through. And we started putting vinyl down and putting the final product, and boy, did it flood.
It rained.
Flooded.
It rained.
It looked like a swimming pool.
It did.
And I remember you took pictures of it.
I did. And you talking about, I mean, you could, when he said swimming pool, it was a literal swimming pool at the bottom of the chutes.
So the chutes were a disaster.
Yeah.
And we were weeks away from opening. We finally got that fixed. We put all the material down, and now we're at opening day. This whole time I had been doing this self-marketing of the chutes, holding the camera up, and I had to continue through the whole season just to try because we needed support. Just like today in Adopt a Box, I mean, you look up there and God's putting a number on your heart, give. Because the same desperation, if you will, or needs that we had then, we have now. And the chutes have been going great this year.
They have.
And
wonderful.
If maybe you want to bring your family one day to the chutes, but this was our first original opening night. We did everything we could with the money that we had. We had no fencing up.
Yeah, let me just preface that we're not tubing experts, people. We're not. We just had to figure it out. We knew we had to do something for money. And thankfully, God brought this to his attention when he took his family tubing. And we just had to figure it out. And so there's a lot of praying. God, through the disaster of lots of rain, those sorts of things. God, what are we going to do? How are you going to do it? And we just saw God dry that stuff out, and we just kept moving. And we we just had to keep doing what we could do and couldn't get ahead of ourselves. And it was amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, it still blows my mind to think about.
Yeah. First day, roll it.
Yep.
Opening night. Good morning, social media. We're here at the Chutes for our first official opening tonight at 6 o'clock. Gates will open about 5:30, and we got a place for you and your family to have an incredible Black Friday kickoff to your holiday season. We're blowing out the leaves and just getting everything ready for our 4 sessions tonight, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, and there's tickets available for you and your family. So come on, go to crowdersridge.com. Get your tickets. All the tubes over there in the shed, they're ready to go. The lights are going to come on. The Christmas music will be roaring through the mountain valleys. And we're just going to have an incredible time tonight, kicking off our Christmas and winter tubing season here at the Crowder's Ridge Chutes. But you have to go get your tickets. So if you're standing in line at Target right now, go get your tickets. If you're That was opening night, man. We were so excited, and it worked.
It did.
We had people come out. We tried to use the holidays to bring some cheer to families, plus raise some money in the meantime because it was kind of a dead time for us.
Yeah, just coming out of the holidays ourselves here today. We decorate, throw Christmas trees up. There's lights everywhere. We're not quite McCaddenville with the lights, but we got we got something they don't.
We're almost
We have tubing.
So if you're looking at, Adopt-A-Box and the Camp-A-Thon today, there's a reason behind your gift. For every dollar given, I mean, you're either helping scholarship a kid come to camp, or you are helping us do a project or sustainability through COVID-19. But here was the main purpose of the Chutes, even starting the Chutes, and it was to raise the barn. So this next video is the first pic inside the barn as it was starting to be lifted up. Watch this. What's up, social media? Guess what? We got our first pieces of steel up. They're going up. Check that out. Isn't she beautiful? Hey, thank you for your support. We only got 30 spots left in tonight's sessions at the Chutes. So thank you for your support. Go get your tickets. And love this steel at crowdersridge.com.
The excitement in that is huge. I remember that day, and I remember I feel the excitement right now. I'm sitting in the building right now.
Yeah.
But it was a big exhale.
Yeah, it changed us.
It did.
It changed the whole camp. We was able to do winter stuff. We had climate control for our camps.
Game changer.
We was able to do more fall retreats.
Yeah.
Didn't have to worry about weather. It changed us, and the excitement just kept on building. Roll the next one. Hey, social media, guess what? She is growing. Check it out. The barn is being put up slowly but surely. This is day 2 of construction. Thank you for your support in the Chutes, because tonight's session is sold out. So check out tickets for tomorrow, or even the next day, or New Year's Eve, or even January, all the way through February 19th. Thank you for your support. Isn't she beautiful? Check it out. The barn will rise. Have a great day.
Yeah.
The barn will rise. It was literally changing us day by day.
It was.
And as you can tell, tickets were sold out. People were believing in it. People enjoyed the Chutes.
Yeah.
And it's really became a staple in our ministry to do the Chutes, to offer that fundraising during the year. Yeah. But this is by far, now we're into end of January, 1st of February. This is by far my favorite Chutes video. And it shows you what happens when you're generous and you partner with nonprofits like ours. And this is just a great sign of God's provision. Watch this video. Hey, social media, guess what? Because of your support, a few months ago we asked you, and because of your support in the winter Chutes, there's the barn. She's looking great. Thank you so much for supporting Crowder's Ridge and the winter Chutes. We've raised over $60,000 and had more
than 4,000 participants. And guess what? It's not over. You can still get your Shoots tickets all the way to February 19th, but in March we're having 4 special nights, because this summer when a kid gives their life to Christ, we want to be able to hand them a leather-bound, nice Bible. So we're purchasing 275 Bibles, and we need to raise $3,500 to do it. So these special 4 nights are going to go, all the proceeds will go towards raising money for the Bibles. Or you can go to our website and give just to this project. But go find out more information online at crowdersridge.com, and thank you for your support and what God's doing right here at Crowders Ridge.
So I think year one, we ended up raising almost $75,000.
Is that not insane?
From just winter tubing. And that propelled us with the support of First Baptist Church Jacksonville with that prepayment that supported the funds needed to erect the barn, which changed our ministry totally. And so if you're thinking about giving today, if you're sitting around getting ready to have supper as a family, think about the lives that you can impact, just like the faithfulness of even those gifts impacted. It's residual. It has a residual impact to it for years to come. It can impact lives for the gospel of Jesus Christ. Now, I want to show you something funny, but I want to show you right now what it looks like to have a slow-mo adult train slide on one of the biggest jumps that we have here at the Crowders Ridge Shoots. Now, if you're watching, please watch very closely, but this is in slow motion, and this is what 5 adults look like going in slow motion over one of our jumps. Check this out. Yeah, was that not awesome?
That was epic.
I mean, that could be your mom, your dad, your grandparents. It could be somebody like that,
We've seen a train of 15 go down that before.
I think we've seen up to 30 before, one big group going at one time.
Somebody got very
38.
38.
38. 38.
They got very creative.
World Shoots record right now is 38, and people in one lane. So listen, tonight's all about giving, and we got boxes still available. If your kids have been impacted by our camp ministry, give. If you would like to impact us and you just joined on, give. The biggest thing we could use right now is your gifts to adopt a box, but then we need your social media accounts.
Yeah, you don't have to have a lot of money. You can pay $9. We have a $9 box right now that's open for anyone who'd like to give. $19 is open. $39 is open.
$74.
$31. There's a lot of those that are open. So please, give what you can.
Yeah, help us meet our goals tonight. After this Shoots, I would say that even with COVID-19, this Shoot season has been really, really great.
It has. They're moving and grooving. They're going really well this summer.
We've lowered our capacity per session to 50 per session, just to be within the government's mandate, the governor's mandate. And it's just it's been really smooth. And we came out our first weekend of camp of the Shoots, and we did this testimony video, and it was absolutely incredible of all the reviews that families gave. And if you're thinking about maybe coming to the Shoots at some point, check out this testimony video that kind of tells you all about what people experience here at the Shoots. Hey, social media, broadcasting live here at the Shoots. Quick update. There's been 1,580 people tube with us this winter. We've been able to raise $35,000, and it's not over. We're going all the way to February 19th. That's our season, so you still have plenty of time. Go get your tickets at crowdersridge.com, and we can't thank you enough for your support. Also, if you'd like to be a part of what we're doing, Crowders Ridge Camp is a non-profit, tax-deductible organization organization, you can go to crowdersridge.com, click on give, and give an end of the year gift to us to help us scholarship kids for camps and erect our building. As you see behind me up here and here are machines, and they're coming any day to start putting up steel. So thank you so much. Tonight's session, less than 10 spots left. It's going to be sold out. Go get your tickets. Thank you for your support. crowdersridge.com. Well, that was not it.
That was not it.
But
That's okay.
That's okay.
It is.
Because did you see the barn wasn't even there in that picture?
It wasn't.
We were like halfway through, and it brought up another great memory for us. Even though we were trying to raise money to get the barn, and I don't want to sound like I'm trying to toot our horn or anything.
Right.
But I also had God just kind of laid on my heart, hey, let's buy some Bibles.
Yeah.
You know, things were going so well with the shoots.
Yeah.
Bibles, custom stamped Bibles. I'm talking about when I give a kid a Bible for when they give their life to Christ, I'm not giving them a paper-bound Bible that they can get for $2 at the Dollar Tree.
Yeah.
I'm going to give them a Bible that they can hold on to.
It'll last them a while.
Yeah.
To be able to read and study.
We put, I think, $3,500 in the Bibles,
that's
and
right.
every single one of them are gone for the summer. But we turned the Shoots fundraiser into helped us get the barn up and to help us buy Bibles.
Right.
And that turned out really well. I believe they got the testimony video now, so check this out, the reviews we got from the Shoots.
Hey, social media. It was our first night of shoots, and it was fast and successful. You need to check it out with you and your family. Go to crowderscamps.com and get your tickets.
Well, this was our first time here, and we will be back because I had fun. Yes.
I had fun.
Yes, there was a lot to do in that 1 hour. Yes.
They said about 5 or 6 times before don't give up, and I went down more than that.
Yes.
I'm 62 years old.
Again.
We had a good time though, and we're glad that you guys are doing it, and we'll be back again many times this season.
Happy belated Thanksgiving. I have a camera too.
And happy holidays. From the Jacksons, and the Earls, and the Palmers.
This was so exciting. It was so much fun.
If you're in the Gaston County area, you got to come by Crowder's Ridge. This is a hidden little secret right up here on Crowder's Mountain, man.
Don't just book 1 hour, book 2, maybe 3.
It was awesome, and it was fast, and our youngins are still smiling.
It was a fun experience.
Yeah, it was definitely enjoyable. Like, I would definitely recommend to come here. It was a memorable experience. Yeah, definitely something I would encourage you to come and do. Yeah, 100%. Bring your friends and your family.
So again, earlier we did a session about igniting sparks.
Mhm.
If you see the smiles on the families' faces, I think one of the third or fourth visions of creating a fundraiser like the Crowder's Ridge Shoots was to bring that Christmas cheer
Right.
to
yeah.
families.
It's a great time of year. I mean, everybody, is typically in a good mood. If you would say coming out here, doing a little bit of attunement is just going to bring that out with the lights and everything we have. I'm about to say snow cones,
Hey.
not snow cones, popcorn, hot chocolate, and things like that. With the fire out here, it's just a great time to come and just hang with your family.
It's too cold for snow cones.
A little cold, popcorn, hot chocolate, fire. What's
Yeah.
not to like.
So here's the basis of the whole meaning of this segment here. We're striving to impact as many kids and students as we can for the gospel. So we're going to do whatever we have to do to either raise the funds by doing, or ask for people to help us raise the funds, and that's what we're doing today.
We are
with the Camp-A-Thon and Adopt a Box. It's as easy as find a box that fits your heart. What's God telling you to do? What's God laid on your heart for today? And we're expecting a miracle. We're expecting God to do this tonight, and I believe He wants to use you. And so if you don't have means to give, share on your social media, on your Snapchats. We have a stream on YouTube, a stream on Facebook, and our website, and you could do us a huge favor. Like before you pray for your supper tonight, just go around the table. If you got a bunch of teenagers, and just share our post so as many people as possible can see what we're doing.
That's right. We can't do it without you.
No.
So with your help, with going to the Adopt a Box page at crowderscamps.com, click on the Adopt a Box. That'll take you where you need to go. Find your box that works for you. If it's $9, amen. Thank you so much. If it's $19, great. If it's $90, amazing. But we appreciate all your gifts.
Yeah, all day long we've been talking about how we've been impacting people.
Right.
We've seen testimony after testimony, video to video of people's lives have been changed by Crowder's Camps. And that's only because we've had people that sacrificially gave
That's right.
to our ministry. And now with the COVID impacts and the responsibility that we're going to have for this summer to reach those kids for the gospel, it's even greater.
That's
It's
right.
even greater now. So we need you, and tonight you can help us. But check out first another one of our staff's videos. This is Evan's Y. He works in camp ministry, so check out Evan's video.
Hey everyone, I just want to thank you for tuning in to our live stream, and I just wanted to introduce myself and kind of give you my testimony here at Crowder's Camps. So first off, my name is Evan Denton. I started working as a summer staff here at camp, and I've continued to work on the off season with retreats, and basically anything that the staff asks me to do. It's been a really awesome time here at camp, and I really just felt a calling here this past summer. I didn't have any summer courses because I've been attending college and everything, and I never really didn't have any college courses to take this coming summer. So I was like, well, I live 5 minutes from camp, so I was like, well, let's just sign up here. And when I signed up, I was hired on literally 3 days before summer camp actually started. And everyone knows how 2020's been. It's been very crazy with COVID and everything happening. But I really felt like the Lord was stirring something in this time of this season of this summer. And it's just been a really filling moment from the Holy Spirit just to leading me up to the path of my life and coming here to camp. Because I've driven by Crowder's Camps for such a long time, literally my entire life. And then when I came here, as soon as I got here, when I drove up in my car, I really felt like I was meant to be here. And it's just such an awesome place to be. There's so many things that you can do around camp. What I was actually hired on was part of the HATS team, which is a high adrenaline team, which basically we do everything from our ropes courses to serving in the kitchen, taking out trash, hanging out with interns, and it's just such an awesome time just to be able to make connections and to speak life into the students that are coming to Crowder's. And it's just been an amazing opportunity for me to grow as well. And the reason why I'm here is just the fact that so campers can hear the gospel of Christ. And the thing is that the gospel of Christ is just something that it has impacted my life so personally and so tangibly, not only into my personal life, but also just into my social life and in my spiritual life. It's just something that has been an outpouring in this ministry that I'm able to not only do things that I love by being in the mountains and also by being in places that are just new and refreshing, but I'm able to speak life into students, and whether that be through the obstacle courses that we have, or it's having a conversation at the lake doing like cannonballs or belly flops, and it's just such an awesome time and an awesome way to actually reach students. And so an example that I can really think of is that one night during our camp nights is that we literally had a conversation with one of the students or one of the interns that were here. He literally was like, hey, someone should get a guitar. And with that simple conversation, by getting a guitar, we led a 2-hour-long worship service just on Buck's porch. And it was such an awesome moment to see, because not only was it just us singing songs that everyone knows, but it was a moment where freedom was happening. People were freed from sin. People were freed from overthinking. They were free from shame. They were free from any sort of doubt that they were having. And then that we were able to see life happening through a moment of worship, that we actually saw that Jesus was changing lives. Jesus was releasing people from bondage. And the fact that we actually have this place. Like, Jesus can move anywhere possible. He's not confined in this one space of this one place, but he's everywhere. He's all-knowing. He's everywhere at all times. And it's such a mind-boggling moment to think of, or a concept to understand. But it's so amazing to know that Crowders is a place that we can have that opportunity to be that place for students, so that they can break away from normal life and to change and to grow as they're whether it's their church ministry or whether they're coming as individuals, that they are able to grow as one unified body in a camp, because it's so different from normal life, but it's also what life is supposed to be about. It's supposed to be unity and to grow one another in Christ. And I'm extremely thankful that I was hired on as the staff to be here, because I've not only seen people grow, but I've also personally grown, whether it be through facing some fears. Like, I'm very terrified of heights, but the fact that we were able to spiritually grow through those moments of all of the things that are going on, that it also pulls out other things, that like other insecurities, other sins in your life that you just need to talk about with people. And you don't really realize it until you're in the moment and you realize that you need to have those hard conversations. And it's just such an awesome moment to just see students grow in those moments as well, whether it's like encouraging them. I'm also reminded of just like the reason why we're here. It's that again, we're just here to spread the gospel with students, to love them the way that Jesus loves them. And it's just an awesome time. I remember specifically some moments where it's like, I personally have had a hard time connecting with people sometimes, like with friendships and everything, because it's like I'm a very quirky person. But it's like, it brings people together and it puts them in awkward situations in order for them to grow. And I've gained a lot of friendships from this year. 2020 has been a very hard year for everyone. But even in the midst of all these things that have gone on, Jesus has shown up and Jesus has changed lives. And that's honestly what we are here for. We're here to spread the gospel with students so that they know that there is a way out. There is a way out of their shame, of their guilt, that they can experience the love of Christ, that the fact that he lived a perfect life, and the fact that he died on the cross for their sins because he loves them so much. And the fact that we have redemption through his blood, that we have redemption to experience freedom and the life that we're meant to live. And while there are struggles in the way, Jesus is the truth. He is the life that we can have through him. And it's just such an awesome testimony of just seeing students' lives change, whether it be through the worship services that we took part in, or whether it's again, having a meal together in the lodge, or hanging up on the Bucks porch, worshiping together, or literally, as silly as it may sound, but having what we call a game that's called Ooey Gooey Marshmallow. It's that we're just having such a fun time. We're experiencing fun things together, that it is ultimately binding us together spiritually, binding us as one body, that no matter how crazy the world gets, no matter how stressed we may seem or feel from school or other places that we may go, whether it's work or however you want to phrase it, we get to be a part of something that is igniting sparks to become flames for people that are becoming disciples for Christ, and that they're able to share that with their schools. It doesn't just stay at camp. That this is a starting place, that they can move it to their schools, they can move it to their churches, they can move it to everyday life like the store, or toward their families. And it's just the fact that like this is a starting place, that it's outpouring of a ministry that has just been so touching to me. And even though that I'm just a small part of it, that's just amazing to me. And it leaves me in awe a lot of times too, because it's like, although that sometimes it's like we're tired, we get beat up, but the thing is that it's all worth it in the end. If even just one soul is saved for the cause of Christ, it's worth it. It's worth all of that. And that's honestly why I just want to talk about why we ask that you give through Crowder's Camps, is the fact that you are able to be a part of the life change that we get to bring out to students, that we get to share the gospel with students in a very unique way. And it's a unique way that a lot of people don't get to be a part of, but the fact that you are able to give through Crowder's Camps, that we are able to ignite sparks into people, and that it is reaching the Lord's plan for us to reach out to the community, to reach out to people. And it's such a blessing that we actually get to do that. And it really is just, it's life-changing. And I just want to thank you again for tuning in for this. It's an amazing staff that we have here, and we all love the students that come here. Like, whether it's through summer camp or through its retreats, that we want to serve them and to show them Christ in everything that we do, whether it's picking up a piece of trash, whether it's metaphorically giving like an elbow bump, because we have to do that nowadays. But it's just the fact that we are able to be a part of something that is so much bigger. It's so much bigger than us. But the fact is that you can be a part of that as well. You can be a part of that is part of life change that is eternal. It's not just this small moment, but it's eternal for life. And the fact that you are able to give through Crowders is the fact that we get to continue this ministry for years and years to come. And it's internally impacted me as well as a person. I've noticed that I've gotten over certain fears, certain anxieties that I've had. And I just want to personally thank you as well to everyone who's viewing. And we just thank you as a camp as well, just the fact that we are able to spread the gospel with students, that we are able to spread the good news, and that we can actually see a need and meet a need to students, that we can tell people more about Jesus and the fact that he is just so good, that he is so gracious, that we get to be the hands and feet of him in such a unique way. And again, we just want to thank you for tuning in to this live stream. It's going to be a lot of fun stuff that we have coming up. We've already had a lot of fun stuff that's gone on, and I'm excited to see just the outpouring of this, and we thank you very, very much. And keep watching.
All right, we are back with another giving update. I want to remind you, or if you're just joining us, I want to tell you about a match that we currently have going on. Mr. Frank Stewart, one of our donors for a long time now, has offered a $10,000 match. That means between now and tomorrow at 2 p.m., every dollar you give gets turned into $100 you give gets turned into $200. So please help us meet this goal, help us reach the full $10,000 giving, and that will advance us towards our goals with our giving this towards this board. So please focus on that match. If you would, share on Facebook, Instagram, just help your friends and family know what's going on here at Crowders today. If Crowders has impacted your life, we also ask that you would share testimonies with us. Send us a message on Facebook, send us a message on Instagram. Just let us know what God has done in your life here so that we can share it with others. We want to praise the Lord through just telling of what he's done. So, Caleb, I understand we have gotten another donation since the last time we were here, right?
Yep. So, this one's pretty special to me because this donation was made by my parents.
Yeah!
And from my parents, they've donated $600.
All right, thank you so much.
Mark and Amy Hayes.
Thank you, Mark and Amy Hayes.
All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to split this $600 into three and cover up three boxes. One's going to be for $9, one's for $293, and the last one is for $298.
And again, that $600 just got matched. That is now $1,200 that is going to support our ministry going forward. So it is so encouraging to see how that matching is just multiplying everything that you give. And so we encourage, get on board with adopting a box. We still have small boxes available as well. We have a $14 box. We've got a $65 box all across the board, all different amounts. But right now, any amount that you give will be doubled. And even if you wanted to give a smaller amount, if you wanted to give $5, we'll add it to another donation and you can adopt a box with someone else. All donations, all amounts are appreciated right now.
Let me just say something. All of these small boxes up here, if you're a kid and you don't have a debit card but you really want to donate, go talk your parents and letting you use their debit card and use that I'll pay you back method that I used to use.
All right, well, we have a testimony from Augusta, one of our interns. Augusta says, camp was many things for me. It's like a safe place where I know I can talk freely about my struggles that come with being a Christian. All the people at camp can relate because they understand and care about your walk with Christ. Being able to meet and grow in a relationship with a kid that might not know Christ and the love that he wants to share is such a powerful thing. It sets your heart on fire to want to help more and more. Crowder's Ridge is a family that keeps growing and growing. It ignites hearts for Christ, and it was truly a blessing to be able to work there this summer. That's why we're here. That's why we love doing what we do. It is to see those sparks ignited in the hearts of kids. And that is what our next segment is about. It's about looking back through the years, seeing where we've come from. It's kind of a walk down memory lane of what God has done through the past here at Crowder's Camps.
Going to be all right, I think this is going to be my favorite segment that we do today. If you are an intern or you are a past college staff person or a past camper, you are going to love this segment because me and Nathan here are going to take a walk in the past.
We've been through some things.
Yes, and every dollar given today helps us impact the future. But right now we're going to talk about how we've impacted the past and how we kind of got here to Crowder's and made a camp ministry here. But hey, listen, before we go any further, I love you. Thank you so much for tuning in. I cannot wait to find out who the binge watcher is that's been with us all day long.
That's right.
You will have to give us some type of documentation of every 15 minutes of what we did. But I want to give you a free week at camp this summer. And hopefully it's going to be a regular summer for us.
The question is, will it be on Instagram or YouTube? Like, where do they watch?
It'd be on Campflix.
Campflix. That's a new service we can offer. Campflix.
Yeah, it's a monthly. I was just kidding.
No.
But hey, if you love camp, reach out right now. Share. Tell everybody to go to crowderscamps.com and watch the stream. Not because the stream's good, but we keep on asking people to be a part of Adopt a Box. We are 3 hours. 3 hours from finishing up tonight. We've been going for 12. Today's a full 12-hour day for us.
Feels like we just started.
I know, but we've been going for 9 hours.
Crazy.
9 hours online, and the stream has only went down one time I know of.
You just had to say something.
Praise the Lord. Everybody just said praise the Lord
in the box
upstairs.
Up there just said praise the Lord.
So if you're eating dinner or you're just by yourself somewhere watching this, man, let's get ready to go. So back up. The story goes like this. In 2005 to 2010, we were going around doing camps within a church ministry, going around doing camps at different locations. Lost our group rate at Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. We had about 2,500 kids coming down there every summer, and it was doing great. I mean, it was doing great. It wasn't very financially great, but we were doing great, reaching a lot of kids. I was working another job. He was working another job, but we went down to Myrtle Beach every summer and did camps. Well, we lost our group rate there, and we had to find a new camp. And so right before we left 2014 camp, I made this video inviting people to Crowder's Ridge. Now, before you go ecstatic and be like, yeah, that's what you should have done. Crowder's Ridge wasn't even happening yet.
We didn't even own the property.
The lease was not signed. And we had no money to do it.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Lots of faith. That's a big part of our story.
Yeah, it is.
Lots of faith.
It's crazy faith, and God's always blessed that crazy faith. But I remember sitting around a board meeting room at Crown Reef Resort with 20 or 30 youth pastors casting the vision of this place.
I remember that.
And this video looked a little something like this. I sent out an email.
Hey, eCamps Church, this is Jay Oliver. We're less than 10 days away from our church partnership deadline. If you loved eCamps, you're going to love eCamps 2015 at Crowder's Ridge. Make sure you click on the bottom of this email, click the registration link. It takes about 30 seconds, and be a partner with us in 2015. God bless you.
So I know everybody's going to be talking about my hair. There goes Grayson upstairs laughing again. That was the 6 years ago me, but I was challenging people to come. And what's so funny is now we're going to walk through promo videos for every year up until 2020. And this next promo video was a lot of the content was stolen.
With permission.
With permission.
With permission.
After
it
the
wasn't
fact.
actually stolen. With
it was
permission,
permission
after the fact.
from the church that took the footage,
Yeah.
but not from the camp. That was after the fact.
Another funny story.
We had no choice but to gather. Can we cut this? Just kidding. Just delete that part. No, just kidding. There was nothing that existed at Crowder's Ridge.
We didn't have anything to show.
How
are we going to do a promo video?
There was no promo video. But I promise you, if you're a camper with us or intern, when you watch this video, it's going to look like Crowder's Ridge. Y'all ready? Here we go.
Boy, that looked good, didn't it?
Uh-huh. So that was 2015's promo video, and we had nothing to show.
Some of that was our video.
No.
From the beach.
Yes.
So,
yes.
So 2014 at the beach was cut in there. So
yeah.
wasn't
So
all-
what had happened? Port City Church
Yeah.
had used another camp and came to our camp at the beach, and so we merged those two video footages together to try to create a great promo video that was great for the churches that had been to the beach, but also showing a kind of a preview of what they were going
It
to
was
get.
not false advertising.
It was not false
We
advertising.
had the blob. We had
Yes.
the first year. We had
Paintball.
Paintball. We had
A tarp.
We had the slides.
Yeah,
the
a
first
guy
year.
that kind of looked like me in the field.
Yeah, you throwing that frisbee. You did a great job,
I
by the way.
think so.
Looked just like.
But anyway, I mean, that was all we had because we were so busy getting the place operable that we had no time. And plus, we had to have a video to show people.
We did.
What their experience was going to be like. So that was 2015. So we went through our first summer. God provided. We saw hundreds of salvations.
Yeah.
We were in a tent. It rained and flooded it out. The floor was vent floor and mud popped up everywhere. It was great.
Yeah.
It was
as an operations director.
Mm-hmm.
PTSD, man. It was. I don't even like thinking about that. You know, it's just like the hurry, the what's people are gonna think, and it's God still used that moment. That's
You
how
would not
awesome
take it
that-
back for nothing.
No,
in the
I wouldn't.
world.
Absolutely not. At
Nothing
the
in the
time,
world.
though. At the time, it was
At
like
the
what
time.
just happened. God is amazing. He's amazing.
Yeah.
And He continued to move through that.
It was great. So now we went through the whole season, 2015. We was able to get our own footage. So if you came to camp in 2016, give us a whoop whoop
Yeah.
on our social media accounts right now.
DM us.
But check out here. This is the recap promo video for 2016 from 15. Here we go.
Into your arms again, into your arms again. I'm falling to where it all began. Call it my only shot, 'cause it's the only hope I got. No looking down, I'm jumping on. into your arms again.
Man, if your 14, 15, or 16-year-old self would not want to come to camp after watching that, I don't know what will.
Yeah, fireworks. We had fireworks.
And-
Everything. What's hard to believe is some of those kids that came to camp that year are married now.
No, it's mind blowing. They had a camp man. Some
Yeah.
of them, I don't remember if it was that camp. We've had members of our camp on our staff have camp mants. That's what we call it.
Yeah, it was the next year that really.
The next
I think
year, yeah.
Ben and Christy came.
Yeah, got married.
The first official camp man.
The first official one.
Crowder's camps. But that was 2016. As you notice, the tent was up.
Yeah.
You know, and one reason why we want to show you this is you're thinking about adopting a box tonight, and I've already been checking my phone. Some of you guys are giving, and we really appreciate that. Is to show you the progress of what we've done. And a lot, our first few years was just getting our worship building up and going, and we've done that, and now we're just moving on. So this is 2017. Check this out.
This is what you came for. Lightning strikes every time and everybody's watching her, but she's looking This is what you came for. Lightning strikes every time she everybody's watching her, but she's looking
Man.
So that was
So good.
kids. That was kids
That was
camp.
kids camp, yeah.
2017
Theme that
kids
year was
camp.
grit.
Yeah,
Good
grit was
stuff.
the theme. I don't know if you guys watch and notice, but I saw a lot of smiling college staff. I love looking
yeah.
back, and Hannah Rice was in there, Jenna, Ben, Christy. There was more. Zach was in there. I love looking back at those guys and be like, hey, yeah, remember them? And seeing them walk with the Lord today.
Yeah.
It's really good because we spent 2 months with those guys, 2.5
We
months.
did. Yeah.
It means a lot, but the kids. So that was kids promo. So if you love kids and love seeing kids come to know Jesus, man, that's what this day's all about. So we're asking you to adopt a box and just take a number. That number becomes a financial amount that you can donate to our ministry so we can impact this generation now and beyond for the gospel. And it takes everybody to
I
do
see
that.
a $31 available. I see 32.
Yeah, there's a
19,
lot of numbers.
17,
There's
yeah.
a lot of numbers on there that people can handle really
Absolutely.
quickly. And together, all those numbers add up to a massive amount that we're going to be able to really move forward with the gospel on. So this next video is the same year, 2017, but it's for students. Check it out. A little different.
Yeah.
A little more fast paced
Yeah.
and moving. That's one reason. You see the difference between kids camp and student camp. That's one reason why we're trying to build a second location, which was totally halted by COVID-19, Crowder Springs, because we have only 1 week of camp we can do for kids. The rest of them are full with students. And we really want to expand that. We've already seen the need happen. but we don't have the room. So your gifts, your generosity tonight helps us to move closer and closer towards that goal of reaching another 20,000 kids per year, just because we're going to have a second location open. I think we're up to 2018 now on our promo videos. Let's check out the next one and see what happens that year. And it happened tonight at the Biltmore House.
Shout out to Samuel Harris for making that. That end shot gets me every time, man.
Yes, man. And
God,
those
gets me all
kids
misty-eyed.
those kids were so small. I know a few of them.
My eyes were leaking.
They were terribly small. But Samuel Harris, if you're watching, he's in Virginia, and he came to be one of our summer staffers. Had this whole idea to copy this Disney commercial, and he did. Cut by cut.
It's amazing.
Cut by cut, the whole thing was framed out to be like a Disney commercial, and it has that appeal to it.
It does.
As well. But the biggest part of that was just the anticipation, the happiness that camp brings.
Yeah.
You know, not only your kids in recreation, but they're in a relationship incubator. They're in a spiritual incubator, and all these things, they're developed leadership-wise and discipleship. There's so many things that happen when it comes to camp, being at camp.
All the parents out there, you remember when you were a kid and you got to go to spend a night with somebody's house, the excitement you had.
Yeah.
Well, it's what it is for kids when they get to come to camp. They love you, but they need to be away from you just as much as you need to be away from them sometimes. And so there's an excitement there that's just palpable. And I remember those days going to camp. Man, I was excited. And so that video brings that about just perfectly.
Yeah. And the eyes of the kids at the very end, that one, they were looking at fireworks, which everybody's eyes kind of glow when they look at fireworks.
We do not have Disney fireworks.
No. Only every night. No, just kidding. We staged that too. But anyway, camp's so special.
It is.
It creates landmark memories.
It does.
And memories,
friendships that they may last a lifetime.
I mean,
I know.
We've talked for 9.5 hours almost today about camp. It's amazing how many people remember places in this concrete where their life was changed by Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
And so these landmark moments, these spots that camp brings to people's lives they're priceless.
I mean, our camps aside, most adults who have been to a camp, they have a camp moment.
Yeah.
I mean, whether, not at Crowder's camps, but maybe some other camp. So it's something that will stick with you for the rest of your life.
Yeah. All right, so now we go into 2019, the year before COVID. And 2019 was an incredible year for us. It was a huge year. We had record numbers, record amounts of incomes, record amounts of gifts. and we decided to cast the vision for Crowder Springs, our new camp location, which has done well for us. It's graded, and it's a recreational site, really. It has an aerial park and a zip
Currently,
line.
right now, yeah.
Yeah, currently.
We were using it.
Yeah, we used it this summer.
We did.
So it was a great added blessing to have, even in the midst of COVID-19. But let's show the video on how we launched Crowder Springs to the world, asking for you to be a part of helping us build this next adventure here at Crowder's Camps. So here's a good question. Does Gaston County need another summer camp? The answer is...
For the past 5 years, Crowder's Ridge has grown to meet the needs of kids and students of all ages, economic backgrounds, and situations. From churches, corporate organizations, foster care kids, and families that can never afford to attend camp. And now, Crowder's Ridge is full to its capacity, and the demand is greater now than ever before. Crowder's Ridge is mainly designed for students 6th through 12th grade, and its capacity has been met during our summer camp sessions. So how can we open up more spaces for kids ages 8 to 12, more foster kids, and kids that can't afford to attend camp? If we don't have any beds, the dining hall is maxed to capacity, and our gathering space is limited. This is the dream that will sound ridiculous until it's a reality. We are going to build a new camp just for kids to help them become something greater than themselves. Welcome to Crowder Springs, a 54-acre, year-round camp that will be able to house 300 kids. Here they will be impacted for years to come by caring leaders and a program of excellence. From a water park at the core of the camp to tubing and playing in creeks located on site, kids' lives will be changed. But we need your help. We need donations to make this dream a reality, to open up by the summer of 2020. Why? Because if we don't have a moment to lose, because every moment we lose, we miss capturing the heart, imagination, and excitement of a kid's mind that can be impacted by the power of camp.
Help us, pray for us, as we strive to make waves in kids' lives by building Crowder's Springs. From a $50 gift to a $1 million donation, every kid deserves a week at camp. You can visit buildacamp.com for a complete vision of the camp and ways that you can give and sponsor a building. God bless you. Thank you. Wow, we got a lot of stuff going on. We got
some of that I hadn't even seen Springs from up top because I was engulfed in camp and you were dealing with Springs opening and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And I even seen it with all the trees on it. That was really cool.
Believe it or not, I'm not even going to talk about this anymore after this conversation.
Okay.
Springs was absolutely sold out.
Yeah.
We had the whole place sold out except for our program camp weeks.
Mhm.
We had other churches wanting to bring their kids there. The whole thing was sold out, and we could not financially pull the trigger on it. And then COVID happened, and it just stopped in its tracks. So it became a recreational site. We're used majorly for the glory of God.
Right.
Since, I mean, we have an incredible rec field and zip line.
The zip line's over there. The aerial park's over there. There's a huge rec field. So that's what it's being used for currently until we can pull the trigger on it.
So if you ask, hey, do we really need a camp? The answer is
yes.
And the reason why is because we can't get any more kids in here. Fall or spring, that's a different story. But we're trying to go after 3rd through 6th grade kids in an age-specific area where we're not having to go over, switch back and forth from students to kids. And there's a lot of things that happen at camp. Like at Crowder Springs, we would have 2 Gaga ball pits, right?
Oh, absolutely.
That's what they do constantly while they're here.
They love it.
The basketball court will stay low the whole time instead of being at 10 feet. I mean, there's constantly consistently a lot of things that we can do to minister more towards kids.
That's right.
Like over there, we wasn't going to have a lake. We was going to have a water park.
Right.
We have the plans done for this whole thing, but we're waiting on that family or that person to rise up. And literally, if we had a $600,000 donor, that even was over 2 or 3 years, we could pull the trigger over there and start seeing ministry
in the
happen.
fall, our falls are pre-COVID, normally booked. we don't have any more space, and now we would have another space to
Yeah.
send people.
Yeah,
in the
the
fall.
the demand for the product that we offer is incredible.
Yeah.
But we can't do it without generosity.
Absolutely.
And that's
We need
where
your help.
you come in. So if you're a teenager watching right now, ask your parents to watch with you. Ask your grandparents to watch with you. Forward our social media stuff and ask people to come to crowderscamps.com because tonight is the best part of the Camp-A-Thon. Anyway, we're just talking real. Let's check out kids promo. This is you. If you came in 2019, the year before COVID. If you came kids camp, here's your video. Check this out. You may be there.
Let me say this one. For God so loved the world that he gave his one and his only Son. And whoever believes in him will not perish, but have everlasting life.
That was a good year.
It was a good year.
Then
Absolutely.
COVID hit.
Yeah, we were moving right along and things were going great. Busy summer that year, and then the inevitable happened.
Yeah, and 2020 was looking to be the biggest year ever. If you stay tuned, our next segment after giving updates about how COVID impacted the camp, so we won't get too far in that. But let's go to our last one. If you were a student at camp in 2019, you may just find yourself right now. Yeah, that was awesome too.
It was a great one.
So over the past 6 years, you've seen 6 years of promo videos. Over 1,000 kids have given their life to Christ for the first time. Over hundreds. I can't even give you a number. Hundreds of kids have said yes to God.
Amen.
When it comes to just working in ministry or committing their walks with God constantly to ministry, we've given out hundreds of Bibles to first-time guests. We've delivered thousands of hygiene kits to Gaston Street Ministry, and we've literally been able to just ignite some serious sparks. And it's all because of people like you supporting us.
And it's been an honor to do that. I mean, honestly, it's been an honor to be able to do those things, the things that God has laid on our heart to be able to do. And without your help, we wouldn't be able to. So thank you so much for giving and donating.
Yeah. So we are here tonight. We're going to be here till 9 o'clock. And all the way through tomorrow, we already have a $10,000 matching gift on the table. So any gift that was given after 230 days. So if you're sitting there at home and you're like, you know what, I may take the $77 box. That $77 turns into
Math on camera is never a good idea. 144?
No, what's 77 plus 77? 154.
I was close. Come on now.
154.
Math on camera
that
never
turns
helps.
into $154 just because of the generosity of one man that said, you know what, I'm going to match up to $10,000 for the next 24 hours.
Yeah.
So you got a great opportunity not to help us just remember the last 6 years,
Right.
but to go 6 more years
Absolutely.
and impact thousands of kids and students for the gospel
Amen.
of Jesus Christ. So share, and give. We're waiting on you. We're going to go now to an update to see all the gifts that's been given while the segment's been going on. And I hope we'll hear your family's name soon, because we have a legacy for you right here at Crowder's Ridge. You can help us live it out.
All right, we're here with another giving update. And before we get into that, I want to give you some totals, a little bit of a rundown of how far we've gotten so far today. So as far as our total amount that we've given through Rally Up and through other donations and checks and other forms, we have so far received a total of $8,413. Thank you so much. Thank you. Now, of that $8,000, the amount that has been matched is $4,286. So if you add it all together, the amount that's been given, the amount that has been adding through matching, we are at $12,699 so far. Now, we do have some additional contributions to announce for now. I know, Brittany, you have one that's pretty special.
That's correct. So I have one, so 2 anonymous donations, one for $14, one for $9, and then my dad gave $50. So thank you, Dad.
All right, so we're adding those together and kind of putting them onto a box just because the math is getting a little tricky now that the more boxes are getting filled up, trying to make sure we have one for each number. So I have a few more, and Sarah's going to help me put them on the board. I have a anonymous donation for $16, so that's the $16 box. And then next, I have an anonymous donation for $17. That covers the $17 box. And remember, these are being matched. I have a donation for $45 from Tyler and Ellen Cobb. Thank you so much for your donation. Then we have a couple that we again put together just to make it fit into a box. We have an anonymous donation for $19 along with a donation for $50 from Faye Drury. Thank you so much, both of you. And then last but very much not least, we got a $225 donation from Carrie Ann and Jeremy Wilcox. Thank you so much. All right, the board is continuing to fill, but I want to remind you, we still do have matching dollars available, and they're only available until 2 p.m. tomorrow. So we encourage you to please donate. Please encourage your friends or other camp family to donate and get those dollars matched. Again, if you donate $20, it turns into $40, $50, it turns into $100. This is a very powerful time to be involved in giving towards Crowder's Camps and through Crowder's Camps to impact lives for generations. And so we also would just encourage you to share social media, send us messages, send us testimonies. Please stay involved with us through the rest of the day. We love being here with you. We love sharing with you. So please just share on Instagram, Facebook, anywhere that we're streaming. And so we're going to be moving on to our next segment here very shortly. We're going to be moving on to a segment about COVID's impact once again and how that has played into our ministry. So I encourage you to listen in and learn a little bit about how COVID has impacted us here at camp. But as you listen, I pray that you would just be thinking and praying about what God might put on your heart as far as boxes that we need to adopt. We still have boxes in so many different price brackets, from $14 all the way into the thousands. So there's so many opportunities to be involved. But now we're going to go over to a segment about COVID and its impact here at camp.
Hey guys, thanks for hanging out with us tonight. If you're viewing online, I'm still waiting on that binge watcher, man.
Yeah,
I want to find out who's watching all day long with us.
Yeah, let us know. Let us know.
I mean, we want updates every 15 minutes of who's camp flixing today and binge watching the Camp-A-Thon. It's going to be absolutely incredible, and I'm going to give that person a free week of camp.
Oh my, that's like incredible.
Yep.
Like,
I mean, if you
incredible.
can do Grey's Anatomy and Tiger King,
and
Stranger Things, I mean, you can do the Camp-A-Thon as well.
Yeah,
I just truly believe that.
Yeah, absolutely. We don't promote Tiger King.
So in this segment tonight, we're going to be talking about COVID and how it impacted the camp. And this is the moment where I would love for you to go get your grandparents or your parents to watch. Or if you're watching in the room and you're an adult, I would love for you just to tag somebody else on social media. Text them. Just say, hey, watch this program and see if you can help this camp and be successful for the next first of 2020, 2021, so that we can really just reach out to as many kids as we can for this summer. Your giving tonight goes to, for sustainability. January, February, and March, due to COVID, it looks like a ghost town here at the camp pretty much, besides the shoots that we do, the winter tubing. But also just for scholarships, as people start to call, they've been impacted by COVID. Maybe been laid off. They can't afford camp because they can't afford a car payment or a trip to Walmart for some groceries. So your gifts tonight, if you think, well, I could only do a $40, maybe that $43 box. That $43 box is about half of the payment that we were required to get a kid to camp. So every $43 matters. There was a $7 box up there at the top forever. And that $7 matters. So we're going to talk about COVID. This is my friend Evan. He's one of our staff here at Crowder's Camps, and he was nothing in March. Sorry for saying it like that, but you didn't get hired the 3 days before camp.
That's okay.
We learned that the last time we did this segment. But March happened. You were still in college doing what you do. March the 23rd, I think we shut down here at the camp. Every group in into March, April was canceled. We had zero income from March the 23rd all the way to the 1st of January. June.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
That's when you came in.
Yeah, so I came in.
And then he was on our college staff team. What did you experience this summer? Was it a good summer for you as a college staffer? Was it a bad summer? Was it a good summer?
So it was kind of a bit of a mixture for me. It was my first time at Crowder's and everything, and it was overall it was a great year for me, like a great summertime and everything. But there were also just moments where it was just like very, where things were kind of stressful and things were kind of bad at some point sometimes. But I mean,
you kidding me?
Yeah, maybe just a couple of things.
Not stressful at all.
No, not stressful at all.
Not because we change stuff every single week.
Oh, sometimes even during the same day as well.
And during the same day. I mean, I don't think that's stressful at all. I think that's just God preparing you to be a greater person.
It's definitely something that is.
It was horrible.
Yeah.
We as leadership had to lead this thing of not knowing when or where we need to go. We waited forever for the CDC guidelines to come out. We had 4 to almost 5,000. My sheet says 5,800 and something, but that's counting some retreats. But we had nearly 5,000 cancellations for camp. We had no income coming in. So we had to we finally got the stuff from the CDC. You weren't even hired yet. We didn't even know when we were going to bring the college students in because we didn't know if we could afford you. We didn't want to promise you or give you a date and then not be able to pay you and send you home. So we waited for the CDC to release their guidelines. They finally did, and finally we were like, okay, we're going to do this. And I remember we were going through a training for our high ropes course, and I remember that day where we made a decision, and I recorded a video to send out to everybody. And I want you to watch this video. This is Camp-A-Thon.
Hey, social media, we have read, investigated, and seen the guidelines from the CDC and our local health department, and we're open. This summer, we're having day camps and overnight camps, and abiding by those guidelines, we believe that we're going to see sparks ignite for life change that will last forever for your kids and the students. We're having 3 day camps. Yes, 3 day camps, and they're opening this weekend for registration, ages 10 through 13. We're also having 4 overnight camps that has some space available for your group to attend, but you can check our website out for that. And also 1 more overnight camp for kids at the very beginning of August. So if your event or camp was canceled this summer, we want you to contact us about Crowder's One Day, a special event that you can do with your group. So all this information and those guidelines for keeping your kids safe this summer are at crowderscamps.com. So check it out, and we'll see you at camp.
yeah, half of everything I just said, half happened, half didn't happen.
Yeah.
Because COVID kept on moving. Guidelines would change. People would cancel. I said that about the kids' camp at the end of the summer. It didn't happen. I said we had 3 overnight camps left. Only 2 happened. You know, it was constantly changing. You as a summer staffer, just coming out of school, I'm sure you were like, oh my goodness, okay, let's do this.
Yeah.
But that's the kind of summer staff we hired this summer.
Yeah.
And God led here, and I love, you know, it's amazing how God puts people right where they need to be.
Yeah.
Just like tonight, if you're watching this feed, you may be exactly where God wants you to be, either to get a ray of hope or to give, to help us complete a task, to help us complete our goal tonight. But you guys were so humble.
Yeah.
You know, to be able to come in week after week and change. Hey, we got a group this Saturday. I mean, we honestly didn't know until last minute if stuff was even going to happen. I believe we did one kids camp with only like 25 kids here.
Yeah, yeah. And those were actually even some of my favorite experiences too, because it was more personal.
Yeah.
I just remember distinctively of just the moments where we would be able to just connect with them, and most of the time it's like during the time at camp, because everything was so hectic and just there was never a moment to breathe, but it was just were those moments where they did allow us to breathe, to make more connections, and we did make connections in those moments when everything was so hectic and crazy. But it's just like the day camps were super fun, and I honestly feel like the Lord had a reason for it regardless of everything going on.
Well, you know, as I mentioned earlier about all these cancellations, so we ended up rebooting our whole entire program. We went to day camps in June, and we kept 2 overnight student camps at the end of July, trying to push them as far back into the fall as possible. And we still had 1,200 kids come to camp.
Yeah.
So we lost 4,000 and something, but then had another 1,200 that came that would not have been able to come to camp.
Yeah.
And I just believe God had a purpose for them to be here.
Yeah.
And this summer we had 0 COVID camper cases.
Yeah, yeah.
We did have 2 college staff people that did come down with COVID outside of camp. We quarantined them, sent them home. None of the rest of the staff got COVID the whole entire summer, which we believe God just protected us.
Yeah.
And, you know, camp was different this year with masks and all that stuff, but we still had an incredible time. Check out this recap video from one day at camp.
Hey, social media. Hang on, this not working. Hey, social media, welcome to camp. Just want to let you guys know we have 2 more day camps, 2 overnight camps for students, and we also have 1-day events waiting on your students or kids. So check us out at crowderscamps.com. Don't let this summer go by. Get your kids in the mud. Come, bring them to camp. Camp isn't canceled.
Yeah, so we had a great time in the midst of COVID. And even though we had, you know, scarves and masks strapped around and we was out in the hot sun, you know, doing the aerial park and all that stuff.
Literally sweating from head to toe.
It still was extremely successful, and ministry was able to happen. I hope one thing you get from this tonight and watching this segment is you see a passion that, hey, we want to reach as many kids, no matter if it's a few or if it's a lot.
Yeah.
And, you know, 2019, the place was full. You couldn't even hardly find a chair.
Yeah.
And then 2020, you know, kids sit on the floor and was able to social distance because the numbers were down. But still, we wanted to be faithful to our mission that God had called us to. And so we had a few day camps. We had a loss of almost $800,000 worth of revenue, which, you know, you got to take expenses out of that too. There's a lot of food on a packed summer. It's almost $12,000 a week in just food. And so there's a lot of expenses that would have came out. That's not profit by no means, but that's just operations costs and different things like that. But then we also had Lisa, these at the Carolinas. They still brought their kids, the foster kids. So they brought about 70 or 80 foster kids and did a day camp with us.
And two actually.
Yeah, 2.
They came back.
And and they loved it so much they did an encore day, 1-day event. So check out this recap video from their experience here during COVID-19.
Hey, social media, let me introduce you to the new addition to Crowder's Camps. Hey, so if you want to be a part of what we're doing this summer, go to crowderscamps.com. Check out our one-day or our day camps. They are off the hook.
Okay, that I saw a lot of gray hair in my beard there. I think COVID did that to me. But camp still worked in the midst of COVID-19. Camp still worked.
Yeah.
Even though we didn't have the big numbers and the income and all that stuff of a regular year, we were able to still push through.
Yeah.
And I tell you, my end of the year report was pretty different this year.
Yeah.
Normally I'm really positive, but this year wasn't that positive at all. But the impact of COVID-19 had to be told to the world, because we need people like you to step up and help us make this ministry go. So this is the end of the year report we gave. It's kind of funny, not funny. It's kind of funny, but not funny. But it also talks about where we started heading in the fall, because we had even more cancellations. Check out this video.
Hey, social media, this is your summer update. This summer, we had 4,034 cancellations, and we were shut down for 3 months. Ouch. Man, that hurts. Can we take a break? But we bounced back in the midst of COVID-19. This summer, we had 1,200 additional registrations because of day camps, one days, and our overnight camps. We've seen hundreds of lives change and over 30 first-time decisions for Christ. We also completed phase 1 of Crowder Springs with a new 480-foot extreme zip and new aerial park, and completed our new bed project, which provides new high-quality wooden bunk beds in all of our cabins. And how many people got COVID-19 this summer? 0. So we praise God for His protection and His provisions this summer. We want to thank you for your prayer support. We want to thank our donors. We want to thank everybody that partnered with us summer. Now we're going forward into fall retreats and also a new program called Recess. So check it out at crowderscamps.com.
So at that point, Evan, you went from a summer staffer to one of our staffers, and we as a camp started seeing every group that we had in August and September cancel.
Yeah.
So COVID wasn't just a March to June, oh, camp's back into play. No, as soon as the end of the camp season stopped, most of our August groups were schools, and they all canceled because they were sitting there trying to figure out what they were doing. Are we doing virtual? Are we doing on, whatever? Are we doing 2 on, 1 day off? I don't know. So they all canceled on us, and that brought us income back to 0. So as a ministry, we had to figure out what to do. So we went with what was going on, which was virtual learning, and we offered a place for kids to come to do their homework and have recess.
Yeah.
And you were one of the lead staff people in there. How was recess for you?
Hey, recess was awesome, honestly. So, I mean, you're hanging out with kids and everything. So, like, obviously, there's moments of stressfulness because it's like I've never been a teacher, but you almost felt like a teacher at some points because you're helping them with their homework. But it's just like, it was just such an awesome moment to actually be able to minister to them as well through those things, because we would start every morning off with like a morning devotion, and we would also do like the morning warm up that you've seen from like the very beginning of the stream that we were doing with all the songs and everything.
Like a morning dance.
Yeah, and it was so much fun. And then we would always do like all the cool activities, whether it's team building or we would be doing like the aerial course and all that kind of stuff. And it's like it made the kids' day, and we did ice cream some days too, which Grayson got to do it, which is awesome. But I didn't get to, sadly. But it's okay.
Okay, Grayson.
But honestly, like it shows me personally, and also I hope it's convicting and uplifting for you as well, that it's like it just goes to show that this is all about students and for kids, for them to hear the gospel, for them basically just to make their day, because it's impacting them by moment, but it's also impacting them eternally as well. Even if it's just something as simple as a smile or an elbow bump. I mean, honestly, because it's just impacting the generation.
We had a ton of those when we stopped doing recess, because our retreat started building back up in November. So we stopped, and at the end of October. So we stopped at the 1st of October with recess, and those kids would still come to our events. And they still come to the shoots today, and we love them. Our staff's totally in love with those kids, because we had almost the same kids that same day every week. And man, I'm gonna be honest with you, watching you, we took a program that we basically just booted up because of virtual schools, and we turned it into a discipling program. Every morning I led them through the book of Ephesians.
Yeah.
And so if your kid came to recess, they went through the whole entire book of
Yeah.
Ephesians, and it was pretty legit stuff.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
wasn't just open the scripture and go. I mean, it was a good 12, 15 minutes worth
Mhm.
of that scripture, and I loved it. So this is what I'm going to show you now the tour of recess. It was something we did to advertise for parents to gain trust in us, but this is the tour of recess. Check this out. First, we got our drop-off. It's our screening process. We're going to check your temps, and it's all secure. Next, we got breakfast. Hey, it's included in the price. Okay, after breakfast, we're going to morning devos. We're going to have some team building and learn a little bit about Jesus. All right, now it's time for activities. Let's get on the bus. All right, guys, each day we got a different activity planned for your kids, all the way from gym mining to cooking to adventure courses, giant swings. We got dance classes, drama classes, photography classes. We got all kinds of classes. We got leaps of faith, all kinds of activities for your kids. Oh yeah, I forgot, field games and archery too. All right, it's time for lunch. We're back to lunch. Let's go. Our afternoons are meant for water, and we got a lot of water. All right, now it's time for some team building with some screams and yells and a lot of relationship building. We're in the study hall now. Some of us may want to be taking some naps, but others will be getting our work done, whatever the school system tells us to do. Now is the time to do it. Study hall, very end of the day, hour and a half, 2 hours. Okay, parents, that's your tour of recess here at Crowder's Camps. We want to take care of your kids and love them and help them through this distance learning transition. Yeah, so if you want to talk how COVID impacted our camp, it's impacted us a lot.
Yeah.
Just like you at home, it's impacted a lot of us in a lot of different ways. Some of us is in a medical way, some of us in a financial way. It's impacted our camp in a lot of different ways, but I believe that we've pushed through it, but we really need your help to help us to sustain and be able to be ready to share the gospel to thousands of kids this summer. So tonight's pretty easy. We're asking you to adopt a box. I'm looking at the box right now, and I see a $14, a $19, $36, $37 box. There's a lot of boxes on there that are really easy for people to take care of. And so if you're a student, and send this link to your mom and dad. Send this link to your grandparents. If you're an adult, send it to some friends and say, hey, this camp has shown me on this feed that they're doing some pretty awesome, sneaking, amazing things. And let's support them, because we're not sitting here for 12 hours a day asking everyone for $100,000, even $10,000. We're simply asking you to adopt a box. And they started with $1 and they went to $300. Yes, at the bottom there's some bigger gifts. God's going to take care of those bigger gifts. But we're asking majority, 99.7% of everybody that listens tonight, just to adopt a simple box. Can you do 140? Can you do 210? Can you do 84? Simple little math boxes that I believe God will put on your heart, whatever box you need to adopt. And we're asking you to do that so that we can impact this generation now and beyond with the gospel of Jesus Christ. That's what we're going to do. Matter of fact, I'm going to take just a moment to pray for you. And I want you to really ask God why I pray for you. Even through this screen right now, I believe the Holy Spirit of God can work. And so I want to take a moment to pray for you. And I would just ask you, if you're watching the feed, just to pray with me. Father God, would you use tonight's Camp-A-Thon? Use a Facebook share, an Instagram message, maybe a text message. God, would you use this tonight to help us to further your kingdom? God, would you show everyone watching and showing everyone that sees a link, God, how they can empower us by giving through us so that we can impact this generation now and beyond for the gospel of your son, Jesus. God, thank you for saving us. Thank you for loving us so much. And God, I thank you for getting us through a very, very hard time of COVID-19. But Lord, you did it, and Lord, we saw lives changed. And we want to thank you, and we celebrate that, God. We celebrate these 6 years of ministry that you have allowed us to do right here at Crowders. We love you, and thank you. In Jesus' name, amen. Now we're going to go over to if you're thinking about giving tonight, here's an easy way to explain it all. So go ahead and get your phone out, get a pencil, piece of paper, so you can write down these details right here on this commercial.
Hey everyone, today we're asking you to give through Crowders Camp so we can impact this next generation and beyond for Christ. 6 years of ministry, over 1,000 kids have given their life to Christ. Hundreds of kids have felt the call to ministry, and over 13,000 people come to this campus every year and grow in their faith. This can only happen with sacrificial giving from parents, grandparents, and donors like you who are willing to give. Today we're celebrating what God has done, and we're doing Adopt-A-Box. So you can give $1 or $310 or whatever amount God has laid on your heart. Today we believe your gift will have a residual impact for the kingdom of God and impact hundreds and thousands of kids. So give. There's 5 ways to give. Number 1, crowderscamps.com. Number 2, you can mail your checks in to P.O. Box 1, Laurel, North Carolina 28098. Number 3, you can drive. Come on over here. I would love to see you. 130 Camp Rotary Road, Gastonia, North Carolina 28052. Number 4, call us 704-915-1096, and we can take your payment over the phone, your gift over the phone. And number 5, you can pray. Pray for today that we can raise the funds we need and that we can impact many, many generations to come. Thank you for giving through Crowders Camp and helping us impact this generation now and beyond. All right, Camp-A-Thoners, we're here in another segment. Thank you guys for tuning in today, all you 105 billion people watching today. Thank you so much. Remember, by giving to Crowders Camps, you give through us to help us impact the next generation now and beyond. So thank you so much. We're doing Adopt-A-Box. I'm sure you maybe saw the giving update and you can see which box has been taken, but we want you to take one of these boxes and help us impact kids' life. This segment is very special to me. This is my family. Hi.
Hi.
Hi. This is my family. This is my wife, Carrie, Noah, my son, Anna, my daughter, and Abby, my other daughter, and we go in the order of age all the way down. And these guys have had a special role, not just in Crowders Camps, but as a family, we have been doing camps for 16 years. 16 years. Can you guys believe that? 16 years. I'm actually counting this summer too, so it's actually 15 years, but it's 16 years. So a lot of our kids have worked in different areas of the camps. We call our daughters cooler babies. And the reason why they're cooler babies is I'm going to let my wife explain. Tell us a little bit. I mean, we go all the way back to 2005. Starting camps, and then we ended up in Myrtle Beach. Tell the audience watching why Cooler Babies is so important to us. What was their main roles at camp?
Well, one of the first times that we all started going to camp as a family was when we were at the hotel Crown Reef at Myrtle Beach, and we would pack for weeks at a time to go to the beach. So we would be in a hotel room, 2 queen beds, Noah on the floor, and that was just their summer. We packed everything. They loved it. We loved it. But we didn't have babysitters except for lots of college staff. So I guess
we didn't trust them.
Well, they helped raise all of our children, and my kids loved it. I loved it. We missed them every summer. But when we worked at the camp store, which was a table in the back, the girls would always help. And we had these big coolers, and we had all these canned drinks, and we would sell out of them every night. And they were the ones putting their hands in the cold water, pulling the cans out. And they had no idea what a big help they were, because none of us liked to put our hands in the cold water, but they didn't care.
Yeah, and the first couple of years, I mean, Abby was literally locked into a stroller behind
One,
behind
yes.
behind an 8-foot table, and sometimes she would get out to steal candy. But so if you're a camper watching the Camp-A-Thon right now, before it was bucks, it was does. Okay, get it, does, girls. It was literally my girls behind a 8-foot table selling T-shirts and drinks and all that good stuff. So you guys literally, Noah, I think you ran Pro Presenter when you were 7.
I did. It was kind of crazy. I was nervous.
7 or 6 years old. I mean, I was like, son, just mash the button. Just mash the button. And then one year you worked with the camera cables. You were the shortest guy on stage, but nobody ever saw you, man, because you were so small. But you was able to keep that. So you guys have had a ministry through camp, and I think we know why we do it. I'll ask you guys that later, but I think we know why we do camp. But from birth, I mean, you guys have been to camp and seen a lot of stuff happen. How has that shaped you as a teenager in any way? How has it shaped you?
I think each summer it's like a physical, spiritual, like almost like a revival type of thing, like maturity. Like it's like a new level of maturity each summer. Like you grow in it, and just meet new people, and just shapes you almost during camp. I feel like.
Yeah.
I think it also teaches you how to be a leader and the social interaction of it. Because I don't think without camp I wouldn't be such as an outgoing person that I am, and wanting to be a leader at my school and wanting to take action in certain areas in life.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. You know, Noah, I think you've served as a lifeguard for us for how many years? How many years have you served?
I think it's 3 or 4.
3
Close.
years, yeah. And so if you're out there watching the Camp-A-Thon, especially if you're in the age bracket to be a lifeguard, we'd love to have you come be a part of what we're doing here. What was some of the greatest stories over the past 15 years that you've kind of seen happen? Whether it be City Harmonic standing on top of a piano at Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, or Jamie Grace, whatever. What's some great memories that we can talk about? Because truly, if you're watching this Camp-A-Thon, my family, what we're trying to show you right now is that camp impacts people's lives. And by your generosity, you help Crowder's Camps continue to impact people's lives. And along with that are landmark moments where kids remember for the rest of their life, where God got a hold of them and changed their life. And you, by your generosity and sacrificial giving, you help us be able to make that happen for teenagers and kids. So let's share some memories.
I think one of the best memory I have is this little girl. She's about 7, 8, or 9, and she already knew that she wanted to be in ministry from like the day she was born. I know it sounds weird, but this girl, she was on fire for Jesus, and she was already so young, but had so much wisdom than probably any teenager that I've ever seen. She came up to you and she wanted to share her testimony in front of kids camp. And even having such a small life and not even getting started yet, you already have a testimony.
Yeah.
And that's what showed me that no matter how much you've done in your life, that can affect so many people.
Yeah. So she's actually referring to kids camp this summer, 2020, during COVID-19. Over 5,847 cancellations. We had to reboot our whole entire program, end up doing day camps and a couple overnight camps at the end of the summer, and still God was able to provide 1,200 kids to come to camp this summer that we were able to minister to. And out of those 1,200 kids, I believe we gave away this summer almost $47,000 worth of scholarships to help kids continue to come. Most years we give away about $110,000 worth of scholarships. So again, your generosity helps us to be able to take care of kids' needs and get them to camp. Let's talk about another good experience.
I would say it was a Monday night 2 years ago. Me and Kayla just wanted to come just for the first night, and we were right beside this kid at the end, and you were just it was more of a, you were just praying and stuff, and the kid was by himself, and I just felt like wanting to pray for him. I don't even know the guy's name, but I prayed for him. It was more of a challenge. I think the Holy Spirit challenging me, wanting to just, hey, pray for this kid. And I thought that was a cool
thing just to pray for him. I don't know what he was going through, but it was a awesome experience for me. For a fun level, I would say, being a lifeguard for a good amount of years, just seeing people throughout the week, just having a new relationship with them, building a relationship with them, knowing their names whenever, like, they get out their tubes. I can yell at them without whistling. I can actually say, hey, Josh, could you please go back in your tube? It was those cool little moments.
Yeah, that's good, man. The relationship building, is one of the key things of camp. Go ahead, Emma.
I think my favorite memory is being counselor at Outdoor University last summer and just being able to grow so close to those kids and just being so attached to them throughout the week and just getting to impact their lives, and it just being so sad to see them go and making up little nicknames for all the kids like Bo Nana, if he's watching this.
Bo Nana, if you're out there, we
miss you, Bo Nana.
Miss you.
Hey, Bo Nana, that's you.
Yeah.
That's good. Carrie, you got one?
I think my biggest thing, and even going back, is the relationships that you meet and you have with the counselors and the staff and the interns. I know my kids have met so many people and friendships that will be forever. People that have Noah, especially this summer, that met and led him to find a church when he went, as college staff, that found a church at App where he is in college. And I mean, it's lasting relationships. So for people that are looking for summer jobs, I mean, we need you. We need people that love Jesus and want to lead.
Yeah, that's good. I have 1,000 favorite camp memories, but I would say right now I'm going to go into a daddy moment and say that my camp ministries are filled with you guys, seeing my wife support me from all the way to the beach to here, and being always by my side and helping me through that. Seeing my son start as a 15-year-old lifeguard, and this summer he'll be training lifeguards to be lifeguards. To see my daughters come out of the shell, be great salesmen and bucks, and also all the way now to the stage from the church dance slide and things like that, and seeing how camp develops thousands of kids and students every single year. And it's had the opportunity to develop us as a family. But it also, think about this, guys, every moment that you spend here or at the beach, and now you realize that, hey, God was moving in all these people's lives. Well, guess what? He was moving in ours too. He was developing us. I mean, some summers we would spend 41 days at Myrtle Beach, and when I tell people that, they're like, oh man, dude, that's awesome, man. No, it wasn't. I mean, it was a sweet time for our family, but it was not easy. I mean, it was not easy at all. I mean, I would come in at different hours of the day and have more work to do. I mean, sitting there, and we actually bought a small little camper for the last 2 years of e-camps because we got tired of staying at the Crown Reef Resort for so long. And so we bought a camper and I was trying to make sure my family wasn't absolutely going to hate me. And staying in a hotel for 30 days in a row or 40 days in a row was just not healthy. So we purchased a camper, stayed in that. It was so tight. We were shoulder to shoulder, but man, what a sweet memory that God has brought in. So while we feel like we're there for all these people, we're actually being developed and changed ourselves. So as a family, we've committed to camp ministry, and you guys are committed to support me, and then you come and support me by helping, work at camp. But why do we do camp? What's the reason? And if you're joining in right now, this opportunity for you to give, I want you to hear why we do camp, because the why should power your give. So I want you to hear it from my kids, but why do we do camp?
Jesus. That's the number one reason. There's kids struggling, families struggling, and them coming there, it makes me a little emotional. But some people don't even know Jesus, and some might not even get saved at camp, but them having planted a seed there, it's huge. And even people that are already saved, they can go into another level of development. We've said development a lot.
Yeah,
Camp is development almost. Yeah. And it's powerful, and kids can love Jesus more or begin a journey of loving Jesus.
That's good.
I think every single day at camp is not the same day. There's always something different, a different story, and a different lifestyle. And while I was an intern, I figured out why I was doing camp, to serve Jesus and to serve others as he served the people that hated him. But seeing how Jesus just came and loved others is why I started doing camp, is loving others as Jesus loved others. And figuring out my path as somebody who wants to do camp ministry when they're older. And I think it's because Jesus loves me, and I want to love other people back.
Yeah, that's good.
I think just being able to impact kids in a fun way all week, and just them letting them have like a blast, but at the same time getting to know about Jesus at the same time is just like the perfect way to reach someone. So it's just like not boring, but they're just doing all this fun, exciting like events and stuff, but they're also getting to learn about God and being able to carry that on and sharing their memories about God and camp throughout the week for the rest of the summer.
Yeah, so good. You got one?
Yeah, we grew up together since I was a freshman in high school. So every summer we went to camp together. I have no idea how we paid for camp every summer. I don't know who paid for it. I think our church may have given it to us. But I know if it wasn't for camp ministry and going sometimes to a couple different camps throughout the summer, I know we would not be sitting here today. It was a big deal in our life. I know that I learned how to have a quiet time at camp. So for teenagers, just that 1 week, 5 days, 3 days, however long it is, that's a lasting memory and a relationship that they will always look back and know Jesus was there.
Yeah. There are thousands of kids that need to come to camp. And as you can tell from this 44-year-old all the way down to the 15-year-old, our lives have been impacted by camp ministry. And there's thousands of more kids that need to experience camp. So today, I can only ask you enough to pray about extending generosity to those kids so that they can be developed and impacted by Jesus in a camp world. No, camp does not provide shelter and necessities of life like some other organizations do, but I think we provide landmark moments where kids will always think about that riser, that piece of concrete, down there at the altar at that stage, and that's where God did an incredible work in my life. So adopt a box, all the way from $1 all the way to $3. $100, and then there's some big numbers at the bottom. What is God laying on your heart to do to help Crowder's camps impact this generation now and beyond? All right, Camp-A-Thoners, we're here in another.
Hey guys, my name is Nathan Vest. I'm the operations director here at Crowder's Camps, and I am excited that you're here. I just want to tell you a little bit about why I'm here, why I do camp, and what I do here. So back in 2014, I got this call from a guy named Jay that you've already seen. You met Jay. Crazy guy, I know. So I got a call from him just saying, hey, there's this place near where you live, and I want you to check it out. So he literally gave me the address. I found out it was like 3 miles from my house. And I couldn't believe it. When I got here, I came onto this property, I was blown away. That it was, number one, it was 3 miles from my house. Number two, I'd been going to Crowder's Mountain since I was a kid to go hiking and never knew this place existed. Back when I was a kid, it was an old Girl Scout camp. When I came, it was still a Girl Scout camp, but not being used as much. And so it was a little bit of disrepair. And so we took some time, a good 7, 8 months to get this place ready and operable. I was one of the first hires here. And I just remember thinking, man, this is going to take a load of work. And I will tell you, it was a load of work. We worked 12-hour days for a long, long time. I had at least a month or so there at the end. And so I was extremely tired. Let me tell you about this one moment. I had a moment where I was scrubbing a shower floor. Okay, or not floor, but like a shower, the bottom of a shower. Because we needed to get money, just coming in, because we had to get groups in here just to make a little bit of money while we were still working on the place because we had some places already up and running for housing. So I was scrubbing the bottom of this shower. I was on a date with my wife. I know, crazy. She came with me, and I was scrubbing the bottom of this shower. And I remember thinking, why am I on a date with my wife, scrubbing the bottom of a shower? Well, I asked myself in that moment, and I could only come to the conclusion of, there's no telling how many kids are going to take a shower in this space or just be on this campus, and it's going to take this kind of work to get it ready to see the kingdom grow. And it kind of humbled me. I was big time humbled, almost to tears. Where like I'm on a date. I'm scrubbing the bottom of a shower at 8 o'clock at night for the group to arrive the next morning, because we didn't have a cleaning person at that point. It was just me and Jay. And I was humbled big time. I mean, it was one of those moments where I was drained. I was exhausted from just doing all the jobs that we had to do around this place. And it humbled me to the point of tears. And so fast forward a little bit closer to camp, I was down on a deck, down on the girls' side here, what we call the treehouse cabins, or excuse me, the Lakeview cabins. And I was working on some of the steps there that needed to be refurbed. And same thing, 12-hour days, long. Summer staff had gotten there, getting ready for camp, still buttoning up the place, still loads to do, overwhelmed, felt like the weight of the world is on your shoulders. And I just broke down in tears, like, why am I doing this? Why am I here, blood, sweat, and tears, literally doing this to myself, to my family, because I was away from my family a lot, had small kids. And I just came to the realization, God pointed me to a verse, there in the Bible, in the Old Testament, of when Moses parted the Red Sea. And it came to that conclusion of, this is my Red Sea moment, not just mine, but the camp's Red Sea moment. He's going to make a way, and he's going to make it possible for us to open camp on time. And it was like God took that weight off my shoulders. And it was an amazing moment that I'll never forget. I got to share that with the summer staff because they were all tired because they were helping us. And I'll never forget, leading up to camp, when camp opened, it did happen. We're here. And man, I saw amazing things happen that summer where kids came. Kids come with all kind of different baggage and different things that we don't know. We don't know what it is until they get here. And that baggage was just left at the gate for a lot of them as they came. They heard the gospel. All that work that we had done paid off. The Lord saw to it that it paid off. And kids came to know Jesus. And that's why I do camp. I scrub those toilets. I do those things. I make sure all the day-to-day things happen here at Crowder's Camps, to make sure that kids get to hear the gospel when they come here. They get to deliberate Jesus in their cabins. They get to hang out under that tree or down by the lake and have a Bible study and see God's glory around them. It's a very emotional thing for me because I've seen where we've come from. It was a huge moment just to get to where we are today, 6 years later. And I thank you so much for being here, tuning in. We appreciate it. And look, would you give? Would you just take a moment to give your time and of your money just to help see the gospel shared with kids through us? We appreciate it so much. Again, my name's Nathan. Thank you so much for coming. Go to the webpage, crowdersridge.com, hit donate, check out that board, and pick a spot. We appreciate it. Thanks.
All right, and we are back with another giving update. We are very excited to share about a couple of our church partners that have contributed towards the Adopt-A-Box, towards the Camp-A-Thon. And so right now we have a $1,500 contribution from Tuckasegee. Thank you so much, Tuckasegee Baptist Church. We appreciate you so much. So that's going to go in one of our large boxes down at the bottom, $1,500. And again, this is being matched. And then we have another donation from one of our church partners. Renovation Church has given $2,000 that will also be matched. Thank you so much. Again, if you're just tuning in and you don't know what I'm talking about with this match, Frank Stewart has offered a $10,000 match for any gifts given between now up to 2 p.m. tomorrow. So he will match dollar for dollar up to $10,000, and we still have several thousand left of that. So we encourage you, give now when it's going to mean the most, because it is being doubled. And so you can help by contributing. You can help by sharing posts online, Facebook, Instagram, anywhere your friends are. Share the content that we have on our social media so that they know how far their dollars will go if they give now through the Camp-A-Thon. We have a video coming up here soon. It's going to be another story of why camp. That's been our focus all day, is about the value of camp, what God has done at camp throughout the years, whether that's stories from campers, staff members, interns, all of that. So the next clip is going to be Sarah McConu, our graphic designer, sharing the why behind why she's here at camp.
Hey everyone, I'm Sarah McConu, and I'm the lead graphic designer here at Crowder's Camps. I work in marketing with Caleb, and we just have an awesome time. I make the apparel, and I work on the website and do little postcards and little merch and stuff like that. I think my favorite thing definitely is making apparel here. I just love to see the product after I finish. I love the whole process of it, and to see people buy what I make, it's awesome. I don't know. I don't know if that's a brag or not, but I love it. I love working here, and my coworkers are just amazing. They're very supportive and encouraging, and that's what Crowder's Camps is all about. I mean, we have like these set principles just to give like everyone that comes here an excellent experience, and I can see how much of a difference our team like makes because of how much time we put in. And I've always been a camper. Growing up, I used to go with my church to Camp-A-Thon in South Carolina. And I loved it. I loved everything about it, and swimming and just being with friends and my church family in that environment. It's an incredible thing. I actually recently wrote a paper about just observing summer camp as a culture, like just observing the people and the environment that these kids are put into. And I love the whole process as well of writing that paper and observing, because when you really look at these kids and really look at their individual lives, it's insane. Like, everyone has their own individual unique stories that make up like the whole summer camp experience. And it's amazing to see individuals' lives changed through this. I usually work up in the sound booth or up in the studio during sessions here at camp. And I think my favorite part to watch is definitely the worship sessions. Just seeing hands raised and hearing like a soft roar of everyone singing together, it's just an amazing thing. You know, I grew in my relationship with God initially as a camper. At Auwanata, actually. And one of the main things that influenced me there was music and becoming involved in it and playing with other people and singing with other people. I got to play with the band there, and just to hear everyone in unison, it's like nothing else. I just feel such a sense of peace when I sing and when I worship with others to God, and that's really what camp is all about for me. That's what makes my experience here so great, and I love seeing people just giving it their all here. So I started here at camp as an intern, not like our regular interns, but through my high school, actually. I went to Highland School of Technology, and I was in their graphics pathway. And I initially, at the end of the year, like at our senior year at the end, we have an internship with like that our teacher assigns to us. So first I got assigned to the Gaston Arts Council, which I thought was pretty cool, but for some reason wasn't calling my name. Like I wasn't enthusiastic about it. I don't know. I talked to my teacher, and she was like, well, why don't you see if Lauren, which is my friend, my close friend, wants to switch with you. And I found out she was working at a camp called Crowder's Ridge, which I had never heard of at all. And I always wanted to work at a summer camp. I wanted to work at Camp-A-Thon when I went there. I wanted to do photography. I wanted to do their design. And I got the chance to do that here. And it's so close to me, too. Like, it was right here at home, and I didn't even know about it. It's just amazing the situations that God puts us in. He just opens doors for us where we don't even know it. If I wouldn't have asked my teacher, if I didn't feel that type of way about that internship, and I didn't mention anything to her, I wouldn't be here right now. Where would I be? I don't know. Maybe at a different summer camp because I love it so much, but I'm so glad I found this one. Just the way my coworkers treat me and the way that I see campers impacted, it just makes all the difference. Like, it makes me want to stay here and see everything through. Like, I'm in college right now. I'm at Gaston College. I'm doing online courses full-time, which is kind of stressful in the midst of, working 20 hours a week. I actually shifted my hours from full-time to part-time when I got into college, so it's still difficult. But my coworkers, my supervisor, Emily, has just been amazing and helping me through this, and I love it. I love to see the summer staff come in over the summer and the interns and just see how excited they get about camp and how excited they get about changing these kids' lives. I mean, and it's like no problem is too little when it comes to summer staff. Like, if they see a child who might be struggling with something, they're not afraid to go up and talk to them. They're not afraid to go up and see what's wrong with them. And I just love that caring nature that comes with the staff here. There's so much attention to detail, and I love the excellence that we provide to our guests, and it makes me feel proud to work here. So I have been doing apparel for this is the first time ever me doing apparel, and I'm just so excited about it. I made designs for the first time last year, and that was my first run, or actually it was for this summer, but I am very excited to start some more apparel lines for your kids at camp. And through design, I hope that I can also spread my love of God and my love for God, and I hope I can also make an impact in the way that my coworkers have. It's amazing to see everyone work together and the camaraderie that comes with it. So the whole idea of this Camp-A-Thon is we want to keep providing this excellent experience for your kids at a price that people can afford. We make it a low-cost summer camp so we can reach people who are not as privileged as we are. And the way to give online is through crowderscamps.com, and we would love any donation that you would be willing to make. It doesn't matter the size. Anything will help. We just want to keep offering this amazing experience to your kids and to the leaders who come here. And I'm so thankful for everyone watching and for all my coworkers and all the campers who have been here. And yeah, thanks, guys.
All right, thanks, Sarah, for that great testimony. Tonight we are on hour and a half more
So we're not trying to get done. We'll stay all night if it takes it. No, I'm just kidding. We're going at 9 p.m. streaming live, and luckily the streams only went down one time today. Thank you, Lord, for that.
That was good.
That was great. Turning those security cameras off worked, I
We need
believe.
as much bandwidth as possible.
But hopefully you've had an opportunity to adopt a box, and if you haven't, please do so. We're going to have an incredible segment right now. We're going to bring up some of the greatest moments in our camp's history. And we have a couple videos to go along with them. So if you want to just, don't worry about your binge watching of Netflix. You're on Camp Flicks right now. Get your parents in the room. Get your grandmother on the phone before she goes to bed. Whatever you choose. And if you're just laying in the recliner right now at the house, you're in a great place to be because we are about to share some
I was there with you.
great.
I'm just kidding. I love it.
We got an hour and a half left tonight. We're going to end the night with a worship session from 8:30 to 9. So you don't want to miss that. It's going to be really, really cool. But you still have time to give. So go to crowderscamps.com and give because that's the reason why we're doing it. And when you give, we have an opportunity to have great moments like this. So December, it's Christmas time.
That's right.
And this group arrives at the camp. Check out this video right here.
My name is Christy. I work on the creative team here at Crowder's Ridge. I serve as the creative director, so some of my roles include creating content for Instagram, designing apparel, shooting around camp, and that kind of thing.
My name is Matt Huffman. I'm on the creative team. I serve here as a photographer, so I always follow around all the kids and take pictures of what's going on here and capture just them having fun and interacting and encountering Jesus every night in worship.
My name is Kelsey Stewart. I'm on the creative team, and I run the social media and write long-form content for our website.
My name's Savannah. I'm on the creative team. I work as Crowder's Ridge videographer, so I have an opportunity to document students through their whole experience through camp.
My favorite part about this particular position has definitely been being able to work in an area that I love so much to the point where it doesn't feel like work. I just feel like I'm here having an awesome time, and I just get to do what I love. And being able to work with other people who are creatively inclined and love doing the same thing as I do is really exciting.
My favorite part about this job is meeting all the students and getting to hear their stories and then share those stories with other people so that they'll feel more inspired.
To be on the creative team or a videographer, you definitely have to be okay with being behind the scenes, being able to change at a moment's notice. You never know what's going to be thrown your way.
With all the kids running around, there's so many things that happen at moment's notice, and you just need to be able to be flexible in what you're doing.
Working at Crowder's Ridge can definitely be demanding, but it's super fulfilling. You definitely see the fruit of your labor and all the things you work super hard for. You just see it in these kids' smiles and their faces, and when they go home, you know their life has been changed.
All right, so college staff arrive on this campus. We get an opportunity to impact them. Those moments that we can help create in their life and they create for other campers, man, are just priceless.
Yeah, so they're coming here as a mission. This is like their mission trip for the summer, and so when they sign up, they know they're going to be here for 2.5 months.
Yeah.
And really get work for Jesus, because as she said, it is taxing. It is hard to be up for 16, 18 hours because they don't like to go to bed on time anyway. So they're probably up 21 hours. So it is hard on them, but it's also rewarding, and I think that's what they were getting at. It is very rewarding for them.
Yeah, so if you got a brother or sister or a son or daughter or grandson or granddaughter that needs a job this summer, we are accepting applications for summer staff.
That's right.
And your gifts tonight help to go and support that. It allows us to have scholarships. It allows us to pay our college staff. It allows us to to do great things to reach kids for the gospel of Jesus Christ. There's been so many college students over the years that, even all the way back to 2015 and 2006, there's been so many college staff that we had a great opportunity to create some incredible moments.
We've had some incredible people. All the way from 2000, like you said, 16. 2005, even then, looking back through the years, it's been incredible. And now they're married, they have kids. Yeah. It's really remarkable to see where God has led them through their path, through their journey. Some of them don't know what they want to do when they get here. Some of them may be led to camp ministry. Some of them be led to photography, or just to be a stay-at-home mom, and that's great. and now they're living that dream.
Yeah.
So it's really cool to kind of see them progress while they're here, and then when they leave, what God has for them in store for them. So it's really cool.
Yeah, and I'm noticing as a camp guy that how important it is. It's becoming more and more and more important to invest and to dedicate time to our college staff each summer, because it seems like they're the ones that kind of stay with us the longest.
We definitely had plenty of time this summer because of COVID.
Yeah, the COVID impacts this summer, allowed us to be able to do that. But I'm thinking, when we get back full
Sure.
blown, that's when it gets extremely hard.
It is. It's going to get really hard. I mean, but they're worth it. They're worth it tremendously. The hours they put in for the kingdom, and just to have that hey buddy moment. That's one of our ingredients that we have here. They kind of say hey buddy, and just wave at kids, go up to them when it's appropriate, and side hug, and just hey, give them a high five, tell them we love them, and to just have those moments with them, and they love and enjoy that so much.
Yeah. So we're really trying to focus in on the sparks right now, moments that's happened. It's celebrating 6 years of ministry and moments that have happened that have created great sparks for our ministry. Every summer, that's like a consistent spark starter is our college staff and seeing them grow in the relationship. And your giving tonight helps us to do that. But another thing is sometimes when groups come in, and we had a choir that came and visited us, and they ignited a spark in us.
Indeed.
So check out this video.
Man, they're so great. That's the Watoto African Children's Choir. They're from a village in Africa called Watoto, if I'm not mistaken, and they're orphans, and so they're here on tour. At that point in time, they were here on tour, going around to churches, raising money for their orphanage.
I love your car.
Is that what one told you?
Yeah, I would drive up in my Jeep. I love your car. And all they would do is just hug you, man.
Yeah.
They would just hug you.
Loving
and hug
kids, and it was just such a cool moment to see them. So my family, they stay here for a week.
Yeah.
We didn't charge them
and
hardly
we didn't know
anything.
how we was even going to minister to them.
Right. We take the week of Christmas usually off.
Yeah, because we work so long in the summer.
Hours
So many hours in the summer is just part of kind of making up for that. So we didn't know, hey, who's going to come in, how we're going to do food.
Who's going to serve the meals.
Yeah, who's going to serve the meals. And we had
I think
no
there was
issues.
Like 30 of them.
Yeah, with no issues at all finding people to come and serve.
Yeah. My family came on Christmas morning. That was I don't know. I get emotional just because they're orphans. And so God's given my wife and myself a passion for that. And so when we got to serve them breakfast on Christmas morning. And it was just a cool moment for my kids to be there, to wake them up, open our presents, and then run over here. We don't live too far away, and just serve the children of God. And so it was a cool moment for us.
Yeah, volunteers from other churches.
We did. We had volunteers from other churches.
I think
part of my growth group came as well to serve that morning with us.
I think one person drove from like an hour and a half away just to come serve the kids.
Yeah.
He wasn't really into
remarkable.
Christmas, like family stuff with Christmas. So he found out about this opportunity through D. Davis, I think, and he came and served the kids multiple times, if I'm not mistaken.
We had many people from local churches here in Gaston County to come and serve, and so serve meals. And so it was a great time. They got to come and experience camp for a week. And we did some things with them, and it was just a cool experience.
Yeah.
It really was. I know it was cool for them, but it was cool for us to be able to serve and just give back. It was very cool.
It definitely was one in some of the top moments that we've ever had to ignite sparks in our heart to continue doing the ministry that God's called us to be. And through your participation in Adopt-A-Box, I'm looking at the sign now. There's some $44. A $14 box is still there. A $19 box is still there. And I would love for you to just take a minute, and even if you're in this room right now, just take a picture of what's going on and put it on your social media and say, hey, go to crowderscamps.com and check out the Camp-A-Thon and pray somebody takes those small boxes tonight because they can easily be taken if the information gets to the right person.
Exactly.
And that's exactly what needs to happen. This next video, let's see what kind of moments it's going to bring up, because if I'm not mistaken, this right here was one of the songs we did, Wildfire, in one of our nights at camp. It was a moment when you hear a bunch of students singing back to you in a tent or in a room like this.
It's powerful.
It's an extremely powerful moment.
Extremely
If they're on key or off key, it really
It
doesn't
doesn't
matter when the Holy Spirit's just surrounding. So check out this little clip from a worship service. Yes, that was Charlie. He led worship for us for, I think, 2 years.
Yeah, he
did
did.
just an incredible
job.
spirit.
Yeah.
Came into the tent. I think, I'm pretty sure
That was in the tent. Yeah,
the red barn doors.
The red barn doors. When we say the barn, we're not really. It's not an actual barn. I mean, there's not a stable here or anything.
It goes with our theme.
It goes with our theme for sure. So yeah, that was in the tent for sure, and he did an incredible job. And God still moved, even though we were in a tent.
Yeah,
was
it
very
didn't
cool.
matter if we had a big worship building or not. God was
Did.
still moving.
Absolutely.
Definitely a moment that I always remember. Man, wow, this was incredible. Next big moment that we've had in our history is a moment where we saw a ton of our partner churches and friends on the East Coast, mainly near Topsail and the Hampstead area, running from a hurricane.
Yeah.
And we have been blessed here. Most camps are able to offer about 250 beds per night. We're able to do almost 400, barely over 400 beds per night. So we have plenty of room. And so here we are watching a hurricane come toward a bunch of our friends. So we sent this message out. Check this moment out in our history.
Hey, social media, we wanted you to know here at Crowder's Ridge that we are praying for you and everyone that's in the pathway of the hurricane, but also we want to be in the path of anybody that needs us here at Crowder's Ridge. So if you're having to evacuate and you're coming through the Charlotte, North Carolina area, I would love for you to give Crowder's Ridge a phone call and see if we have a space available for your family. It is 704-915-1096, or you can go to crowdersridge.com and check out all the contact information there. Share the post. We're open for anybody that needs a place to stay. God bless you, and we're praying for you.
Yeah, that's not one of those things you think of when you're building a camp.
No,
to have the opportunity.
Let's be an evacuation center.
Right. Yeah, I mean, that's just one of those things that pops up and you're like, we have plenty of beds here.
Yeah.
We can host some people.
Yeah, I
if
mean,
need be.
we saw the updates from some of the churches that come to our camp and was like, hey, okay, let's go out in the yard and film this video. That's why it's so bright. Let's go out in the yard and film this video. And anybody, and we had phone calls about it. When we wanted to serve people because we had the capacity. And I just believe in being faithful with the small things. God will increase you with the large. I believe in being efficient, and I believe in showing initiative. And so I believe God will honor that in the future. Just talking about ministering to people, we have a missions night every summer where we try to get the kids to think about something bigger than themselves. Yeah. That's part of our philosophy here at camp. A lot about camp is me. Right. Let me worship, let me play. But we turned the camp into a missions effort. And so for the past 2 years, we've been able to take hygiene kits to a local homeless shelter called Gaston Street Ministries. And this video don't have any audio, so it's not flashy, but it shows you how to pack our hygiene kits. So we sent this video out to all of our church groups and put it on our social media just to show them how to pack the kit and bring it to camp with them. Check this out. Yeah, simple thing.
Absolutely. What we saw in there: toothpaste,
secret deodorant,
socks, secret deodorant. He's a secret man.
That's mine, man.
I'm a
Old
right guard man.
Spice and some Old Spice cologne.
Yeah, secrets
All right.
for women.
I don't
No?
know.
Oh, I guess
it's
it'd be for
pH
guys.
balanced for a man, made for a woman.
Okay.
It's smooth, made for a woman, but it's pH balanced for a man.
Whatever you say, man.
All right.
Whatever. All right. Yeah.
It's the
So
best way.
hand sanitizer, just different things that the homeless folks could use.
Yeah.
You know, while they're out there, and they minister to them, and they have the resources to be able to do that. And what better way to partner with them and help them with that?
Yeah, so the students didn't provide everything because some things that had to be a certain size, like combs, different things like that. So we took our camp registration money, went out and bought all the supplies, the tubs, the bags. So as you adopt a box tonight and you're supporting Crowder's Camps, you're supporting great missions projects like building hygiene kits for local homeless shelters.
Absolutely.
I believe that your gift, no, it doesn't matter if it's that $14 box or the $43 box or the $5,000 box. Your gift, I believe, is it has a residual impact, which means, you know, we talk about, hey, it helps to build buildings, helps to scholarship kids, helps to do hygiene kits.
Absolutely.
It just keeps on impacting. Gifts that were given in 2014 are still impacting people's lives for the gospel today. That's how great it is. Here's another great, incredible, crazy, wonderful worship moment that's impacted us in the past years. Check this out.
Man, it's so great. That was kind of like the song of the summer.
Yeah.
You know, if you've ever been to a church camp, or there's one song that usually does it for you, and that was definitely it for me.
Wildfire was 1 year.
Yeah.
And then this one, I Believe in You. We started singing it in staff camp.
Yep.
And we just kept on going, and it was just a abandon God, do whatever you
God
want to
just
do in my
used it
life.
to wreck us, really.
Yeah.
Honestly,
Yeah.
to show us who He is.
That was incredible. We have moments that have inspired us over the years, but there's nothing greater than knowing that you have a huge need in like a facility, a building, and somebody comes and is the hero of that building. And when we took over the camp in 2014, there was a building called the Glen, I think it was Mess Hall at that point. I saw it on the sign. I was like, Glen something, Mess Hall. And I really didn't pay any attention to it, but as I started searching for grants around Gaston County, I realized there was a Glen Foundation.
Right.
And it was two sisters that started up that the foundation's about. And so we submitted grants to them. We had a building called the Bunkhouse. It holds probably 30% of our capacity.
Yeah.
Has 3 nice bunk rooms for guys. It holds about 30, I think, 15 bunks.
each. So close to a little over 100.
Yeah, and so
total.
with a couple other rooms, it's a little over 100 in capacity. So it's very important to keep up and keep nice. The roof was starting to fall apart. And
just like anything else, you got to maintain it.
It was shingles, and we was like, you know what? Let's apply and see if we can get a grant to do a metal roof. And man, this moment, I love this video because it shows such transformation. But if you've been to camp here, and I hope we got some people watching that have been to camp, you know where the bunkhouse is.
Absolutely.
And you know over the years you've seen it transform, and it's all because of the Glen Foundation. Check this video right here out and keep your eyes open. Don't miss the big transforming moment. Watch this. Hey everybody, this year we want to make a video about a special partnership with the Carrie E. and Lena V. Glenn Foundation. You know, Helen Keller said life's a daring adventure or nothing at all, and that's exactly what this building has done. It's created great adventures for kids to experience at camp, and it's all because of the Glenn Foundation. Over the past 3 years, they've given us a grant every single year, and we've taken that money and built this building almost from the ground
ground up, but it was in very bad shape. And we've created an incredible place for kids to encounter Christ and be able to stay out here at Crowder's Ridge. So here's a special thank you for this year's grant monies that's allowed us to redo the roof into metal, and it looks amazing. Thank you so much, Glenn Foundation, for your support in the Glenn Bunkhouse. God bless.
Did you see it?
Oh, I saw it.
Did
I
you
lived
see
it.
it?
It was great.
Did you? All 1,000 people watching right now. Did you see the magical transformation point? Wow, that's a moment where you walk out when they're done, and you're like, man, you know, this building's turning. Now we have new vinyl windows in there.
We do.
Working our way, and that's because
Thankfully
of
to them.
the Glenn Foundation
Absolutely.
as well. So thank you guys. There's moments of impact on us as staff and students, and we go right back to another worship experience that was absolutely just so powerful. Check this out. You know, when you see a room full of kids, just, you know, totally abandoned.
Yeah.
You know,
it's so moving.
That's the word.
I mean, there'd be many times I'll be in the back and just watching this unfold in front of my eyes. You know, we don't prompt them to raise their hands.
Yeah.
They do that themselves.
Yeah, those videos are just uncut. That's a guy out in the audience.
Right.
That's not trying to be manufactured or anything. We're trying to show you the moments that have impacted us,
For sure.
so that you can help us impact and create more of those moments. And adopting a box or moments, or by adopting a box, helps us to be able to create moments for this generation now and beyond for the gospel of Jesus Christ. And there's one of my all-time favorite videos at this camp. It was done by a church that comes out and they rent a whole week just themselves. They've been with us ever since the get-go.
That's right.
They trusted us when it wasn't worth trusting. And
Amen.
we are their camp, and they are our group. And we try to uphold that relationship. Open Door Church in Whiteville, North Carolina. This is probably one of the moments on Tuesday when Open Door's here. I know I can get close to the pool.
Yeah.
And they're down there just celebrating transformation of lives and their students. Check this video out, and I hope you love it just as much as me.
You pull me in, you pull me in close, you pull me in, you pull me in close, you pull me in, you pull me in, you pull me in close, you pull me in, you pull me in, you pull me in close.
That's a great camp moment, man.
Yeah, that's a great moment.
Make my eyes leak.
Yeah.
That's
I mean,
good
that's
stuff.
ultimately, you know, we're not a church, and
No.
we never plan a baptism on our schedule because we
No.
believe that's the authority and responsibility of the church to do. So when churches want to use our facility for that, man, I say go. Go ye therefore.
Absolutely.
Go ye therefore to the pool. and hope the chlorine levels are right.
No, they're good.
Yeah,
They're good. I
They're
promise.
good. Okay. Well, those moments like that, though, that's seeing that transformation, the kid give their life to Christ, go through the steps of baptism, become a disciple that God's called them to be. I mean, that's ultimately why
we're here.
We exist.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So tonight, thank you for joining us. We're going to continue all the way to 9 o'clock. We have a special worship moment in exactly 30 minutes from now. We want you to be a part of that and to celebrate the giving that God has done. So you have about 30 more minutes online here, but we're going to go all the way to 12 a.m. tomorrow night, but that is no excuse to wait. We want you to give tonight so we can celebrate that with you. We had an event for our interns called Rise Up, and we brought in one of, I believe, the best speakers in the Southeast, Stuart Hall. And this, we basically was able to bring in a bunch of high school students and challenge them with leadership from Stuart Hall and Brent Crow for a whole entire one day here at the camp. It was absolutely mind-blowing and very challenging, and a moment that every single one of those high school students were asked to rise up. And here's a small clip from that event. Check this out.
Courage isn't just one value that you should have. Everything that you do is the result of courage. It's the result of you choosing love over fear. So, here's what's interesting about all of us in this room. If you ask yourself this question and think about it, everything changes. Teenagers, look at the question. What would your life look like today if yesterday your heart would have been full of courage? What would your life look like today if yesterday your heart would have been full of courage? Would you still have your phone? For some of us in this room, would you have taken a risk? Or, here's one, would you have not done what you did that now sits in your gut and in your mind in the position of regret? So think about that for a second. What would your life look like if your heart was full of courage? The one thing that you have that nobody else has is you.
It's good stuff, man.
I mean, that was, an intern program. Let me just talk about it for a second. It's an absolutely free program for high school students to engage in leadership development, in serving, be in the hands and feet of Jesus. They have so much fun while they're here serving. They don't even know they're serving.
Absolutely.
I mean, Brooklyn Pierce, who I interviewed earlier, she finally realized in her interview that, hey, she was actually,
She's serving. She gets to hang out with her friends, yes, but serve while doing it.
Yeah.
And enjoy it.
Yeah.
And be discipled along the way.
Yeah, it's incredible what gets to happen. Moments like that challenge us, but also moments of just total freedom and stuff that's not planned. Sometimes we can go too far as a camp and plan it out too far, but when the Holy Spirit of God, boom, comes in, changes directions. I'll never forget this moment we're about to show you. Charlie was leading worship. I believe it was Charlie. It was either Charlie or Ben. And they were leading worship, and they just took off on their own path and brought up the stand. And it was a moment I'll never forget. Check this out. You can just tell.
You can just feel it. I mean, that was one of those things that wasn't planned. It just happened.
Yeah.
And it's always.
Or when you get to the end of the week, Monday night's a primer night, but when you get to the last few nights, kids are just roaring, man. They're just roaring with the songs and loving it.
Walls have come down.
That's why I try to tell the worship team to only do a select amount of songs and not break out in a brand new song on the last night.
Amen.
And when that worship team finally gets it, maybe they'll become my rock stars in my heart. But anyway, that was the inside moment. I'm sorry you guys had to see it. Here's another moment, tidal wave. Check this out.
Like a tidal wave, crashing over me.
that moment was led by Ben Watts, and I love Ben and Christy. They both served here on staff, summer staff with us, and he was a summer staff there. He got to lead worship, did an amazing job. He does that for a job now. He's a worship leader in Texas, and we appreciate him. And we opened up this segment talking about talking about college staff, and he was a good one, just like all of them are.
Yeah.
But that was a great moment. That was another song of the summer.
Yeah.
That just kind of took off.
Yeah, so we've had some incredible worship teams. We've had some incredible speakers. We had to mention Stuart Hall earlier, but then there's Tony Nolan too.
Yeah.
And here's an opportunity. We had Tony. Here's a little clip of Tony getting ready to set up the gospel presentation. Check this out.
Tonight, God's going to work in our lives. We don't have anything to prove to anybody else, but God's going to look down in here, and He's looking at all of your lives, and He wants to know, do you really believe He is the resurrection King? Do you really know He is the resurrection King? Let's praise God and give Him the glory up in this place. By Your Spirit I will rise from the ashes of defeat. The resurrected King is resurrecting me. In Your name I come alive to declare Your victory. The resurrected King is resurrecting me. By Your Spirit I will rise from the ashes of defeat. The resurrected King is resurrecting.
There you go.
That's
if
it,
you have
man.
not sent your kids to camp yet, I'm sure you're on the couch right now thinking, man, you know what? I'm going to send my kids to
They're
camp.
probably wishing, can I come to camp?
Yeah, we only exist for these type of moments.
Yeah.
We're here. We don't want to waste time. We jump right in it. We preach the gospel every time we get an opportunity, and we do not want to waste time.
Yeah, I mean, I think
while we're here at
you've
camp.
even said before, everything between, morning worship and evening worship is kind of just fluff, because we small groups are not fluff. That's great stuff, discipleship. But the Rex and stuff are all great. But we let's dig into the Word. Let's get to it. Let's get to the meat of the text, and let's let it change lives. And so that's what we live for.
Yeah, and in all these moments, really, let's give credit where credit is due. Is it starts with our college staff.
Yeah.
I mean,
Amen.
I'll never forget one night Ben Watts was out by the Life Change Wall, and he just literally was kind of just pray talking to our college staff. They went into I Believe in You, which was our theme song for that year. So, Caleb, I'm going to switch the videos, and we're going to go with Ben at the Wall. This moment was incredible for our college staff, and it was powerful. And I hope you'll kind of feel the spirit on this one. Check this out.
God, this is why we are here. God, there is no other reason. God, when our pride rises up, God, I pray that you just push it down. God, for the countless hundreds of names on this wall, God, this is why we are here. God, we believe in you, and we want them to believe the same thing. God, there is no one greater. No matter what you're going through, God, you are greater. No matter what we feel is bigger than you, God, that's not true. God, we believe in you. God, we just want to make that our cry. I believe in you. I believe in you. You're the God of miracles. Believe that. I believe. I believe in you. I believe in you. You're the God of miracles. I believe in you. I believe in you. You're the God of miracles.
Yeah.
Man, it's powerful stuff.
And that was just our college staff.
It was. Yeah, that nobody else was here but our college staff at that time.
Now, the wall they were around, let's talk about the wall for a few minutes. The wall, if you drive up to Crowder's Ridge and you come up through the middle, what we call downtown, which is the middle of camp, we just call it downtown because it's cool. You will see a little climbing wall on one side, but the other side of the wall has over 1,000 names of kids. that every Thursday night we offer an opportunity for them to go sign that wall if God's if they
accepted Christ.
If they accepted Christ.
Right.
And it's the most beautiful thing here at the camp.
It's just one of those things that I get the privilege. We all get the privilege of walking by that wall, and there's signs on it that says my life was changed here, and we get to see that day in and day out, and realize that hey, what we do matters. Whether I don't care what you do for a living, but one of those. We are blessed to be able to walk by the wall and just see those things. That wall is not giving them salvation. We know that. But it's just a remembrance of, oh, look, God saved that person's life.
Yeah. I wish
from
we
eternal
would've-
hell, and
I-
that is an amazing thing.
I wish we would have opened it up section by section
Yeah.
instead of having
Yeah.
4 or 5 sections
Yeah.
at one time, because we could have pushed all the kids to kind of one wall and then put lacquer on it. Because you start to see it fade
the sun
over the
kinda
years.
gets a hold, sun and Sharpie. Yeah.
Yeah, but what's cool is okay. So us as a camp, if you're thinking about giving tonight and adopting a box, which we're getting ready to do a giving update in about 4 minutes, and you'll see what boxes are left tonight to take up. If you're thinking about giving, it's about life change, and this wall that we have in the middle of the camp, it's about life change. But one thing, we don't offer food and shelter, but we offer landmark moments where kids come, and I promise you can bring your child back to this place at any moment and look in this room, and they can identify a place in this room where they felt the Spirit of God touch their life.
That's right.
And that's a landmark moment. And I love seeing kids come back. They signed the wall in 2015, and they come back in 2016, and they'll go and re-sign their name in the same spot, but just freshen it up because it's faded.
Right.
And I think that's really cool that they remembered that moment and and want to keep that memory
Absolutely.
alive.
Yeah.
I mean, that's so powerful. I'm glad we came up with that concept. I honestly think we had some poles left, and we just kind of
had
threw
some
it up.
telephone poles left from something we did, and this was the first year of camp, and we were like,
order some climbing wall
let's
stuff.
just get some holds and throw some climbing holds on there, and kind of make it a climbing wall on one side with it. What we didn't realize at the time was the backside was going to be, the kind of life change wall is what we call it.
Yeah. We showed you one baptism video. We had a young man named Wesley. He's a youth pastor down at Indian Trail, but something trail down in South Carolina. I forget what it is. Anyway, Wesley had a young lady, gave her life to Christ. He asked our video team to come out and videotape the baptism for the parents. And man, it was beautiful. Check this video out. It's an amazing video.
Come to the altar, the fire. The precious blood of Jesus Christ will come to
Hey, you got caught.
So that's another incredible moment of camp. And tonight, so let me kind of refresh before we go to our giving update. This is the Adopt a Box. In just a second, Emily and the crew are going to be updating all the boxes that have been taken. And I really want to stress to you, in the next 40 minutes, make your donation online if you feel like you feel led to help us. But every gift you give, every dollar you give, goes to impact this generation now and beyond. Kids, students. It helps us to provide scholarships. It helps us to do incredible programming. It helps us to sustain through COVID-19. And it helps us to share the gospel with hundreds of kids this summer. I'm praying for a normal summer.
Absolutely. Oh, man.
This summer. We'll see what happens. God took care of us last summer with almost 5,000 cancellations. We ended up having 1,200 kids come to camp still. God used it. God provided, and He will this time too. So let's go over to the update. And,
Real quick, we got the Adopt-A-Box. Go to crowderscamps.com. Go to Adopt-A-Box. You can give with your card, your debit card or credit card, however you choose to give online. If for some reason you just don't want to do that, you can always bring it by the camp tomorrow. Or at some point. Or email Emily at crowderscamps.com. That's Emily at crowderscamps.com. And you can tell her how much you'd like to give, and she could give you a time maybe when to come by.
Let's do this. Take it, girls.
All right, thank you so much. We are here for another giving update, and we have a lot of great news. We have a $100 donation from Brad Huffstetler. And we're going to pair that with a $2 anonymous donation to take up the $102 slot. Now, we're about to do something that's a little bit unusual for the rest of the day. We've received several other large amount donations, and so we are going to be putting those on the board, taking up a bunch of our smaller slots. So I'm going to announce the donations first, and then we're going to start filling the board and just seeing all of our spots start to fill up. So the next few donations we have are another $600 from Tuckasegee Baptist. Thank you, Tuckasegee. We appreciate you so much. We also have $6,000 from Weston Sparrow. Thank you so much. And last of our major donations, $2,500 from Dr. Kevin Monroe. So with that, we have reached our $10,000 match. So we are going to use that amount as well to start filling up some of our other boxes. So just hang in there and watch the board fill with us. All right, thank you so much for your contributions throughout the day. The Camp-A-Thon is not over yet. We are still going to be with you till 9, and we still have spots available on the board. So we encourage you to keep giving, keep encouraging others to give, keep sharing the live stream.
Absolutely. Come on, everybody, let's go. Let's go. All right, listen. So I know we just filled up a lot of blocks, but we got some blocks that still need to be filled. Every single one of these blocks represent a dollar amount, but they represent people. They represent kids. They represent students. And then we want to reach those kids. We don't want any type of holdbacks to be able to try to offer scholarships to kids. We have no idea what the summer's going to look like. Just like last year, we thought we knew week after week, but we never knew what the summer was even going to look like until we got right on it. We may have to offer $200,000 worth of scholarships if people are in bad financial situation next year. We don't have a clue. That's why we're trying to prepare now for the harvest. And you can help us. And the Camp-A-Thon is not over yet. We're about to go into a worship time. And I want us all just to prepare our hearts. We're going to celebrate what God's done. But we're also just going to worship the Lord. So if you ain't got no binge watching to do, just join us for the next 30 minutes as we just worship, and I'm going to go over some scripture. But while we're doing that, if you feel led, go to crowderscamps.com and check it out. We're going to start preparing our hearts. Guys, go ahead and kill the music in the background and bring Grayson up, because we're just going to get ready and go into worship right now. So let's go together.
Moving in our midst, I worship you. I worship you. You are here, working in this place. I worship you. I worship you. You are here, you're moving in our midst. I worship you. I worship you. You are here, you're working in this place. I worship you. I worship you, 'cause you are waymaker, miracle worker, promise keeper, light in the darkness. My God, that is who you are. You are waymaker, miracle worker, promise keeper, light in the darkness. My God, that is who you are. You are here, you're touching every heart. I worship you. I worship you. You are here, you're healing every heart. I worship you. I worship you.
Hear my voice when I call, Lord. Be merciful to me, and I will answer you. Psalms 27:7. Hear my cry for mercy as I call out to you for help, and I will lift my hands towards you, most high and most holy place. Psalms 28:8. But I call to you, God, and the Lord saves me. Psalms 55:16. Hear, O Lord, answer me, for I'm poor and needy. Psalms 86:1. What is God to you right now? What do you need? Maybe you're watching this for the first time. Maybe you've been watching this all day. Is He your way maker, your miracle worker? Because that's what we're celebrating tonight, that He is ours. So come on, sing it out. If you know the words, sing out in your recliner. Come on, let's praise God. Here we go.
My God, that is who you are. You are waymaker, miracle worker, promise keeper, light in the darkness. My God, that is who you are. You are waymaker, Waymaker, miracle worker, promise keeper, light in the darkness, my God, that is who you are. Oh, that is who you are. That is who you are. Lord, that is who you are. 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 Father, that is who you are. That is who you are. Waymaker, miracle worker, promise keeper, light in the darkness, my God, that is who you are. You are waymaker, miracle worker, promise keeper, light in the darkness, my God, that is who you are.
Of Thanksgiving in the Bible. And man, I'm so thankful for what you guys have done for us today and what God's allowed to happen today. I just want to read a couple verses and just celebrate what God's done the past 6 years at Crowder's Camps, all the lives that we've had an opportunity to be a part of the life change. It says this, oh, give thanks to the Lord, for he is good. For his mercy endures forever. Let the redeemed of the Lord say so, whom he has redeemed from the hand of the enemy. That means he saved you from the enemy and gathered out of the lands, from the east to the west, from the north and from the south. They wandered in the wilderness in a desolate way. They found no city to dwell in, hungry and thirsty. Their soul fainted in them. Then they cried out to the Lord in their trouble, and he delivered them out of their distress. Father, we thank you so much. God, that every single one of us, no matter if somebody's viewing online right now or going to give right now, God, that you have delivered us out of our distress. You are the way maker. God, you've moved mountains in our life. And Lord, I know that you're going to continue to do that for those that believe in you. So, Lord, I pray that you would just inhabit our celebration. Lord, I thank you for the hundreds of people that have viewed today. And, Lord, just continue to bless just the next few minutes as we just celebrate you. In Jesus' name.
Even when I don't see it, you're working. And even when I don't feel it, you're working. You never stop working. You never stop working. Even when I don't see it, you're working. And even when I don't feel it, you're working. You never stop working. Never stop working. Even when I don't see it, you're working. Even when I don't feel it, you're working. You never stop working. He never stops working. Even when I don't see it, you're working. And even when I don't feel it, you're working. You never stop working. You never stop. You are waymaker, miracle worker, promise keeper, light in the darkness. My God, that is who you are. You are waymaker, miracle worker, promise keeper, light in the darkness. My God, that is who you are. That is who you are. That is who you are. Oh, that is who you are. 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 That is who you are.
Good. You've been so good, God. And he delivered them out of their distress, and he laid them forth by the right way. And they might go to a city for a dwelling place. Oh, that men would give thanks to the Lord for his goodness and for his wonderful works to the children of men. God, we give you thanks, Lord. Our hearts are overflowing. God, we just say thank you, Father. Thank you, Father, for your good grace, for your good faith, for your great love, for your great compassion, your strength, your power that you place, your comfort, your security that you give your children. And we're so thankful.
People come together, strangers, neighbors, our blood is one. Children of generations, of every nation, of kingdom come. So don't let your heart be troubled, and hold your head up high. Don't fear no evil, and fix your eyes on this one truth: God is madly in love with you. So take courage, hold on, be strong. Remember where our help comes from. Jesus, our redemption and our salvation is in his blood. Jesus, the light of heaven, my friend forever, his kingdom come. Oh, so don't let your heart be troubled, and hold your head up high. Don't fear no evil, and fix your eyes on this one truth: God is madly in love with you. Oh, so take courage, hold on, be strong. Remember where our help comes from. Swing wide, all you heavens, let the praise go up as the walls come down. All creation, everything with breath, repeat the sound. And all his children with clean hands, pure hearts, good grace, good God. His name is Jesus. And swing wide, all you heavens, let the praise go up as the walls come down. All creation, everything with breath, repeat the sound. All his children with clean hands, pure hearts, good grace, good God. His name is Jesus. Oh, swing wide, all you heavens, let the praise go up as the walls come down. All creation, his children with clean hands, pure hearts, good grace, good God. His name is Jesus. Oh, swing wide, all you heavens, let the praise go up as the walls come down. All creation, everything with breath, repeat the sound. All his children, clean hands, pure hearts, good grace, good God. His name is Jesus. Jesus, our redemption, our salvation, it's in his blood. Jesus, my light of heaven, and my friend forever, his kingdom come.
Now, Psalms 107. For he satisfies the longing soul, and he fills the hungry soul with goodness. Those who sat in darkness and in the shadows of death, bound in affliction and irons, because they rebelled against the words of God. They despised the counsel of the Lord Most High. Therefore, he brought down their heart with labor. They fell down, and there was no one to help them. They cried out to the Lord in their trouble, and he saved them out of their distress. He brought them out of darkness and the shadow of death. He broke their chains in pieces. Oh, that man would give thanks to the Lord for his goodness and for his wonderful works to the children of man. Let's continue to worship.
Let the King of my heart be the mountain where I run, the fountain I drink from. Oh, he's my song. Let the King of my heart be the shadow where I hide, the ransom for my life. Oh, he is my song, 'cause you are good, good. Oh, 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 let the King of my heart be the wind inside my sails, the anchor in the waves. Oh, he is my song. Let the King of my heart be the fire inside my veins, the echo of my days. Oh, he is my song. Let the King of my heart be the wind inside my sails, the anchor in the waves. Oh, he is my song. Let the King of my heart be the fire inside my veins, the echo of my days. Oh, he is my song. You are good, you're good. Oh, you are good, you're good. Oh, you are good, you're good. Oh, you are good, you're good.
You're never gonna let me down. And 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 my you're good. Oh, you are good. Lord, you're good. Oh, you are good. You're good. Oh, you're never gonna let me down. And you're never gonna let me down. You're never gonna let me down. And you're never gonna let Can we keep singing that? You're never gonna let me down. 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 You're never gonna let me down.
Yeah, we started this morning in the book of Ephesians. I don't know if you remember that, and we're going to end it tonight. I think this is probably my go-to camp verse. But I want you to listen to what God says about us. And as we give thanks to Him tonight, we celebrate 6 years of camp ministry and the thousands of lives that have been changed. I believe that they all can say they've been hit with this while they've been at camp. Chapter 1 in Ephesians says, "Blessed be to God the Father, our Lord Jesus Christ, who has blessed us in Christ with every spiritual blessing, knowing that you're blessed in heavenly places, even as He chose us in Him before the foundations of the world, that we should be holy and blameless before Him." We're chosen. In love, He has predestined us for the adoption of His sons through Jesus Christ, according to the purpose of His will, to the praise of His glorious grace, with which He has blessed us in the Beloved. In Him we have redemption through His blood, the forgiveness of our trespasses, according to the riches of His grace, which He has lavished on us in all wisdom and insight, to know the mystery of His will. Wow. That's why we're doing camp. You know, you heard all of our staff's why. But why do we do camp? Because it is the most fruitful thing that we can ever do. Some of us have done youth ministry. Some of us have done other jobs. And camp ministry is the most fruitful thing that we can ever be a part of. Your students, your kids come. They're in this incubator for a whole week. 1 week of camp is like 6 months of relationship building and discipling. And it's so fruitful. And they absolutely get blown away with the gospel of Jesus Christ. And we get to tell kids and students how good God is. And He is good. He's good when your mom and daddy divorce. He's good whenever y'all don't have any money. He's good when you couldn't afford to come to camp. He's good whenever your high school sweetheart breaks up with you. He's good when you break your leg on a mud run. He's good when you go home. He's good before you came. He's going to be even better when you get into a relationship with Him. So if you're online, whether you're on the Lazy Boy or a kitchen counter right now, just hum this with us, how good God is. Come on. You're never going to let Him. Come on, hum it out. Hum it out on that Lazy Boy. Come on. Sing it out. Text it out. Whatever you have to do. let's give God glory tonight. Come on. You know, I was reading in Philippines this afternoon. It talked about advancing the gospel. And that's hard to understand, but man, everything we did here today was literally to advance the gospel, to see kids' lives change. And I want to thank you guys for participating online with us, but I want to thank our staff too. Everybody's worked really hard. It's been a long 12-hour day. We did it. We saw some major support from the community. But if you're watching tomorrow, I'm going to be posting, and we have it to 12 o'clock tomorrow night. I do think the wall is cleared up quite nicely. Nathan, if you can grab that camera right there, and just go up and down it. Caleb, change over to the board. Start at the top, Nathan. Start at the top. So if you come rolling down, I want you to see that every single block was black before we started. He's got you on there, Nathan. Start scrolling down. As you see what's up, we got a $14, $19. We got some 30s, some $40, some $50, some 60s, some 70s, some 80s, some 90s. We got a bunch, but then guess what? We got some low numbers. There's some low numbers and some mid numbers, but all the high numbers have pretty much been taken. So we want to challenge you to continue to pray all the way through midnight tomorrow night about any of these blocks. And let's just all gather right now in our hearts and just pray right now. Lord, we want to thank you for every box that's been taken tonight. We want to thank you for every dollar amount that's been given. We realize, Father God, that every one of those dollars is a dollar, God, that can be spent towards reaching a life, to be in a relationship of love with you. And Lord, we don't even know what this summer may hold. We don't know how COVID's going to impact us this summer. But God, we're praying that we can see a full camp here this summer, that COVID will be moving away. But Lord, you know that we need those ministry dollars, God, to be able to do what we do. So I pray, God, that some way, somehow, Lord, you will continue to have boxes adopted. So, God, we give you glory for today. We give you thanks for today. We can't say thank you enough, God. It's been a great day. Thank you for what you have done in this ministry for the past 6 years. God, thank you for what you're going to do this year and the next and the next and the next and the next, for your glory, your honor, and your fame. We love you. In Jesus' name, amen. Amen. Good job, staff. Good job. Good job, staff. For all you guys online, thank you so much. We are signing off just a few minutes early, but I'm not going to keep you long because I want you to go to bed so you can wake up tomorrow and get you one of these boxes, all right? God bless you. Thank you very much.